So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was adopted by the Hyuga clan. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Hyuga Hiashi rounded the corner at a dead run, dodging branches and rocks alike as he prayed he wasn't too late. As he came around into the opening to the ravine, he skidded to a halt and gasped at the sight in front of him. His eyes hardened as he saw his closest friend, Namikaze Minato, lying half in, half out of a protective circle. Blood was everywhere, but the nine-tailed fox was nowhere to be seen. Hiashi ran over and knelt at his friend's side, then almost fell back in shock as Minato's good eye opened and slowly focused on him. Hiashi was always impressed with his ability to shrug off damage, but this rivaled anything that he had seen or heard of at any time before. Hiashi. My friend. Time is short. Do you remember Fire Ridge? He nodded as he rested a hand on Minato's shoulder, his Byakugan in the deepest level studying the extensive damage. Minato's body wasn't so much broken as it was disrupted. As he watched, muscles unraveled, tendons burst sections at a time, organs failed and began collapsing into gelatin bit by bit. There was nothing even the most powerful medic nin could do to save him. Minato reached down and pulled a pouch from his waist and handed it to Hiashi. Hiashi accepted it but would not look at it. Please Minato, save your strength. We need to wait until help arrives. Minato grinned at him but shook his head. There was no need to say anything, but he looked at the pouch again. As Hiashi opened it and shook it, a piece of pumice dropped out into his hand. Hiashi blinked, then looked at Minato. Hiashi. You uptight ass. You never were go. Good liar. Place. Please listen. Do not speak. Hiashi nodded as he moved closer to hear his friend. Kyuubi. I couldn't beat it. Too powerful. Its power is eternal. Cannot be destroyed. I sealed it. It is inside. Naruto. My notes on the seal. Are in. My house. Please. Protect him. Teach him. As if he were your own. But first. You must find him. Jiraiya too. Took him after the seal was calm. Complete. Keep the PR. Promise you have. Made. Fire Ridge. Swear it. Hiashi was horrified at first. He sealed the demon in his own son. I did not think he was serious when he told the council he would if he couldn't beat it. Hiashi blinked as a tear escaped his eye. Stupid clown ninja. I swear to you. I will find him. And I will honor the promise I have made to you. In my life, the life of my family and clan, Naruto will be my son. Minato nodded slowly, then reached up and touched Hiashi's forehead, causing his eyes to glow momentarily, and Hiashi shook his head as a wave of dizziness overcame him. He looked down at Minato, who smiled again. The gift will be passed by the proud heart to the pure heart. The pure heart unlocks the gate and will become black but be cleansed by the power of hate. The beast will claim two. But the beast will be split by the power of one. Black as night, bright as day. Do not forget this. My friend. As Minato breathed his last, Hiashi deactivated his Byakugan and gritted his teeth. He picked up his friend's broken body and carried it to the entrance of the canyon as Hisashi came running in with others of the Hyuga house guard. Unashamed, Hiashi looked at his brother with the tears coursing down his face. The two brothers looked at each other and Hisashi nodded as Hiashi continued to the Leaf Village gates. Uzumaki Naruto is still missing. Leave no stone unturned. Find the Hokage's son. Jiraiya stood impatiently until an older woman stepped out from behind the closed door. She walked over and smiled at the cooing baby. The child seemed completely oblivious to his surroundings and despite not being with his mother or father, he didn't cry or otherwise fuss in any way. The matron looked at Jiraiya and smiled again. What a strong little boy. And he looked so much like his father. What is his name? The toad Sannin nodded as he looked at the baby and rubbed his arm lightly with a fingertip. Naruto. Jiraiya sighed somewhat sadly. There are special circumstances to his existence. He is to be well cared for and treated as if his parents were still alive. You will take very good care of him. Do you understand me? The older woman nodded. I will care for him as I cared for my own before they grew and moved on. She looked at him and frowned slightly. Does anyone else know? The man sighed as he nodded. Too many. I fear what will happen if they discover where he is. I will begin a rumor. This way if anyone finds him with ill intent, they will leave him alone. But it will be up to you to protect him. Do you think it will be that bad? The council promised to protect him. To honor the Hokage's wishes. Jiraiya wished that would be the case, but he knew better. Minato had enemies on the council, and killing Naruto would be the best way for a coward to get back at a man they could never beat. And unfortunately, there are quite a few cowards in the Leaf Village. The older woman nodded as Naruto began to cry. She picked him up and they heard his stomach gurgle and she laughed lightly. Already showing signs that you are your mother's son. Casually she unbuttoned her blouse and maneuvered the baby until he latched onto her nipple and began to feed. She winced in partial pain. It has been a while since I had to breastfeed a baby. But thankfully my milk never dried up. Hiring myself out as a wet nurse for so many years has paid off finally. Jiraiya watched for a moment then turned away with a slight blush. Ah. Yes. Well I must go. But if you need me I will be back in a few months, as quick as I can to check on him and you. Placing a pouch on the table by the door he turned to her again. The sum in that pouch should be sufficient to support the two of you for quite some time. The woman nodded and began to hum as she rocked Naruto back and forth in her arms. I will take good care of him, Jiraiya. Do not worry. Jiraiya smiled. Thank you Alana. I will see the two of you soon. Unfortunately, the Toad Sage knew nothing of Hiyashi's promise to Minato. If he had, he would have let the man take the boy because he would have been treated well and no one would dare go against the head of one of the most powerful clans in Konoha. Sadly, Jiraiya did all he could but it was woefully insufficient. He came to see them at the end of the first year and Naruto had grown and was surprisingly already walking. He looked at Jiraiya and watched him but never said a word. The Toad Sage took it in stride, he was after all a stranger to the child but while he was around the boy didn't even babble as most children that age do once they begin crawling or walking. He would smile at Alana and watch Jiraiya but the strangest would be the way he would sometimes look off into space and nod to himself. Hopefully he isn't retarded. Still. His development was good and the boy seemed strong as an ox. With double the appetite. Leaving another substantial sum, Jiraiya left again. As fate would have it. This was the time period where great and sad things were taking place in the elemental lands. He was gone longer than he wanted to be. Originally he planned to be gone every 3 months. Another year passed before he returned and discovered the worst possible thing could have happened. Naruto was gone. He found the remains of Alana at the bottom of the ravine down from her house. Foul play seemed unlikely. The bones were unbroken and there was no telling really how long her body had been here. He gave her a proper burial in her garden and marked a stone and placed it at the top of her grave. But that left one very obvious question and an even worse dilemma. Where was Naruto? Hiyashi grumbled as he read another report. Another failure. It had been 3 years since the Toad-san stole the child of his friend. Nay. He had to stop lying to himself. It didn't make it hurt less. Minato was as much his brother as Hiyashi was. He twiddled the pumice paperweight on his desk with his index finger. Fire Ridge. It seemed so long ago. Then. Hiyashi was a proud man. Not taken to getting help from anyone. Back then. The thought disgusted him. And he would not lower himself to ask for help from anyone. The battle had gone badly for the Leaf Shinobi. Many had died. There were too few left to even be able to call it a fighting force. Hiyashi had found himself in a trench sitting across from the Namikaze, the one that aspired to be Hokage. He didn't like him, but he respected him. The man was an incredible fighter. Hiyashi had never seen anyone shrug off the amounts of pain and damage that he did. He had seen Namikaze take 2 arrows in the stomach and one dangerously close to his heart and still he shoved a Rasengan into the enemy's midst, killing the majority of them so that the puny remainder of Hiyashi's clansmen could finish off the rest. They were sure he would die, but after the second night and he still lived they realized there was something incredible about him. Hiyashi's respect soon turned to admiration and he began to talk to him. He found out much and eventually a friendship formed between the two. Then it happened. The two of them agreed to attack the enemy's flank to buy the remainder of their men time to withdraw. Hiyashi and Minato struck terror wherever they went, fighting a 2-man guerrilla battle. What was worse, this was not their territory and they knew it better than the enemies they fought. Inevitably, luck has to run out. Hiyashi was struck by a flaming rock that broke his left shoulder and then another that broke his right thigh in 2 places. Hiyashi-sama. Can you walk? Minato looked at his friend and he shook his head as he surveyed the damage with his. No. It is broken, the bones will grind or become a compound fracture if I try to walk. I guess it is time we parted company with my clown ninja. Please tell Izumi I am sorry I will not be able to marry her as I promised. The insult rolled easily from his mouth, but Minato smiled. You uptight ass. I would. But I hate giving my friends bad news. Hiyashi blinked but then gritted his teeth in pain as Minato picked him up and slung him over his shoulder. Fighting and deflecting arrows, rocks and spears as they flew at them. Hiyashi bounced around on his shoulder until the pain finally took away his consciousness. When he awoke, they were in the hands of a group of medic nin and a relief force sent by the 3rd Hokage. The battle was over. Seeing the relief force composed of all of the hidden villages, the invading force backed down and returned to where they had come from. The Ashi was still unsure where they had come from or even who they were. In the history texts, it was referred to as the Secret War. As quickly as it came, it disappeared. But it had definitely left its mark. Many fine nin died those days, including Hiashi's father. Minato again surprised everyone. He staggered into the camp, bleeding from multiple deep gashes, projectiles once again protruding from his body. When he awoke, he had survived the night after the nin said there was no way he could. In the coming days, Minato was on his feet again as Hiashi was on the mend. By the end of the week, Hiashi was walking again and Minato was none the worse for wear. Hiashi could not forget what he had done for him. As they walked he reached down and picked up a plain piece of pumice and carved his initials on one side and Minato's on the other, then handed it to him. I know this is only a piece of rock in appearance, but it is also my promise to you that I will honor any request you make of me. You have saved my life and ensured a future for my love Izumi, and for that I can never repay you. But I promise you, anything you request, I will gladly grant. To one who is like a brother to me. Minato blinked back a tear and smiled at Hiashi. Thank you. Hiashi-sama. Words such as these, spoken by men such as these, was a serious thing. They both knew the other was serious and that this was a bond that would not be willingly broken by either. A few months later Minato staggered onto the Hyuga estates and walked into the dojo where Hiashi was practicing. Seeing his friend he walked over, but before he could speak he asked a question that surprised Hiashi. Do you remember Fire Ridge? Hiashi nodded, then Minato continued. The request Minato made shocked Hiashi and he grinned at first, but seeing the serious expression on his face made him stop, then nod his head in affirmation. Only my brother could make such a request and I would grant it. It is still early and though it goes against my better judgment I will do this. A few days passed and Minato brought a document to Hiashi, which they both read, then both signed, and it was never spoken of again. The bargain had been struck. Many months would pass between the two, sparring, laughing, and joking. He was the head of the Hyuga clan and eventually Minato the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf village. Yes. Minato had made a request a few years before. And Hiashi at first did not take it seriously, so thought nothing of it. But when he handed him the stone and asked him to remember Fire Ridge, the request came back. And Hiashi never ever went back on his word. His wife brought him a fresh cup of tea and he smiled at her. Hiashi-kun. We will find him. The look in her eyes undershot the strength in her voice. Hiashi, lost in his thoughts, did not notice and only nodded as he patted his wife's hand that rested on his shoulder. Where are you Naruto? It's been 2 years. Where are you? The boy wandered the streets. Dirty, clothes barely hanging from his gangly frame and torn in places. He didn't speak as he wandered, but people looked and avoided him. He didn't notice because he seemed to be too lost in his own thoughts, whatever they were. As he rounded a corner, he felt a hand grab him and pull him into an alley. He saw stars as he was flung into a wall further into the gloom and he thought he saw 3 men standing over him in a semicircle, boxing him in so he couldn't run. I told you it was him. He's dirty and he stinks. But that's the Jinchuriki. Naruto blinked as he looked up at the men but didn't understand what happened. Did the men throw him here? Why? Has he been bad? He was bad once and the woman who took care of him spanked him. It hurt but it got better. But he didn't like it and he didn't want these men to spank him, their hands were bigger. Naruto covered his butt with his hands and backed against a wall. The men didn't even notice this response, so busy they were contemplating what they would do. 2 of the men pulled out knives, but the man who recognized what Naruto was stopped them. No. We can't kill him. The Sannin told me and a friend that if he dies before his 16th birthday, the Kyuubi no Kitsune will be released again. The 2 looked at him and frowned. I think I heard that too. Or something like it. A third nodded and got a sick smile on his face. Oh. We won't kill him then. We'll just make him a little prettier. One man came closer as Naruto backed into the furthest part of the alley away from the entrance. Fear gripped him as he whined and pushed himself into the corner and the man came within striking distance. Suddenly he lashed out and the blade cut a line across Naruto's right chest, sending fiery pain through the damaged skin. Naruto cried out and fell to the ground, seemingly wrapping himself around the pain, tears running down his face as the other 2 closed in as well. Alright, now we get some revenge. Naruto's eyes looked up at them and he screamed one word as his chin quivered and the tears ran freely down his face. Mameaya. Oh. Oh. The lone Hyuga messenger walked down the street running errands for the main house. He had delivered a message to the tailor for Lady Hyuga and he had already dropped off the letter at the postmaster's office. All he had to do was pick up the groceries, then he would be able to relax with his girlfriend for a while. The child's cry caught his attention and he turned to see what direction it came from. He could tell immediately that it was a scream of terror, even though it didn't sound like words. After turning in a complete circle he stopped and wondered if he even heard anything at all. Until he heard the screaming. Orienting on the screams he ran towards a set of buildings. He didn't know what he would do, but like the leader of the clan, he abhorred the idea of anyone inflicting adult pain on a child. Before he reached the mouth of the alley, the screams suddenly stopped. As he rounded the corner a feeling of dread gripped his spine, but two guardsmen ran up and stopped him. "Stay back, sir, let us handle this." He frowned but nodded as one of the guardsmen entered the alley, but a few seconds later a loud gasp and the unmistakable sounds of someone reliving a meal the hard way could be heard. As the other guardsmen and the Hyuga messenger entered the alley, they were greeted with a horrific sight. All three men were unrecognizable. Body parts littered the entire back area, and blood covered almost the entire area of the 10-foot-wide alley. The more inexperienced guardsman knelt on the alley floor retching loudly. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. So the question still remains. Where was Naruto? Chapter 2. Hisashi threw an open palm chakra strike towards Hiyashi's chest, but he spun off and threw one of his own, as Hisashi spun away from it. They had been sparring in this manner for hours now. Hisashi knew what was bothering his brother, but there was no way to console him except by sparring. So being the good brother that he was, he left his son Neji with his wife this morning and prepared to be exhausted and sore again. It didn't seem to matter how good he was. Hiyashi always left him sore and tired. He chuckled inwardly as he did a split groin strike, only to have Hiyashi flip over him, and he barely rolled away from the chakra strike aimed at his skull. He seems more intense today. Much more focused than usual. I wonder what has occurred. As he came to his feet he tucked and rolled forward once, twice, 3 times to avoid each subsequent leg strike that his brother threw at him until he changed his stance and the 4th foot strike which would have clipped his shoulder, pushed him off of the chakra pivot he created and spun him towards Hiyashi with his right elbow leading. He shouldn't have gotten excited as Hiyashi caught the elbow, reversing his spin again and catching him in the back with a mantis thrust to the center point between his shoulder blades, numbing that area as the chakra point was closed, but as he flew forward his mule strike caught his brother in the chest on either side of his sternum, flinging him back onto the floor. As they both climbed slowly to their feet, Hiyashi smiled and his brother returned it as he rotated his shoulder backwards to return some of the feeling. "You are doing much better today, Hisashi, usually you would not have been able to hit me this early in our sparring." Hisashi grinned, then bowed slightly to the clan head. "Thank you, brother. But I think it is due more to your distracted state of mind than any skill of mine. Shall we continue?" Hiyashi scowled as he looked down at the footprints on his tunic before shaking his head slightly. "No. To be honest, you are correct. My head is not really into it today." He walked over to the bench and picked up a towel and dried off the small amount of perspiration that had gathered on his brow and the nape of his neck, but clenched his hand into a fist at his side for a moment before tossing the towel into the basket next to the table. Hisashi, noticing his brother's uncharacteristic anger, rested a hand on his shoulder and squeezed lightly. "Tell me what troubles you, brother." Hiyashi glanced askance at Hisashi, then nodded as he turned and sat on the floor Indian style. "I received startling news yesterday. I cannot be sure about the accuracy of the report until I have the official report from the watch officers that discovered the scene. But the remains of 3 men were found in an alley roughly 4 blocks from the Hyuga estates." Hisashi frowned as he considered the words then shrugged slightly. "It is disturbing that someone would commit a grisly murder so close to our property, but I see no reason to worry over much about it, brother." At Hiyashi's smile Hisashi blinked. "What? Is there more? What aren't you telling me, Hiyashi-sama?" Hiyashi grinned and licked his lips slightly before he continued. "It is not so much the murders. It was the manner. And the damage the body sustained." Hiyashi's eyes seemed to glaze slightly as he recounted the conversation. Flashback. Izumi poured another cup of tea for her husband as he poured over another stack of reports that showed nothing useful of Naruto's location or condition. With a snort of disgust he swept the 3rd time read stack into a wastebasket and grumbled to himself. Izumi carefully placed the teapot on the stand next to the desk, then rubbed her husband's shoulders until he groaned in pleasure. "If not for you and Hinata, Izumi, I think I would have gone mad months ago." She smiled in pleasure at his compliment, then leaned forward and kissed his ear, but continued to rub his neck and shoulders until a knock occurred at the door. Izumi looked into her husband's face and he nodded slightly. "Enter," she said, and he reached up and gently patted her hand as an unfamiliar courier walked in and shut the door behind him. "Forgive me, Lord Hyuga, but I have news that may be of interest to you. I was unsure of its import myself, but if the guardsman I talked to is correct." Hiyashi gestured for the man to calm himself with a hand as Izumi poured him a cup of tea. He accepted it quietly. "Thank you." Then skipped lightly at it until he was able to regain his composure. Hiyashi smiled at the man, then nodded as he picked up his own teacup. "Now. Continue." My lord, I was running errands for the household when I heard what I thought was a child's scream. I rushed to where I thought I heard it, but I and two guardsmen only found three madly mutilated bodies. It was close to the compound, so this concerned me, but what one of the guardsmen told me made me rush back here. The Ashi tried to keep his patience, so he breathed deeply, then let it out slowly. Please. Tell me, what are you so concerned about? The man nodded as he gulped the rest of the tea down, then set the cup back upon the table with slightly trembling fingers. The guard told me he had only seen this kind of damage once before. At the hands of Uzumaki Kushina. The Ashi stopped mid-sip and spilled tea down his chin and onto his robes as he missed his mouth and blinked at the man before surging to his feet with a shout. What? You sit here sipping tea and playing the simpleton while my charge could be suffering. Take me to the location. The man stuttered, then fell over before jumping to his feet and bowing. Yes, my lord. Turning, he flung open the door to Hiashi's study, then bolted out with Hiashi hot on his heels. Izumi looked startled and lost as she watched her husband's back retreat through the house until he turned a corner and was gone. She slowly walked over and knelt in behind his desk and cleaned up the spilled tea and placed the cup on the serving table next to his desk with a slightly trembling hand. Had they finally found Naruto? Inside her heart she was happy for her husband if they did finally find him, but in the deepest recesses of her mind, fear gripped her as she worried over what finding him would mean. Present. The Ashi breathed quietly as he thought hard for a few seconds, then smiled at his brother. There was not much left of the murder scene, except scraps of flesh and blood, of course. But the report I should be getting from the guardsmen should confirm or deny what the courier told me. Ashi blinked as he thought about it, then nodded. But Kushina is dead, killed by the Kyuubi before Minato. So you believe his mother's Genkai has manifested in him already? If that is true, how is that possible? The Ashi shrugged as he thought about it before he rested his palms on his thighs. I do not know. It could be the influence of the Kyuubi. It could be a normal occurrence for an Uzumaki. Perhaps he is a prodigy. Either way, we will know something soon enough. A thought I hope ran through his mind just as Hinata came running with a big smile on her face as she stopped in front of her father and bowed to him. Daddy. Mother said I should tell you something. But I forget. Her smile turned to a frown as she looked at him through lowered lashes, hoping she would not be punished. The Ashi pulled his daughter to him and hugged her with a huge smile. Silly little one. Just do as I have taught you. Remember where you were and what you were doing when your mother told you to come find me. Hinata's face broke into a smile which made the room light up, and his Ashi and Hiashi exchanged a pleasant grin before she spoke up. I was making cookies in the kitchen with Mama when a servant said that a man at the gate wanted you. The Ashi exchanged a hopeful glance with his Ashi, then smiled down at Hinata. Well, I am sorry this disturbed your cookie-making, little one. With a kiss to her forehead, he patted her on her backside and shooed her back towards the main part of the house. Continue your important work, I will sample the finished product later. Hinata giggled sweetly with a blush and ran off with a cry of "Oh daddy. I know you will like them." The Ashi couldn't help but smile after her, then chuckled before he readjusted his robes and with his brother at his side, walked out towards the front gate. Oh. Oh. Flashback. Naruto whined in pain as he felt himself bounce along ever so slightly, his middle squeezed but not harshly. Almost gently, as the sensation of being carried brought him back from the world of darkness that had claimed him. His chest still burned and he could feel the drip of warm liquid as it ran down his shoulder and arm to fall to the ground. He blinked his eyes open and whined again as the sensation of being carried awkwardly lessened. He had had enough and wanted to sit. Mama. Down. He felt himself gently lowered to the ground and he got his legs under him and tried to touch the pain in his chest, but as his fingers made contact, he cried out and whimpered. Mama. Hurt. He said as he pointed to the knife wound just before he felt the familiar sensation of a cold, wet nose and a furry muzzle bump against him before the soothing feeling of a wet tongue licking gently at the cut until the blood stopped and the cut closed. After a few more licks, the pain was gone and nothing remained but a slight crease showing where the cut occurred. Within a day even that would be gone. Naruto stood up and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering where he was. He stood on top of a flat-roofed building and everywhere he looked there were more roofs going off into the distance. He walked over and looked down and realized he was a lot higher up than he would like as a wave of vertigo hit him and he fell backwards into a familiar warm furry feeling. Before he could react, he felt the muzzle again, this time knocking him over and sniffing at him. He giggled as the sensation reached his funny bone that all kids have and he laughed uncontrollably until his stomach growled loudly. With a frown, he held his stomach for a moment until he felt himself pulled closer to the warm furry body and he instinctively found the spot reserved for him months ago and began to nurse in the warm bosom of his mother. Present. Naruto awoke alone and he looked and felt around but could not find his mother anywhere. After a few minutes he whined but got up and looked around more. After a few minutes he sat down again and thought about crying as loneliness began to set in. After the woman who took care of him disappeared. His mama had been there all the time, except when she went to find food for herself. But the flash of realization he clapped his hands and giggled. Mama is hungry too. But the satisfied nod of his head he sat and waited for her to come back. Sometimes this would take several hours. But he knew she would return for him. She always did. He got on his knees and crawled around the roof for a little while, not really knowing what else to do. He started playing with whatever he could find. After an hour had gone by he heard voices that he didn't recognize. With his recent encounter with the men that hurt him, he crawled cautiously over to the sound where he saw 3 men kneeling in a semicircle conversing quietly. "You think he'll show up soon?" one boy asked. Another shrugged as the third picked up a rock and tossed it off the roof. The second boy punched the third in the shoulder. "Hey stupid. That could hit somebody." The third boy shrugged his shoulders and frowned. "So?" The second boy punched him again in the same shoulder. "So we are trying to hang low, remember?" The third boy nodded sheepishly and chuckled. "Oh yeah. Sorry." The first 2 boys snorted and/or shook their heads in disgust as they went back to waiting quietly. Naruto thought about going out to talk to them until his mama got back, but as he went to move a pain in the back of his head made stars bloom in front of his eyes and he collapsed to the ground unable to move. Barely conscious. The 3 boys turned and looked at the newcomer, a much older boy than themselves as he stood over Naruto. "You fucks are worthless. This drink snuck up on you and you had no idea he was here. He can't be more than 5 and you didn't even hear him." The larger boy kicked Naruto in the ribs, eliciting a groan from him, but he didn't move. The 3 boys frowned and looked down at their feet as they stood there. "Well, we weren't paying attention, boss. Sorry." The bigger boy frowned as he picked Naruto up and looked him over. "Pack that sorry in your ass. If I was a watchman you'd be as good as in a prison cell for that botch job we pulled yesterday. Now shut up. I think I got a way for us to make some of the coins we should have gotten last night." As Naruto tried to mumble for his mother, a second blow to the head took away his consciousness as he heard the larger boy laugh. "Oh. Oh." The boy dumped the sack out and Naruto fell to the floor in a bruised heap. Still unconscious he didn't notice the collection of men that stood around him or the one that rubbed his hands in appreciation. "Well. A good catch indeed. I will give you the standard wage for young flesh." The boy shook his head as he stopped the man from grabbing Naruto. "No. Double." The man did a double take as he looked the teen over, then stepped back from him. "Why?" The boy smiled as he pulled up Naruto's shirt and the seal glowed briefly as he touched it. Most of the men gasped then jumped back from the boy. "I figure there is something special about this one since he has a seal on him. So double." The man's face was livid as he pointed at Naruto. "Gee. Get that thing out of my warehouse. How dare you bring it here?" The boy blinked, unsure of what to do, but before he could speak, a heavy-set man stepped forward and dropped a bag of coins to the floor with a lascivious grin on his face. "Double. Plus some for bringing me this prize." The other men looked at him in confusion, but the boy happily snatched a bag of coins, then grinned as he gave a half-ass salute and ran out of the warehouse. The portly man snapped his fingers and 2 men came over and placed Naruto's body back in the bag and carried it out of the warehouse. The smaller man stepped up and growled at him. "Are you nuts? I wouldn't bring my tool anywhere near that kid. The Kyuubi might bite it off." The man looked over at him coldly then smiled like a shark. "Oh, there are much better uses for him than his meat on a stick. If I am correct, you will see in 6 months." He placed his hat back on then grinned as he tipped it to the other men. "Good day, gentlemen." The remainder of the men shrugged at each other as he exited the warehouse. Naruto woke slowly, the feeling of being tied down made him move his arms and legs and he realized he was. Was he bad again? What did he do this time? Why was he always so bad? He didn't mean it. He tried to apologize, but a thick dry cloth made it impossible to get words around it. "Ah, I see you are awake. Excellent." The cloth was pulled from his eyes and he blinked at the bright light until he could focus on the little man in front of him. His hair was completely gone on the center of his head. He was rail thin and short. The most obvious thing about him was his eyes. Even though he smiled, his eyes were completely dead. No humor, no sadness, not any emotion in his eyes at all. The man scared Naruto. He tried to pull his arms loose, but all he could do was make the metal that secured the straps to the table clink slightly. He whined and tried to call for his mama. But with the cloth in his mouth he could only make slight muffling sounds. The little man pulled a tray over to the rack that Naruto was tied to and he smiled at him, which made him want to squirm and run away as fast as possible. "The master says I have 6 months to make you compliant." He touched Naruto's skin and smiled as he nodded. "I only need 3. The man tightened the straps until Naruto cried in pain, tears flowing freely down his cheeks. The man frowned slightly, then patted him on his head as he laid out his implements of pain. It's nothing personal. It's just what I do. I hope you don't hate me afterwards. But you probably won't feel anything at all afterwards. Naruto's eyes opened impossibly wide as he strained to get away from the sudden pain in his side and tried to call her to him over and over again, but his heart broke when after an eternity, she still hadn't come. The Ashi got to the gate and frowned deeply as he saw the guard that he had expected standing there. But also the one person he had hoped he would never lay eyes on again. Walking to the guard, he accepted the envelope and handed him a small pouch that jingled when he shook it, which he quickly pocketed and left the grounds. Hiashi opened the envelope without looking up and growled at the man. Explain to me why I should not have you killed or worse on the spot. Jiraiya grinned as he stood there, leaning against a guard post, arms crossed over his chest. Well, that wouldn't be very neighborly of you now, would it? Besides, if I thought you could do it, I wouldn't have come here. I am a Sannin after all. The man was insufferable. But Hiashi decided to wait before playing his ace in the hole. Why are you here, Toad Sage? Jiraiya shrugged before walking closer to Hiashi and his brother. I need your help. The boy is missing and I fear for his safety. Hiashi looked up at him and frowned. So you stole my brother's child and now you lost him. Is that what you are trying to tell me? Jiraiya frowned slightly but then nodded slowly. Something like that. Yeah. The Ashi nodded as he handed the paper and envelope to his Ashi and turned to go inside, gesturing for the Toad Sage to follow him. Then we have a common goal and much to discuss. Jiraiya followed Hiashi inside as his Ashi read the paper, then gasped. No. How is this possible? The report showed that the three men had died immediately from their wounds, which appeared to be large claw and bite marks. But upon closer examination it showed that they had also been dismembered. From the inside out. Chapter 3. The Ashi's hand clenched the teacup tightly as he lowered it to the table. His face was calm, but anyone with decent observation skills could see that the muscles in his hand were taut and he could barely stop it from trembling. As Ashi stood behind his brother, a slight look of worry creased his brow as he hoped he could maintain control. You said you know of someone else searching for Naruto. Jiraiya grinned before picking up the cup in front of him and sipping at it. With a sound of appreciation he put the cup down and nodded to Izumi. Good tea. She smiled and nodded silently to him and he turned and looked at Hiashi again. From my network, I have ascertained that someone is very interested in Naruto. Interested to the point of spending thousands of yen and an untold amount of manpower in the search for him. The Ashi, visibly calming, nodded as he released the teacup. Is it possible you will unburden yourself of this information? Jiraiya nodded slowly. Of course. I have no problem giving you this information as you seem to have a desire to find him as well. But, there is a price. The Ashi held up his hand and his Ashi leaned backward again. He had lurched forward and was about to launch himself at the impertinent Sannin. A boy's life could be in danger and he wanted compensation. Hiashi's eyes never left Jiraiya's, but his lips had pressed together in a thin hard line. What price? Jiraiya grinned as he took the teacup and sipped from it again. Now the hook. He thought. Well, I would require the goodwill of the Hyuga clan, of course. I do not want enemies in Konoha. It would not be proper or efficient. The Ashi stared at him thoughtfully, then nodded. I could agree to that within limits. You will not a free run of my house or the estate, but you would be welcome to come here to discuss Naruto's welfare and to see that we are raising him well. Jiraiya cleared his throat and Hiashi stopped and stared at him expectantly. Well, there is also the matter of his training and I would need to have him with me for a period of time so that he can learn his father's techniques and I can help him if he does have the Kuridenkagen. The Ashi's lips quivered slightly in the corners as his head nodded slightly before he pressed both palms to the tabletop. How long? Jiraiya's smile faltered slightly and he brought his teacup up to his lips and mumbled something incoherent. The Ashi shook his head but his smile widened. I'm sorry. Did you say tears? Or 15 years? Jiraiya spoke up clearly this time as he put the cup down. 15 years. As Ashi almost laughed out loud but held his mirth in the face of the sheer audacity of the Toad Sage. 15 years. Because of his pig-headedness Naruto has been missing and not had proper kara training for Kami knows how long. Looking at the profile of his brother, his Ashi knew that a volcano was about to blow. He could see the throb of a vein in the side of his head and knew it would not be long. Let me see if I understand. You want me to give you access to the Hyuga compound and you would take my adopted son away from me for a period of 15 years. Jiraiya seemed to consider his words, then nodded. Yeah, that about sums it up. The Ashi nodded as he finished his cup of tea and carefully set the cup back on the table. His eyes came up slowly and looked at the Sannin again. I think not. I will agree to a period of 1 year so you may teach him his father's techniques. But not 15. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief but leaned forward. 13 years. 1 year isn't nearly long enough for him to master the Flying Thunder God or the Rasengan. Let alone the Kuridenkagen if he has it. 13 years. The Ashi shook his head but cracked his knuckles and popped his neck as he began to warm up in earnest. Ridiculous. He can train these techniques here in his home and still learn everything else he needs to know for his future without having to go live in the wilds with an old hermit. 1 year. Jiraiya frowned as he huffed at the clan leader in front of him. Oh come on Hiashi. At least with me he can learn all the importance about surviving in the wild and how to live off the land if he needs to. Or do you really think table etiquette and hobnobbing with nobles will keep him alive if he is lost and alone? 10 years. The Ashi scoffed as he waved his right hand in Jiraiya's direction. Yak dung. As Izumi gasped and blushed Hiashi nodded to her in apology but continued his assault on Jiraiya. He will need all we can teach him, including things that you find useless or of no meaning. Here he would have training, love and comfort. With you he would probably end up flying off a cliff with you standing there, watching him fall and hoping he saved himself. 1 year and 6 months. As Ashi smirked at the look on Jiraiya's face. He had seen his brother do this before. It was known within the clan that Hiashi was a shrewd man and one hell of a negotiator, and the toad would now learn that. Jiraiya frowned, but inwardly he cheered as he got a small concession from the only person he could ever remember having a hard time bargaining with. Now you're just being insulting. You know if he's to become a ninja the way Minato would have wanted, he'll have to train hard and constantly. There won't be any room for polite eating or social graces that you Hyuga are noted for. He will need long hard training. I'm not one to blow my own horn, Hiashi mumbled to himself, much. But I'm one of the best people to give it to him. 8 years. The Ashi frowned as he considered Jiraiya's words and nodded slightly. It is true he will need hard training, and while he can get very good training here, some of the advanced techniques like his father's would have to be learned from someone who knew him, how he trained, and what his techniques were. But he also needs to know his heritage, both past and future, and he cannot do that living in a cave with you. 2 years. Jiraiya nodded as he realized he would probably not be able to get much more out of him. But he would try anyway. Well, I still think his physical training will be more important than anything he could learn in a classroom. But I am willing to give up the point for his benefit and the sake of arguing. 6 years. The Ashi also nodded as he considered but still did not like the idea of Naruto being away from them for that length of time. While I am able to agree with you on some things, I cannot agree that he would be better off with you than with us. There is much to consider including his future as a clan member of the Hyuga estates. But, upon careful consideration I can see where he would benefit from traveling with you for a time. 3 years, and I will choose when he can leave and when he returns. At that declaration he realized he would not be able to finagle more time from Hiashi. But maybe. Jiraiya shook his head and waggled his index finger at Hiashi. And have you been dictating to me that he needs to come back to eat his soup and brush his teeth every other week? I think not. 3 years and I choose the time period. Hiashi was about to interject when Jiraiya jumped before him. And we discussed the time frame before he is supposed to go with me and a set day he will return. Deal? Jiraiya held out his hand and Hiashi nodded solemnly before shaking it. Agreed. This will be the best for Naruto and all involved. Especially Hinata. I know they will like each other when they finally meet, but will it be enough? He thought to himself. The Ashi picked his cup up and his wife refreshed his tea before he even spoke and he casually sipped it. So what is this news you have of Naruto? Jiraiya smiled conspiratorially and pulled a scroll from his shirt, handing it to his Ashi who leaned over the table and accepted it. Opening it briefly he scanned the contents, then he groaned before handing the scroll to the Hyuga lord. When Jiraiya looked questioningly at him he went over to a bookshelf and took down a ledger and walked over to the table and sat next to it between Hiashi and Jiraiya. According to your spies, the people searching for Naruto spent almost 15,000 silver last year alone in the search to find him, bribing, offering rewards, and incentives to anyone who had a lead on his whereabouts, correct? Jiraiya nodded as he watched Hiashi frown deeply, then crumble the scroll into a small bowl and drop it at his side. Pay what gives? That took a lot of time and effort to get. The Ashi slowly stood and the look of fury on his face had Jiraiya mentally backpedaling. Oh no. Don't tell me. Sannin. Ha. You and your informants are imbeciles. You have been researching us for the last year and our efforts to find him. Jiraiya blinked, but Hiashi gave him no chance to talk. I agreed that I would give you access and you would be able to train Naruto, and I am a man of my word. But if Naruto has been injured because of your bungling. The teacup that Hiashi held shattered in his hand and the porcelain pieces carved their way into his palm and fingers in his anger before he opened his hand and dropped the bloody pieces to the table and left the room. Izumi came over and cleaned up the remainder of the teacup, then followed quietly after her husband. His Ashi frowned and shook his head before standing by himself. He replaced the ledger on the bookshelf, but before leaving the room left one last bit of information for the Toad Sage. I hope for your sake we find him soon. My brother's patience is almost at an end, and I fear you will be his first target for his frustration since you caused this. Jiraiya watched as the door closed and wondered if he could go live with Gamabunta for a while. After a moment he shrugged and mumbled to himself. Well, I guess the old saying is true. No good deed goes unpunished. 3 months later. The fat man smiled as he waddled into the room, surrounded by his two best bodyguards. The warehouse seemed no different than the last time he was here, if anything it was a little dingier and smelled a little worse, but today he smelled something more, he smelled vindication. Gentlemen. So good to see you all again. I see none of you are the worst for wear. The one man who seemed to be the owner of this little pervert club frowned. Alright Diro. You called us here for a reason, spit it out and be done with it. The fat man named Diro nodded and snapped his fingers. The evil little man with the balding head came in wheeling a covered cage. After stopping it he pulled the cloth away and a small boy in brown leather pants and no shirt crouched there. He also wore a brown leather mask which covered most of his face and head. He blinked at the light until his eyes adjusted, then bowed his head and presented his hand to the balding man. Good boy. Good boy. No pain. Good boy. The balding man smiled at him, reaching into the cage and patting his head. Yes, you are a moppet, you are a very good boy. Diro looked at the assembled men, who stood in shock. A few whispers reached his ears and he just smiled at them. Is that the Kyuubi kid? Did he say good boy? I think it's just bullshit, he doesn't even look like him to me. Diro snapped his fingers and the balding man unlocked the cage and pointed to Diro. The boy bounded over, very similar to a dog or wolf, and crouched at his feet. The fat man reached down and patted his head. I assure you it is him and he is compliant because he has no other choice. But I am willing to concede to a test. The man who had scoffed the loudest leaned closer. What kind of test? Diro grinned, baring his teeth. Bring in one of your pitsters and I will send him against yours and we will know for sure. The man threw back his head and laughed. This clown wouldn't last 5 seconds against my pit fighters. Diro nodded, then looked down at the boy, then shrugged. Yes, you are right. That wouldn't be much of a contest. Bring in 2 of your fighters. The man blinked in shock but then laughed again, even harder this time. You're serious, him versus 2 of my pitsters. What's in it for me? Diro nodded as he reached into his jacket and pulled out a bag. Very well. 100 silver lakhs if he cannot beat them. The man nodded as he wiped his hands one over the other and walked over to a crate in the side of the room and opened it. Inside were 2 heavily scarred boys. They were chained to each other by the neck and in turn to a ring on the floor. They crouched naked there until the man unchained the ring, then removed the chain from their necks. Slowly they walked out into the warehouse and looked around. No pit tonight boys, but we have a special. They looked at him expectantly and he pointed to the boy. Kill him and the best food I can buy will be yours tonight. And a girl for you to share. One boy nodded over and over again, repeating to the girl. Girl. The other panted and drooled at whatever thought was in his mind, but fearful eyes turned and took in the boy in leather, who was much smaller than themselves, and a look of anticipation came to him. The boy looked up at Diro, then at the bald man. Diro nodded to him and the bald man took out a little black box that had a red and a green button on its surface and a little controlled dial. At the side of the box Naruto immediately put his left hand above his head, palm facing the floor, and lowered pleading eyes to a spot 6 inches in front of him and uttered over and over again, good boy. No pain. Good boy. No pain. The man nodded and snapped his fingers at Naruto and his head snapped back up to him. Listen to me, Moppet. See those boys? They want to hurt you. But you must hurt them. Hurt them badly. Do you understand? Remember the dogs. Remember how they hurt you, what you had to do. Naruto's head slowly turned and his face changed. His eyes shadowed, then became red as he growled at the ones he faced. The 2 pit fighters seemed to take this in uncertainty, but when the heated touch of a whip struck across both of their backs, they howled in pain and charged forward. The boy watched as they came, then seemed to change. A red shadow seemed to form over him and suddenly he was on them. He struck one boy across the belly, the one who kept repeating to the girl, even as his fist connected with the side of his head, but instead of going down, he took the momentum from the blow and flew back towards the other boy and landed on his chest, driving him to the ground. The first boy took 2 steps, then screamed in pain as his stomach opened and his intestines and other viscera poured out onto the floor, where he thrashed helplessly, trying in vain to hold the contents of his body in with his hands. The other boy fared a little better as he was able to land a few punches over and over again, but what he didn't realize was that the boy was not trying to fight him in the same manner. The masked boy's hands maneuvered him further up the larger boy's body, then suddenly snatched his head upward, exposing his throat for a moment before he dove in, and the sound of teeth meeting flesh and tearing cartilage could be heard, and the boy's gurgling cry as his limbs grew weaker and weaker until he moved no more. The boy threw his bloody face back and howled, fangs and claws bared, and seemed to be growing as he crouched there. The room was quiet as the men stood in horror, watching the change with rapt attention, not knowing what to do until the owner of the warehouse spoke. "He killed them. He killed you too, best Rory." Rory just stood in shock as he watched the boy slowly turn his head in his direction. Diro remembered the last time the child got that look and snapped his fingers. The bald man pointed the box at the boy and pressed the green button, and the sound of electricity arcing made the boy scream in pain and fall to the floor in convulsions. Diro waved a hand, and the bald man pressed the red button on the box, and the current stopped, leaving the boy whimpering on the floor. Diro walked within 10 feet of the first boy who was no longer breathing and waved his hand before looking at Rory. "Do you see? With the right incentive and training, I have the best way for me to make money." Pointing at the boy's unmoving form, he smiled. "Think of it, gentlemen. I can do almost anything and make a mint in the process. All you saw was Kyubi when he was first brought to us. Well, I see a powerful weapon, and as he gets older and stronger, I can have him do more and more. Think of it, kidnappings, assassinations, hell, I could even use him to thwart ninja missions and have the opposition pay me for it." Rory was still shocked at how easily his two best were decimated right before his eyes and shook his head. "You're a fool, Diro. Eventually he'll slip your control, and then I'll be hearing about you being found gutted in your own house." Diro merely laughed. "A fool am I? Whose prizes lie in their own blood right now, yours or mine?" The bald man stepped forward. "As long as he wears that mask he cannot disobey. It is a device of my own design." He walked over and ran a finger over the boy's masked head and chuckled. "All I have to do is press this button and 50,000 volts of electricity are transferred straight to him, smoking him instantly." Roughly turning his head around, he pointed to a small block lock protrusion on the back of the mask. "And no one but me and Diro know the safe way to remove the mask without it shocking the shit out of him. But since I do not plan on removing the mask, no worry of disobedience." The boy began to stir, and the bald man stood straight again as he lifted his head up. "Bad? Punishment?" The bald man nodded as he reached down and patted Naruto's head despite him flinching slightly. "Only a little moppet, but you are good again, aren't you?" The boy nodded as he got his hands and feet under him and crouched next to him, licking the blood from himself, all the while in between licks mumbling, "Good boy. Good boy." Diro, seeming quite pleased with himself, smiled and nodded to the cages at the side of the warehouse. "What are we there for? I believe I will reward him for his efforts." The bald man leaned closer and whispered to him, but Diro waved him off. "He is mine and I will do as I wish." The bald man shrugged and stepped back, not saying anything further. Diro walked over to the cages, looking inside and smiling. He picked a little boy no older than 10, then chose a brown-haired girl who also looked no older than 10. He gestured to the children and his men came over and collected them, placing them inside of gunny sacks, tied hand and foot, and also gagged. After a few indecisive moments he snapped his fingers and pointed to the floor at his right side, and immediately the boy ran over and crouched there, smiling happily as the man patted his head. "Which one? Which one in this cage do you find pretty?" The boy looked at the cage and saw the children who remained and cocked his head slightly. He looked them over, then leaned forward and sniffed at one who still wore clothes and smelled of something he remembered long ago. He felt a lurch in his stomach and nodded to her. "Pretty." Hiro smiled and nodded to the warehouse owner. "He likes this one. It seems he has good taste." The warehouse owner nodded as her unconscious form was pulled from the cage and deposited in a burlap sack. "We just got her a few hours ago. But you need to get rid of her fast. She is a hot commodity." Hiro looked at him and frowned. "What do you mean? You know where she is from?" The warehouse owner nodded as he took the money Diro offered. "Yeah, and I would have shipped her out of the city as fast as possible. She wears the crest of the Hyuga clan." The Ashi sat with his brother and Jiraiya. They were quietly talking of the plans they needed to make and how they would proceed. Thus far Naruto's whereabouts were still a mystery. They were beginning to get serious reports of sightings of him roughly 3 months ago, before he seemed to disappear again. So they at least had hope he was still in the city. The conversation seemed to be going rather well as the three men talked quietly, and Hiashi began to see Jiraiya had ideas that none of them had considered seriously in the beginning. But now it seemed all other options had been completely exhausted. The previous efforts amounted to a lot of wasted manpower and money which Hiashi was able to brush off the council before, but some of the council's members were getting antsy and wanted to know what the project was that Hiashi was spending his time on. They needed results and they needed them soon. The door flew open and a panicked Izumi fell into the room, tears streaming down her face. All three men jumped to their feet and rushed to her as she practically screamed over and over again. "She's gone. She's gone." Hiashi felt his stomach slam into his feet and a look of fear crept into his features as he asked. Who is gone?" Praying silently to Kami that he was wrong. Izumi panted then rushed out the words that would horrify all of them in the room. "Hinata is gone. Her maid cannot find her, she isn't in her room, and no one has seen her for hours. She's gone. Chapter 4. Hinata felt a little lightheaded as she tried to open her eyes. Everything seemed to be spinning inside her head, and as she blinked her head ached more. She whimpered slightly at the vertigo feeling because she didn't understand it. But she tried not to move again until it began to pass. Using her hand she felt the floor and realized she was on a stone floor. Was she still outside? It didn't feel like the path in the garden. Her mouth frowned as she tried to clear the fog in her mind and still couldn't penetrate it completely. After a few minutes she tried to open her eyes again to see where she was. The vertigo was still there, but it was lessening enough for her to turn her head to the right and she could barely make out in the dark that she was near a stone wall. She reached up and touched it and it confirmed for her that she was not anywhere in the garden she would recognize and her mind began to run rampant as fear began to settle in. Slowly she rolled over onto her other side and looked around but could not make out anything further than a few feet away. She whimpered again but scooted backwards until her back was pressed against the wall. Panic was on the edges of her mind. She wanted to scream out for help. But her father's words made her stop and think. Flashback. The Ashi stood watching his daughter as she practiced Okada in the private training room of the house dojo. She was doing quite well for a 3-year-old. And he had no doubt despite the challenges of learning the gentle fist, she would be a pioneer. When she stumbled she blinked and turned fearful eyes to her father, then quickly went back to the exercise. Hiashi waited until she did it again before he decided to do something about it. Hinata, come here my daughter. Hinata blinked then nodded. His tone of voice told her it was nothing bad, but it was serious. Stepping to the edge of the platform she bowed herself out before standing in front of him with her head lowered. Yes, father. He smiled down at her, then rubbed her head softly. Hina-chan, you must always remember all the enemies that you may face when you get older. These two are your greatest. He sat down and crossed his legs in front of her, so she did also and looked at him expectantly. Fear and panic. They go hand in hand. If you have fear, then eventually you will panic unless you stop it early. She blinked at him but nodded slightly, so he smiled at her warmly before continuing. If you stop or control your fear, then you will not panic. Once you panic however, you have lost. Panic will cause you to make costly mistakes, forget what needs to be done, even how to do it. Always, keep your head level and your kai focused, and you will be able to solve any problem. Hinata smiled, then hugged him with a quiet, thank you daddy. Before disengaging from him and running back to the platform to continue her practice. Hiashi grinned as he watched her. She would make a fine kunoichi someday. Recall. She slowed her breathing until her heart stopped pounding and the butterflies stopped dancing in her stomach and she found she was able to sit up without her head hurting too much. She pressed her back against the wall and she realized she was only wearing her t-shirt and panties and she started to panic again. Mother would be very cross with me for being in my underwear. Where are my clothes? What has happened to me? Where am I? Hinata remembered the time she came bolting from her room in her night clothes and her mother had severely scolded her. She said it was unladylike and not proper to run around if she was not dressed. Hinata had taken the scolding to heart and never again left her room unless she was fully dressed for the day. As she thought these things she had a sudden flash of insight as she realized she was not in her home or anywhere near it because her mother would not let her be in this state of undress, let alone in a dark cold room. Slowly her memories started to clear. And she began to remember what had happened. Flashback 2. She was in the compound, somewhere near the south wall closest to the city's busiest areas. Her maid had left to go to the bathroom to take care of feminine needs. Or so she said to Hinata with a smile. Hinata shrugged and continued to watch the butterflies flitting about and sniffed at the pretty flowers. She probably had to poop. Hinata thought then giggled. Well it was okay, she had been in the garden by herself before. She liked this area because the flowers seemed to grow so much better here. Her father had told her it was because of the different soil. The plants were able to draw more nutrients and minerals than in other areas. Her father and mother often talked about moving some of the soil to the private garden and replanting. But Hinata had begged them not to. Her reasoning was that the plants in the private garden had grown accustomed to the soil they were in, and if they moved the soil from here, these plants might not do so well anymore. His mother and father smiled at her and said they would look for another way to improve the private garden, much to her happiness. The light stomp made her jump slide and look behind her. A strange boy stood in the section of bluebells that the hummingbirds liked so much, but worse still he had trampled a few of them. Hey. Don't stand there. You are hurting my flowers. The boy looked around himself then smiled with a slight bow. I'm sorry, I didn't know there were flowers on this side of the wall. Hinata watched him warily, then nodded. She didn't know who this was. He wasn't a Hyuga and he was not very clean. She could smell something sour about him. But she couldn't tell what it was. Well I will fix them. You shouldn't be here, if the guards catch you they will beat you and call the watchman. you should go now." She did not want to yell at him because he might get cross and yell back. He was much older and bigger than she was, but she was still a little cross herself because of her flowers. The boy looked her over. His eyes moved up and down her body, and since Hinata had never had any experience with men and the way they view women, she didn't realize he was sizing her up. "I'm sorry again, little miss. I'll tell you what, I'll help you fix them and then I will leave. It is the least I can do to hurt your flowers." She didn't understand sarcasm, so when the boy spoke the way he did, she clapped her hands and thanked him. Hinata got on her knees and started moving the soil and resituating the flowers so they would stand straight again when an arm went around her chest and a smelly cloth was placed against her mouth and nose. At first she was surprised and reflexively took a deep breath to scream. And that was her undoing as her eyelids got heavy and she felt the strength leave her limbs. As her consciousness left her, she felt his hand squeezed her bottom and he laughed. "A good price for this one. Recall." Hinata reached back and rubbed her bottom. She couldn't understand why he did that. But she also didn't understand why he brought her here. She finally started to feel better enough that she stood and felt along the wall. After a few minutes she decided to try the Byakugan. She was not very good with it yet, she could only use the first layer and not for very long, but it would be better than standing here in the dark. She concentrated for a moment and with a hand sign she quietly activated her blood limit. Byakugan. She looked around and everything looked grey and black and she could see that she was in a room but also inside a cage. The cage was mounted to the wall and had one door in front of her with a large heavy-looking lock securing it. She started to walk towards it but to her left she noticed a large pile of what looked like hay. She blinked as she looked at it then took a step closer to it. That moment is when she noticed a boy in the hay and he seemed to be sleeping. She could tell it wasn't the boy who took her, so there was no worry about that in her mind, but she was hoping maybe he could tell her where she was and how she could get out so she could go home. At that thought a longing opened inside of her and she almost cried. But she formed her chin and became determined not to be afraid or act like a baby. She reached tentatively for the boy's shoulder and lightly poked it. The boy's body rocked, but he did not get up. She did it again, a little harder, but again got the same result. Taking a deep breath she poked him and whispered. "Hey. Excuse me. Hey." But again with each poke there was little or no response. But the frustrated stomp of her foot and whine, she poked him very hard. "Hey." His eyes snapped open and he looked at her and she almost jumped back with a little scream as the most piercing blue eyes she had ever seen stared at her. So surprised was she that the Byakugan deactivated and she didn't even notice. Only those beautiful eyes which seemed to hold her in place. Hinata's stomach fluttered again and something suddenly clicked inside of her. Something she didn't understand. But when she looked into those eyes she felt calm, excited, and something she felt only when she was alone in the gardens. She felt at peace. Naruto looked at the girl the master brought home for him and blinked. What was he supposed to do with her? There was barely enough hay for him to sleep on. Maybe she. No. No one had washed his clothes for him since the woman who watched him had died. Well, maybe she. No. He was fed regularly in the morning and at night. Besides, there was no food for her to cook. Naruto was at a loss. He had seen girls before and they all avoided him before he was captured, so his experience with them was a bit limited. Still, he liked the way she smelled. It reminded him of the lady who took care of him. Her house smelled like it all the time and she had been very nice to him. Maybe this one would be nice to him too. He sat up and faced her, causing her to shrink back a little, but then moved closer when he did not make any threatening moves. He usually did not speak unless to get his point across, which the men who controlled him preferred, but for some reason he wanted to talk to her, but did not know what to say. As luck would have it, she did not have this problem. My name is Hinata. What is your name?" Naruto looked at her sideways, then slowly repeated her name. Hinata. Hinata blinked, then shook her head. "My name is Hinata." She thought for a moment then touched her chest. Hinata. Reaching out she touched his chest. Naruto flinched slightly, but when her fingertips made contact with his skin, he felt a tingle all the way to his toes, something he had never experienced before. And decided he liked it. With a little trepidation he touched his chest next to her hand. Moppet. It must be his name now. The bald man called him that all of the time. The woman who was raising him used to call him Naruto, but maybe it was just something that she called him. He really was not sure at this point. Hinata blinked at the strange name, but nodded and gave him a friendly smile. Moppet, do you know where we are? Naruto looked around then shrugged. Moppet. Home. Hinata took this in as he looked at her expectantly. She wasn't sure what to talk about next. There were so many questions and she had nowhere to start until she felt a need and she squeezed her legs together. Moppet. Where is the bathroom? I have to tinkle. Naruto looked at her and frowned. What was this tinkle she spoke of? Was it a game? He had not played games in a very long time. But she said bathroom. He shrugged as he thought she wanted to use the bathroom, then they would play this tinkle game. He pointed to the corner of the cage and there was a covered pot in there. Hinata slowly crawled over to the pot and when she lifted the lid, the smell made her wrinkle her nose. It had not been changed yet and the smell was quite strong. You. Naruto grinned then mimicked her. You. Hinata had an actual bathroom in her room on the estate grounds. But she had used chamber pots before. She turned and was about to pull down her panties when she noticed he was still watching her. She stopped and he blinked at her and she blinked at him. You're not supposed to watch. Naruto frowned as he thought about that. Why? Hinata frowned and resorted to an age-old adage. Because my mom said boys are not supposed to watch girls do this. Naruto blinked again. Why? Hinata opened her mouth then closed it, thought for a few seconds, then answered him. Because my mom says so. Naruto thought for a second, not sure if that made sense or not. Why? Hinata thought about this again and tried to think of what else her mother had said on this subject but could only think of the last thing she had told her. Because it isn't right. At this tender age, Hinata had not yet been educated in sex or why these activities were a private matter. Indeed her mother had only told her it was not proper, boys and girls are different. And because she said so, which usually was the end of the conversation unless she wanted her bottom paddled and sent to bed with no supper. So when Naruto yet again asked, why? Hinata very well could not tell him he would get his bottom paddled. Unless her mother did it at a later date. They were the same size, but she was not an adult and couldn't do such a thing to him. After a few more minutes Hinata started to sniffle because she did not know what to say or what to do. This distressed Naruto to no end and he came over to her. Why cry? Hurt? Hinata shook her head negatively but tried through her sniffles to explain. My mother said. I shouldn't let a boy see me do this. It isn't right. Sniff sniff. Naruto not understanding but not wanting her to cry, did not know what to do or say. On one hand, he was told the same thing by the lady who took care of him when he was younger. But no one seemed to care if he was going to the bathroom now when he had to go. Should he turn away? Should he watch? Surprisingly, he took her hand and held it and she wiped her eyes with the other hand. For some reason she felt much better when he did that and most of her unease of the situation evaporated and she waited to see what he would do. He smiled at her, then with his other hand he pointed himself at the pot and peed into it until he could go no more. Hinata blinked and realized for the first time. He was naked. She had been so intent on his eyes she had not looked at the rest of him. She felt a surge of emotion she could not identify, she had never felt this before but it made her face feel slightly warm. He just smiled at her, then pointed to the pot. You go. It's okay. Hinata looked at the pot, then looked at him again, then nodded as she pulled her panties down and did her business. After she was done, she realized there was no paper or water to clean herself. She looked around but could find nothing. When she felt the urge to cry again, Naruto reached out and took off her t-shirt. She was on the verge of stopping him, but his hands were insistent, so she relented. He then tore the shirt into strips and handed them back to her. With a huge smile she accepted them and used one to clean herself, then recovered the pot. Naruto walked over to the hay and slivered into it like a snake and sighed. Hinata watched him with wonder, then realized she was cold. She hugged herself as best she could, but she did not feel any warmer. She once again felt the urge to cry. She was in a strange place, with a strange boy, and she missed her home and her parents. She tried not to make any noise, but the boy must have heard her. Sitting up he blinked at her, then with a sigh he begrudgingly patted the hay next to him. Hinata frowned at first, but the choice between freezing and sharing a makeshift bed with this stranger was a relatively easy one, as the voice of her mother telling her it wasn't proper slowly got softer and softer until she couldn't hear it anymore. She settled into the hay next to him, trying to get as close as possible to share his body heat without actually touching him. Naruto noticed her shivering. Then remembered how he used to be held by the woman who took care of him, so he reached over and pulled her close to him, her back against his chest. Hinata stiffened. She had only ever been hugged by her father and her uncle or cousin Niji, but never by any other boy. Again because it didn't seem proper. But his arm seemed gentle and it did make her feel warmer and there was something about this that made her fear slip away, made her mother's admonishments go silent, ultimately made her feel comfortable. She moved closer to him and felt the way she did when her father used to hold her like this. At this point, she could not see what was so wrong about it. Maybe her mother was wrong about other things too. She did a slight double take as she thought about it. Could a mother be wrong? They seemed to know everything. But why would her mother tell her things like that if they were wrong? Obviously she was wrong about using the bathroom. And there was nothing wrong with them sleeping together like this. In fact, it felt right. With a slight nod of her head, Hinata reached down and pushed her panties to her feet, then kicked them off, before settling back against him again. The new contact felt more comfortable than before, and she found it did not hurt or shame her the way her mother would describe. Naruto felt her bare skin against his, and he was surprised. He actually felt comfortable and did not mind her sleeping here like this with him. In fact, before he dropped off to sleep again, he put more of the hay on top of her than he had on himself. She sighed as actual sleep began to take her, and she felt warm and secure. Hinata did not think any more about her surroundings because she wasn't alone anymore. She would talk to whoever came to feed them in the morning. Then she would go home. But she also found herself hoping she could still talk to Moppet. The two quietly drifted off to sleep, not aware that things would not be the way either of them wanted it to be. The Ashi had every available man and woman scouring the city. He had gone to the guardsmen, he had questioned everyone, and he even went to the Hokage. Everyone including the Anbu had been alerted and no stone was being left unturned. The trackers had discovered Hinata had been taken from the south wall of the Hyuga estates by an unkempt youth. He used chloroform on her, then carried her down to the industrial sector of the city. That is where they lost her trail. The Ashi was in a rage that no one had ever seen before, but at the same time he was in a panic that no one had ever seen before. He knew of slavers and the black market. The slavers were a hidden organization that kept its ugly face hidden, lest they faced the executioner's axe. No one in the Leaf tolerated it because it knew no distinction between young and old. Jiraiya was well versed with their tactics because he kept a close eye on the underworld and its doings for information. Knowing this, he and Hiashi, Izumi, and his Ashi had a long conversation about what to expect. Izumi could barely keep her composure as she worried so heavily about Hinata and her safety. Hiashi only wanted to get his hands on the half-witch who would dare to lay a finger on a Hyuga, let alone his own daughter. Do what you can with your resources, Hiashi-sama. I will get mine reoriented immediately so we can find your daughter. Hiashi nodded as he hugged his wife close, trying to regain his composure. I promise, anyone who harms her will suffer like no man has ever suffered before. As Ashi laid a hand on his brother's shoulder and squeezed it before Hiashi turned and led his wife back to their room. When they had left the room, his Ashi looked at the Sannin and frowned. I do not like you for obvious reasons, and I do not care if you do not like me, but I will do anything to make sure Hinata is unharmed. I know you have some idea of what to do and where to go. So I promise you this, I will cooperate with you fully, do everything as you say, give you whatever you want if you will help me to get her back. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, but then nodded slightly. Alright. It seems we have a lot to do and no time to do it. Go change into something less regal and meet me at the front gate. You and I will begin our search. Ashi nodded, then turned and ran for his house. Hiro counted his money and nodded. He would have more than enough. He was a student of the old adage, with money, anything is possible. The bold man came into the room and sat in a chair in front of Diro's desk. Without looking up from what he was doing, Diro measured his associate. Is it taken care of? The man nodded. The bodies are in the sewage, and if they are discovered before they finish decomposing, they will still be unrecognizable. Hiro smiled. The two were delicious, but he did not have room for extra baggage. And is everything prepared for my journey? The bald man cleared his throat. I still do not think this is a good idea. But all is ready. Hiro looked up from his ledger and frowned. Your opinion is noted and again ignored. Do your part here while I am gone, and when I come back we can all enjoy the fruits of your labor. The bald man shrugged. As you wish. Hiro grinned as he finished his expense report, then placed the ledger in the desk and locked it. If he was right, and he was seldom wrong, he could retire just from the next few jobs he had planned for the kid. Then he would have to decide what to do with him. Chapter 5. Hinata was content as she lay quietly against her new friend. He snored lightly, and his nose made a little whistling sound whenever he breathed in. Which of course made her giggle. But there was something about him, especially the marks on his cheeks. They looked like little whiskers. As she looked at him she wondered if he was part cat. But that was silly. Still. If he was she could give him catnip and warm milk and she could listen to him purr when she scratched behind his ears. She wasn't allowed to have a cat in the house, but if he was around she wouldn't need one. She nodded quietly to herself as she thought about it, then lay her head back down next to him. She had felt much better sleeping next to him than she had sleeping in her own bed. It was strange to say the least, but she wasn't concerned anymore. She knew she was safe with him. She didn't know how she knew, or even why. She just knew. As her eyes opened and she looked at him sleeping again, she recalled one of the little talks her mother had tried to have with her. Flashback. Hinata's mother was showing her how to make conserved tea in one of the spare rooms that she had converted expressly for teaching her. Hinata knelt next to the serving set, hands resting in her lap as she waited for her mother to finish setting up when a thought occurred to her and she really wanted to know the answer. Mama. Why are we different? Her mother raised an eyebrow but did not stop what she was doing. What do you mean my daughter? Hinata blinked as she looked at her mother. You said boys and girls are different. How? Izumi's hand hovered over the teapot then slowly lowered to her side. She had blushed slightly, then looked at her daughter. We are made different. Boys and girls have different parts. That is why it is not proper for little girls to use the bathroom in front of little boys or for you to run around without the proper clothing. Hinata frowned as she thought about this, then brightened as she came to a conclusion. But you are different from me. Izumi thought about that then smiled at her daughter. Yes, in some ways I am. But that is because I am older. When you get older, you will be similar to the way I look now. Hinata giggled and Izumi curled an eyebrow at her again. Your source of humor, my daughter. Hinata pointed at her mother's chest, still giggling. Will I have big shirt pillows too? Izumi looked at Hinata's finger, seeing the area she was pointing at, then gave an exasperated sigh, then poked her daughter's nose lightly with her index finger. Yeah, Hinata. I think you have been sneaking into your uncle's library and reading his private collection. Hinata blinked at this as she rubbed her nose, but before she could answer her mother said in her usual no-nonsense tone, enough. We are studying tea serving, not anatomy. Boys and girls are different and that is all you need to know for now. And that is because I say so, and as you know. Mother knows best. She said this with a smile on her face. But Hinata well knew her mother's tone of voice, counted how she was thinking, and right now she meant business. At those words Hinata straightened up and nodded. Hi mama. Her call. So when she noticed Naruto peeing last night she realized her mother was right about something. Boys and girls were different. But they needed to do the same things, so they were not so different. Her thought process was interrupted by the sound of a door being unlocked, which made her jump and look towards the far wall away from where she lay. The man who trained Naruto walked into the room and turned on a switch, causing a bright light to fill the room. The brightness made her blink and cover her eyes and made Naruto squirm lightly before he sat up, knocking the hay aside, and he began rubbing his eyes. The man placed a tray near a small opening in the cage that looked like it was designed just for this purpose and then walked over and picked up the chamber pot and dumped its contents down a chute in the side of the wall. Naruto stood naked and walked over to the tray of food and knelt down in front of it. The man came over and ruffled Naruto's hair as he knelt there and smiled at him. Good morning, Muppet. I trust you slept well. More of a statement than a question. And Naruto made no response. He had learned early not to interrupt this man when he spoke. And how are we feeling today? Naruto kept his head down but raised his left hand above his head in an automatic response. Good boy. No pain. Good boy. The man nodded as he stepped back from the cage. Very good. You may eat now and make sure you feed your little friend. You have a big trip ahead of you and you will need energy for what is coming ahead. Naruto didn't comment but turned and the dog walked over to the hay and dug around until he uncovered Hinata. She blinked at him as he smiled down at her and she felt a warm sensation envelope her. He turned slightly and pointed to the tray, then opened his mouth and pointed a finger to it. Food. Eat. Hinata sat up and nodded at him. When he saw she was up, he turned and scampered back to the tray where he leaned forward and sniffed lightly at it. The man with the bald head seemed to be busy doing something at a table near the door, so Hinata took this time to squirm her way back into her panties before cautiously coming out of the hay and kneeling next to Naruto in front of the tray. Naruto looked at her, then tugged lightly on the waistband of her underwear before looking at her in confusion. Hinata had thought about coming over naked the way Naruto did. But she trusted Naruto. She did not trust this man that would turn and look at them every so often. She felt a creepy feeling whenever he spoke, not like the warm sensation whenever she heard or looked at her cellmate. At first, when he opened the door she was going to ask about going home. But the man made her feel so uncomfortable, she almost urinated on herself in fear. She made sure she was close to Naruto, but refused to look at the man's face or say anything. She looked at the tray and saw that there were pieces of cooked meat and a bowl of what appeared to be milk. Naruto reached down and took a piece of meat and took a hearty bite and chewed on it noisily, mouth open and slobbering every other bite. Hinata watched him and when she realized she would not be getting any silverware, picked up a smaller piece of meat off the tray and nibbled on it more delicately. After she finished her first piece, Naruto was already starting on his fourth piece and seemed to be nowhere near ready to stop. His appetite was huge and she was amazed at how quickly he could wolf it down. As she reached for the last piece his hand made contact with hers and they both looked at the meat, then at their hands touching, and they both smiled at each other. Hinata smiled cutely, then pushed the meat to him. You can have it, you seem hungrier than I am. But her stomach growling made him frown and touch her belly with a fingertip. Hungry. Like me. She blushed slightly but shook her head no. Naruto picked up the meat with a shrug, took a smaller than normal bite of it, then handed the rest to Hinata. She blinked at him but looked at the meat slice in his hand with hungry eyes. Finally, when he didn't take it back after a few seconds, she gingerly took the meat and quietly thanked him. He grinned, then sipped from the bowl of milk, every so often glancing at Hinata, then looking away if she saw him. For some odd reason, he could not keep his eyes off of her. He wanted to look at her, and his slightest smile made him feel all warm and silly. He didn't know what this meant, but he liked it. He liked it a lot. On the other hand, Hinata hadn't expected him to give the rest of the meat. She knew he was hungry, even though he ate a lot more than she did, so when he did, it made her feel even warmer inside than she did earlier. She also found herself feeling in a way she never had before. Warm and happy inside, with little squirmy things in her stomach. Not that you sickos. She didn't know what this meant. But she also liked the way it felt. The man's voice broke both of their moods and caused them to look at him. Use the pot, I feel it will be a while before you can do so again. Naruto went over to the chamber pot and began to do his business, but Hinata stayed and tried to see what the man was doing. He seemed to be adjusting something on an article of clothing he held. Hinata tilted her head as she watched, but her train of thought was broken by Naruto as he poked her shoulder lightly. She turned and looked at him, a question on her face, but understood when she saw him pointing to the chamber pot. She nodded, then walked over to it, but she stopped when she saw the bald man looking at her. But he wasn't just looking at her. It was like he was analyzing. Studying her. As she realized he was looking at her, she became aware of a feeling that she had never experienced before. It made her shiver and feel really awkward. Maybe this is what her mother had meant. Maybe it was wrong for people to see you go potty. Naruto's face broke her vision to the old man, and he grinned at her, which brought a deep feeling of relief to her. But when he went to move away and the man had a full view of her again, the feeling returned and it made her whimper as her hands clenched the waistband of her panties and she froze in a half-squatting position. Naruto looked where she was staring and realized she seemed upset that the bald man was looking at her. The man always looked at him and it didn't make him feel strange in any way. Maybe because he was used to it. So Naruto didn't understand her discomfort. Still, it seemed to make him feel strange in his chest to hear her make such noises. Like a pain, but different. He thought for a second, then stepped into the man's field of vision, blocking his line of sight to Hinata. Hinata felt as if she would collapse in relief. With a grateful smile, she quickly did her business and cleaned up just as the man came over to see what they were doing. With a surprised smile, he took note of what Naruto had done and what he was doing. Ah. So you like her, do you? That is very interesting indeed. With that said, he turned again and went over to the bench he was working at, causing Naruto and Hinata to look at each other. Naruto cocked his head at her and grinned. Like. Hinata grinned back at him in return and blushed lightly. It was a funny feeling that she couldn't understand. But now when she looked at him, after him protecting her the way he did, the crawly things got more active in her stomach and her face would get hot. She didn't remember ever feeling this way before, but she knew it wasn't a bad feeling, just a different one. In fact, there was something about this feeling, even though it made her legs feel weak and like she had a fever, she liked it. Their thoughts were broken by the man snapping his fingers. Naruto jumped, then scampered over to the edge of the cell where the tray slot was and knelt there with his hands pressed palms down to the floor. The man nodded at his instant response and came over and ruffled his hair before sliding the obedience mask on his head. Naruto didn't move a muscle as the man molded it in place, then raised his head by tilting his chin up until he could look into his eyes. With a nod, the man turned and walked back to the bench and Naruto sat with his teeth clenched. It became obvious he was afraid as the man turned back holding the black box in his hands and Naruto began to tremble. Do not worry, it is the usual test method. You are not being punished. Naruto nodded, still taut as a bowstring, then screamed as the current shot through him, but was cut out almost as fast as it began. Hinata screamed too as she saw the look of agony etched on his face and ran over to help him. Thankfully, the current was already off as she reached him and the man watched in curiosity as she touched his face and began to cry for him. Mop it. Mop it. She shook his shoulder a few times, but he did not respond to her voice or her touch. In anger, she turned to the balding man and screamed. What did you do to him, you big meanie? Please don't hurt him anymore. To her surprise, she felt Naruto's hand touch her hand, touching his cheek, and she saw him smile at her. Okay, no pain, just a test. Good boy, no pain, good boy. The balding man nodded but made sure to note the authentic affection she displayed for him in such a short time. Yes, it was just a test. You're a good boy right now. Hinata didn't know what to make of this, so she stayed quiet, but she felt a huge surge of relief wash through her as Naruto rose up and rested on his knees looking at her curiously. Are you okay? She asked, a slight tremor in her voice. Naruto cocked his head to the left, then nodded. Yes, I'm okay. Good boy. Hinata smiled in relief and threw her arms around his neck, a few tears clouding her vision for a moment. Naruto, completely surprised by her behavior, knelt there for a moment, then hesitantly hugged her back. enjoying the sensation but unsure of it at the same time. It had been a long time since he had had this kind of contact with anyone. But like an old rusty machine coming to life again, the old behavior and the feelings it brought reawakened in him and he closed his eyes and held her as she cried. Jiraiya walked over to Hisashi with a grim look on his face. He was not in his usual Sannin outfit nor was he dressed in any conspicuous way. He wore simple peasant attire, a straw hat and carried a walking stick. He approached a man dressed similarly and sat in the chair across from him. My informant tells me she was taken to a warehouse in this district. There are some men that meet there on certain nights and they barter in all kinds of things. Mostly in human trade. Hisashi made a face but sipped his tea as if he were having a normal conversation with a friend. They had gotten more information just by themselves than the entirety of the Hyuga clan. It was hard for him to sit idly by. But they would not blow their cover. Especially if they wanted to get Hinata back. When will these dogs meet again? Hisashi whispered around the cup. Jiraiya smiled and slapped his hand on the table as if Hisashi told a great joke. Tonight at 9 p.m. Supposedly a new shipment of exotic goods came in and they try to sell them off as fast as possible. So their timetable has pushed our hand, we have to go tonight or it might be too late. Hisashi almost surged to his feet with a cry of indignation. We can't eat too late, we won't be too late. He thought fiercely to himself. We may have already lost Naruto, we cannot lose Hinata because of these despicable bastards. Jiraiya's cautioning hand seemed to rest on his knee and his eyes practically screamed a warning for him to calm down. Slowly he began to breathe deeper and deeper until he was calm again and smiled at Jiraiya as he poured himself another cup of tea. Glancing around the tavern from under and around the edges of the sunglasses he understood. People were watching the two of them. They were in a darker part of the city, a part that the city guard seldom patrolled. If he gave them away, or if they suspected that they were there to do them no good, they would make Jiraiya and himself disappear like so many others had. At the very least, the ones they were after would disappear and Hinata would be lost. As his mind railed against the thought of losing Hinata, a teenage boy approached them and stood at the far edge of the table away from them both, just out of arm's reach. I hear you two are looking for something special. He said to them in a voice just barely over a whisper. Well, if that's the case, I can take you there. Before the usual time, for a price. Jiraiya, still with hand on Hisashi's knee, squeezed it warningly before grinning at the youth. Why yes. Yes we are. But how do I know you aren't going to lead us somewhere and have a gang of your buddies waiting to rob us blind? Jiraiya looked at Hisashi and smiled. No offense to Tormu. Hisashi smiled also and shrugged his shoulders. None taken Pufin, it has been too many years for me to be sensitive about it now. The youth raised an eyebrow and Jiraiya smiled at him again. My friend has been blind for a while now. So I try not to make jokes about it to him or anyone else. Despite what he says he is still sensitive about it. The boy looked closer, then waved a hand in front of Hisashi's face. When he got no movement or even slight response, he pulled a dagger and thrust it forward, just far enough to make Hisashi flinch. He didn't and inside Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. The boy satisfied with their story shrugged and put the knife back in his belt. Cloth eyes or not, makes no difference to me, as long as your money is good. Jiraiya placed a silver coin on the table and slid it across to the young man, who picked it up and examined it closely. After scratching it with a fingernail, then doing the cliché bite test, he smiled and tucked it in his belt pouch. And the rest? Jiraiya wagged a finger at him. Not until you get us to this place with no signs of treachery. The youth laughed, then nodded. Follow me then. He turned and walked to the front of the tavern then out as Jiraiya took Hisashi by the elbow and led him out the door also. People looked at them as they walked, but none stared too long. It seems curiosity for strangers was everywhere no matter where you went, but that was as far as it went. Curiosity. Unlike the better parts of Konoha, no one stopped you or asked you stupid questions about your business or anything else unless it involved them somehow. Jiraiya frowned as he thought if all of Konoha would adopt that attitude, it might be a better place. Then shook his head as he realized what his thoughts were leading up to and he corrected himself. No. Because this kind of mind your own business breeds indifference as well and helps to create the cesspool that the industrial district of the city has become. A cesspool that has been long overdue for a good cleansing. Starting with the men who work out of this warehouse, it becomes a difference between minding your own business to turning a blind eye. A blind eye will make you blind to many things you should see and by the time you realize what is wrong, it is usually too late to stop it. I hope we aren't too late. As they walked, following the youth, Hisashi also dwelled on his own thoughts. I have no doubt we will save Hinata. We have to. I cannot let my brother go through the pain of losing a child, especially someone as sweet as Hinata. He is strong, but if Hinata were killed, it would break him. And I fear what he would turn into if that happened. It is bad enough he still blames himself for Naruto still being missing, but this would be the end, and I do not think anyone would be able to bring him back from it. I will find Hinata my brother, have no doubt, I will find her or die trying. They followed the youth for a time, and occasionally Jiraiya would squeeze Hisashi's arm, directing his attention to their guide's actions. At first Hisashi saw innocence in his movements, but then he started noticing the subtle differences. The youth would tap a wall on a building, or kick a certain rock, and people in the area would leave or move to a new position. Some were following them, others were probably off to relay messages. Hisashi nodded to himself as he let himself be led by Jiraiya. The thieves here are more organized than I suspected. As much as I hate to admit it, it is a good thing I teamed up with Jiraiya. I would never have gotten this far on my own. The others around them that didn't follow tried to look inconspicuous and made no overt moves, but they did watch them. The hair on the back of Hisashi's neck stood up and he had a general feeling of the eyes on them, but he felt no immediate threat as they turned another corner and came to a large sliding door. The boy turned and held out his hand. "We're here, pay up." Jiraiya looked surprised or feigned surprise. "But, this is an empty alley. Where is this man who is supposed to be?" He let his voice trail off and the youth looked impatient, started tapping his foot. "He's behind this door, but you're not gonna see him till I see the money." Jiraiya thought for a moment then nodded. Reaching into his pouch he took out 4 more silver coins and held them out to the boy. The boy hesitated for a second, then gingerly took them. Despite his tough appearance, Jiraiya could see the nervous glint in his eyes as he took the money and put it in his pouch. After the money was put away the youth regained his confidence, then reached over and slid the door open. Inside. "What you do from here is on you." Jiraiya nodded and led Hisashi through the doorway, but stopped when they heard the door slam shut. The man short in stature sat in front of a table, looking over some papers and making notes on them. "Well, I don't have all day." Jiraiya nodded, then led Hisashi over to the table. Hisashi felt rather than see people, probably guards hiding in the shadows in this room. He could feel at least 4 others in various positions around him and knew that now was not the time to take action. He would let Jiraiya continue his charade until he was needed. Jiraiya smiled as they stopped in front of the table and he put the walking stick in Hisashi's hand. "Well, we are looking to purchase some goods from you." The man grunted, then laid down his pencil and looked at Jiraiya. "Look. Let's be straight up here. You're looking for young flesh. Right?" Jiraiya looked sheepish, then nodded vigorously. Yes. That is what we are looking for." The man laughed and 2 of his guards came forward into the light and shared the laugh. "Well, we can supply you with what you need if you have the money to pay." Jiraiya nodded and produced a silver lakh and laid it on the table. The man nodded then gestured to one of his guards who turned and walked back to where he had been and flipped on a light. In the corner was a cage with 7 children of various ages. The oldest no more than 12. Hisashi swallowed hard, barely controlling his anger. All of the children were bound and gagged, and some showed signs of having been beaten, as well as other things he did not want to think about. Jiraiya nodded seemingly in satisfaction, then turned to look at Hisashi. "The goods appear to be good Tormu. Shall we?" Hisashi nodded as he activated his Byakugan and palmed to 2 heavy end throwing stars. "Let's." Jiraiya swiftly reached out and poked the guard nearest him in the throat, causing him to choke then gasp for breath, dropping his weapon. Jiraiya then followed up with a right elbow strike to the same man's jaw, breaking it and sending him tumbling to the ground where he didn't move again. Hisashi threw both of the stars with pinpoint accuracy thanks to the Byakugan and took both guards on either side of him in the throat so they could not cry out as they fell to the floor and bled out. With a quick backflip he landed next to the salesman and grabbed him by the shoulder and forced him to his knees just as Jiraiya finished his second guard off with a vicious head, but to the forehead. With a smirk he turned then walked over to the merchant. "Guards. It's so hard to find good ones these days." The man trembled in Hisashi's gasp as he watched Jiraiya approach. What do you want? Don't kill me. I can pay you." Jiraiya shrugged as he squatted down so he could be at eye level with him. "I want information. You had a Hyuga girl in here at least a day ago. Where is she?" The man still trembled but shook his head. "I don't know. I've never had a Hyuga here." Jiraiya shook his head but took Hisashi's place holding him down. Hisashi stood looking down on the small man, then took off his sunglasses, showing his pale eyes. The man moaned in misery and started shaking his head. Jiraiya very casually grabbed his head and held it still, so he could see what Hisashi was doing. Hisashi reached over and gripped the edge of the table, and concentrating his chakra into that same hand, he broke the edge off by flexing his fingers. "You made a mistake by taking any Hyuga for your sick ends. But you especially made a mistake by taking Lord Hyuga's daughter. My niece." The man watched as Hisashi, using just his index finger and thumb, broke piece after piece off the wood until there was nothing left except a splintered pile at his feet. "Oh. What I meant to say is I did not have a Hyuga here for longer than a few hours. Haha. I sold her. Hizashi looked extremely angry, so Jiraiya grabbed the man's ear and began to twist. To whom? The man's face screwed up in pain and his head twisted in the direction his ear was being turned, trying to alleviate the pain. Diro. He is a collector, he lives outside of the district, near King's Road. The man continued to narrate to them Diro's association and even how he had the Kyuubi brat in his possession. Under the promise of pain, the man told all that he knew of Diro, his house, and anything else he could think of. Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. Jiraiya released him, but Hizashi leaned forward and smiled at the little man, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. For what you have done, in the past as well as recently, death is too good for you. His fingers struck faster than the eye could follow and poked 3 points on the front of his forehead and somewhere to the middle of both sides. The man fell to the floor on his side, eyes wide open, and began to drool. Jiraiya looked down, then looked at Hizashi as he flexed his fingers. He isn't dead. But he is now locked inside of his mind. Jiraiya blinked and looked at the man again. You mean he is in a coma? Hizashi shook his head. No. He is unable to move, to speak, anything. He can only see and hear what is going on around him. I can think of no other fitting prison. Jiraiya nodded but gained a newfound respect for the man he was aiding. A very cold-blooded thing he did, but he also could think of nothing better than what he would have done. Will he recover? Hizashi shrugged his shoulders. It is not unheard of. Maybe in a few decades. They went and released the children and soon had members of the watch swarming through the warehouse rounding anyone up that may have been involved. Hizashi and Jiraiya did not stick around for the roundup however, but instead went to Diro's house. Diro had finished packing and was in the process of packing up the 2 other Pakages he was taking with him. They had fitted the girl in matching leather pants as Naruto and a leather halter top to cover her modesty, although Diro kept staring at her after they dressed her. Hinata was happy to be wearing clothes again and she smiled at Naruto and whispered to him. Look, we match now. Naruto nodded and smiled at her in a kid's manner as they both knelt in the cage next to each other. Diro and the bald man both moved a wheeled traveling cage next to the permanent one and opened the door, but as they were about to load them in, there was a commotion outside of the room, loud enough to startle everyone. Sounds of fighting reached their ears and Diro stalked angrily out of the room. The bald man listened intently for a few seconds, then quickly walked to a corner of the room, pressed a random seeming block on the wall, then walked through a doorway that opened. Naruto watched in fascination as it seemed he walked through a solid rock wall. Naruto had never seen anything like it before, but his attention was moved again before he could further contemplate the mystery. The man's cry of pain made them both turn and look to the door, wondering what was happening until Diro came flying in, flung by Jiraiya's hand. Diro crashed into an unconscious heap against the wall, and Jiraiya's eyes widened at the two as Hizashi walked in behind him. As soon as Hinata saw her uncle she clasped her hands in front of her and began crying. The last 24 hours rushed back to her and all the discomfort and pain rushed out in one cry of relief. Ajisan. She wailed as he rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her. Are you hurt? Did they hurt you? Are you alright? She bawled and clung to him so for a time he could not get any coherent thoughts from her, but in that time, the city watch arrived and began to clean up the remainder of the mess and took Diro into custody. The bald man, unfortunately, was nowhere to be found, but the only person to notice his disappearance was Naruto, and he was still too distracted and nervous by all the new faces around him. The Hokage was notified, and he along with Hiashi and Aomi, rushed to the guard's main office, where they all were taken to be questioned. Hinata had not left Naruto's side the entire time, but she would not let either of them leave Hizashi's side. Hinata looked with anxiety at her mother until with tears in her eyes, she ran up and scooped Hinata up and held her tight. Hiashi rushed over and hugged them both before looking at Naruto. He looked at Jiraiya and then Hizashi questioningly and they both nodded. Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. We haven't been able to check yet, but we're almost 100% positive. It's him. Naruto, not sure what to do, crouched down on all fours and tried not to draw attention to himself. He only knew one person here for sure. He didn't recognize anyone else and he felt once again scared and alone. Chapter 6. It was going to be one of those days. Hiashi looked at Jiraiya who in turn looked to Hizashi who in turn looked back at Hiashi. None of them knew what to do. It was originally thought that Naruto would be a normal 4-year-old boy. He would run and play, learn and adapt to his new life in the Hyuga compound. Since Hinata's kidnapping, the guards had been doubled and no child was to be left alone for any reason. It was discovered the maid in question had gone to the restroom as she told Hinata, but had also gone and talked to one of the guards she had been flirting with in the past. The guard was chastised and demoted. The maid, however, was discharged from the main house's work staff and reassigned to a new position where she would learn from her mistakes. Jiraiya was not told where, but he knew his Ashi had a bad temper and Ashi was more than prepared to make someone suffer for his daughter's discomfort. The good news was Hinata. Hinata seemed to bounce back from her ordeal with little to no adverse effects, much to Hiashi and Izumi's relief. The very next day she was tending her flowers, smiling and baking in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Naruto, however. Flashback. Izumi's scream made Hiashi drop his writing brush and bolt toward the bedrooms near his study. He had not heard Izumi scream like that in years and he thought his wife, usually calm and collected, sounded like she was terrified now. He came upon his wife standing with a hand over her mouth and pointing into the open bedroom. As Hiashi gently pushed her aside and looked in on the chaos he never expected to see, he realized she wasn't terrified as much as horrified. The bed that they lay Naruto in the night before was, for lack of a better word, destroyed. The mattress had been torn open and all the stuffing removed, the sheets and blankets were ripped to shreds and the whole mess was piled and mounted into, for lack of a better word, a nest. Hiashi did not know what to say. Least of all what to do. To top it off, it smelled as if someone had defecated somewhere in the room and Hiashi was afraid to think of where. Towards the middle of the mess was a small fold that Hiashi could spot a set of blue eyes staring back at him from in the middle. Watching and waiting to see what he would do. He knew that Naruto had been through a bad ordeal. He knew that Naruto was for all intents and purposes a lost soul. But how to bring him back? Hiashi thought at first to scold him, but then he remembered Naruto's reaction before they got him to the compound. Flash. Somewhere south of sanity. Naruto was stiff and barely responsive when the doctors asked him questions. He seemed ill at ease and kept looking at Hinata, who unfortunately was held tightly by her mother. While nervous though, Naruto seemed to take the doctors poking and prodding well. Until they tried to remove the mask. One doctor had grasped the clasps and he grew instantly violent. So much so that no one tried to touch the mask again. 4 house members and numerous stitches and shots would attest to that. They say the human mouth is very dirty, well those same house members will admit the teeth are very sharp too. Naruto stood in the corner that night and growled at anyone that came near him, teeth bared and eyes hardened. He seemed more like a cornered animal than a child they were trying to help. They were at a standstill until Hinata pulled her father's robes. "Daddy. Let me." At some point during this she pulled away from her mother as Izumi was too shocked by Naruto's behavior until Hinata had slipped from her grasp. Hiashi blinked but then nodded to his daughter with hope in his eyes. Izumi reached out a hand, wanting to stop her, but Hiashi gave Hinata the okay, so she could not argue with her husband's decision. Izumi slowly lowered her hand until it pressed atop the other one at her hip and stared on unhappily. Naruto crouched in the corner still growling from time to time at everyone else in the room, but when Hinata approached him he stopped growling and actually whined at her. His eyes seemed to plead with her. And she felt a strong pull of emotion that made her sad. He looked scared. Terrified actually, and very alone. No. She thought to herself. Naruto-kun will never be alone again. In a very adult manner Hinata cupped his cheek with her left hand and smiled at him before she hugged him. Everyone stood flabbergasted. Not a single jaw wasn't on the floor. No one could believe that this child was able to comfort and calm Naruto where everyone else had failed. It was a rather touching scene which made a few smile. Izumi, however, seemed horrified as she watched her daughter hold and provide comfort and soft feelings to him. She was torn between yelling at Hinata to get away from him and going over and snatching her away from him. But she knew she could not contradict her husband in front of others, especially other house members. That would be highly disrespectful and it would cause them both to lose face in the eyes of their own household. Izumi continued to watch, wringing her hands painfully as Hinata whispered to Naruto and stroked his face. After a few minutes Hinata looked at her father and smiled. "It's okay daddy, he is just confused and scared. It was how I felt when I woke up in the other place with him. Moppet just needs to get used to it first." Hiashi walked a few careful steps closer to them but stopped when Naruto looked at him and growled. Hinata shushed him and told him it was okay, but he still watched Hiashi warily until he laid a gentle hand on Hinata's head and rubbed it affectionately. "Thank you, my daughter. It should not surprise me that he has affection for you." Naruto blinked as he watched the reaction of Hinata who smiled cutely and he remembered the man who trained him. Naruto blinked then pulled away from Hinata just enough so he could look in her face. With a shaky finger he pointed to Hiashi. "Who?" The aunt looked up at her father and smiled. "That is my father. I call him daddy," she said cutely, which caused Naruto to look up at the other man. Hinata seemed to approve of the man in front of him. It was no wonder Naruto was confused at first. There were so many strange faces and strange emotions swirling around him. And Naruto didn't like any of it. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. He wanted to call for someone. He couldn't remember who. But he was sure there was someone he was missing. But what made him almost lose it was when the first man tried to remove the mask. Only the bald man would do that. And Naruto remembered the first time he tried to take the mask off himself. It was like the man punishing him without being there. After that happened, Naruto had lost some of the feeling in his fingers and toes. It is assumed that he had suffered some nerve damage, but since he did not tell anyone what had happened, no one bothered to check to see if he was alright or not, and the feeling did return to him after a time. So after that naturally, Naruto waited until the bald man removed the mask and didn't let anyone else touch it again. Including him. Naruto was wary as he looked at Higashie's smiling face, but here was his new friend Hinata. And she seemed to trust this man she called daddy. After a few seconds Naruto nodded. If she trusted him, then that was a good enough endorsement for him. Naruto, already on all fours, lowered his eyes to the floor and raised his left hand above his head, palm facing the floor. Good boy. No pain daddy. Good boy. This gesture was not lost on Higashi, and it broke his heart and angered him at the same time. He had seen this done countless times, to horses, dogs, even larger less domesticated animals. And of course slavers did it to humans. But he had not expected to find his adopted son like this. Someone had broken Naruto's spirit, tore him down and rebuilt him. This. Higashi swore if he ever got his hands on the men responsible. But that was a lesser concern right now. Forcing the biggest and friendliest smile he ever wore, Higashi looked at Naruto but gently spoke to Hinata. Can you help him take off his mask? We want to examine him and make sure he does not have any injuries. Hinata nodded and looked around Naruto's head until she found some complicated looking clasps near the base of his skull. When she reached for it Naruto dropped to the floor and began to mumble over and over again, good boy, no pain, good boy. Every time Hinata tried to grasp the clasp he would move his head away from her, but he made no move to attack her. Higashi found his behavior to be strange to say the least, but when Hinata finally grasped the back of his mask, Naruto became frantic and began to babble incoherently and whine. He seemed torn between wanting to stop her, but not wanting to make her unhappy. Before she could manipulate it, Higashi reached over and stopped his daughter, then waited for Naruto to calm before asking him a few questions. Why don't you want to take the mask off, Naruto? The boy looked up at the man called daddy, then frowned. Didn't he know about the mask? Didn't he know the pain it caused him? And why did he call him Naruto? Didn't he know that was his old name? Naruto blinked in confusion, but tried to answer the best he could with his limited knowledge. Pain, hurt. Bad boy. Hurt. Good boy, no pain, no hurt. And for emphasis Naruto pointed to the mask as his eyes pleaded with Higashi. Jiraiya leaned forward but kept his distance, not wanting to rile Naruto up again. In my travels I have heard of similar devices. But the ones I was made familiar with were collars and they are used to stop dogs from barking too much. When they bark, it gives them a mild shock. This is the first I have heard of or seen a mask used in this manner. Higashi frowned as he looked at the toad sage. So they treated my son like an animal. Like he was a dog. Jiraiya shrugged. There wasn't much else he could say. He knew Higashi's reaction would not be favorable. But he couldn't give him a definitive answer because he wasn't there. Higashi reached out and lightly patted Naruto's head, which seemed to calm him. In his gentlest voice he reassured the boy. We will find a way to take the mask off, don't worry. Naruto wasn't worried, he started to feel comfortable again with an authority figure he could answer to. His feelings were fairly level as he looked at Hinata and immediately felt better. And this time when the doctors approached, Higashi gave him a nod of approval and Hinata stayed at his side. So he allowed them to examine him. The rest of the night they made sure he was healthy. He was a bit malnourished, but the physician assured Higashi that that would be easy to correct in a few days with proper food and vitamins. While they checked Naruto, Hinata looked at her father. Daddy. You said he was your son. Does that mean he is my brother? Higashi nodded down at his daughter, then lifted her up onto his lap. Yes, my daughter. I have adopted him. He is the son of a very good friend of mine, who died just before you were born. I promised to take care of him, and it is a promise I will keep. Hinata nodded as she thought about that, then she brightened and smiled a huge smile to her father. Does that mean he will live with us? Higashi chuckled lightly, then nodded. Yes, my daughter, Naruto, will live with us from now on. This brought great joy to Hinata as she buried her head against Higashi's shoulder. He could feel the happiness coming off of her in waves, and it made him feel a lot better than he had felt in months. She leaned back and looked at her father again. But. Why do you call him Naruto? He told me his name was Moppet. And that mean man called him that too. Higashi blinked, then shook his head. It may be a name they forced him to recognize. The men who held him and who had you were not very nice men. They hurt Naruto and tried to make him into something else. Something bad. Higashi was not sure how much she would understand and honestly he did not want to delve too deeply into it. There were some things her little mind was not ready for and he would spare her of such knowledge if he could. Sadly, Hinata remembered what the bald man had done to Naruto to test the device, and she realized then that there must have been other things, worse things that they had done to him. The Ashi looked down as he heard his daughter sniffle and frowned lightly. "What distresses you, Hinata?" Hinata looked up at her father and pointed to Naruto while she wiped her eyes with her free hand. "I saw them hurt him." The man with no hair made him scream without touching him. He had a box with buttons on it and it made him mop. I mean Naruto screams and falls on the floor. I wanted to help him, but I could not reach the man. So I could not use the gentle fist. The Ashi blinked in surprise. That his daughter would physically fight with someone to stop Naruto from being hurt both shocked him and made him feel very proud. Kissing her forehead, he rubbed her back and bounced her on his knee a little to get her to stop crying. After a short time, Hinata's tears had stopped and he smiled down at her. With a thought, Hiashi leaned close to her ear. "Tell me, a little one. Do you like Naruto?" Hinata smiled, then blushed before burying her head against his shoulder again. With a bigger smile of his own, Hiashi went back to watching the doctors fuss over Naruto until they finally decided it was safe to take him home. At that point Jiraiya absented himself from them in order to rest but promised he would be back in the morning. Hisashi also excused himself so that he could be with his wife and son, but he would also return in the morning. That was when they finally put him in the bedroom once they got back to the Hyuga manor. He seemed worn out, as much as Hinata, who fell asleep in her father's arms on the way back to the house. Izumi saw Hinata in her room while Hiashi tucked Naruto in. Who would have suspected he wouldn't stay there? Flash forward. The Ashi crouched down and shook his head with a slight smirk. "Naruto. Come out of there." Naruto blinked from the interior of his nest as he considered Hiashi and the fuming Izumi. He liked the man in front of him. Mainly because he smiled at Naruto and made him feel more comfortable. Izumi, unfortunately, made him feel like he was a step away from being paddled. Or worse. With her standing there scowling at him, he knew the safest place for him was not where she was standing. Not safe. Mean woman. Hurt. The Ashi blinked, then followed Naruto's eyes to his wife, who stood there with a look of cold fury on her face. Not understanding the source of her anger other than the mess Naruto had made, he sighed. "Well, Izumi is a little cross because you have made quite a mess in this room. I will speak with her later and hopefully she will forgive you." Izumi compassed herself under Hiashi's scrutiny, then nodded once, curtly to him before turning and shuffling down the hall. The Ashi knew he would have a long painful talk with his wife later in the evening. And he was fairly certain he would be the worst for it. While he loved his wife and he was the lord of the Hyuga manor, he also knew he had to sleep with the lady of the manor. And that was usually where he made most of his concessions. Better angry outside of the bedroom than in it, he thought. When Izumi was out of earshot, Hiashi turned and smiled at Naruto again. "There. She has left. Will you come out now?" Naruto blinked at Hiashi, then slowly slithered out of his makeshift bed and crouched there with a slight smile on his face. Good boy. The Ashi under normal circumstances would be angry, but he knew once Jiraiya explained the living conditions they found him in, that there would be special circumstances to his upbringing now, and that would also entail a lot of understanding. Not quite Naruto, but we will work on it. Which brings us back to the present. The men were trying to teach Naruto about living in a house. Which included eating at a table. This was a monstrous undertaking, and they realized it now as they watched Naruto cram everything within reach in his mouth, half of it falling out on the table, since he didn't know how to chew with his mouth closed yet. When the lady that took care of him died, there was no one to teach him things like table manners. Silverware became things that made noise when tapped on the table or plates, and the plates and glasses became percussion instruments. The men that trained Naruto did to feed Naruto in manageable portions. So he knew nothing of social graces. Just shove it in and swallow. Food was good. But Naruto began to notice a hollow feeling inside of himself. He remembered feeling like that before, but he wasn't sure why. He stopped for a moment and looked at the three men watching him. But when the feeling didn't go away, he shrugged then continued eating. As pieces of food whizzed by them, Jiraiya calmly took a piece of lettuce off of his shoulder and placed it on the plate in front of him. "Well," he said, a grin firmly fixed to his face. "At least he knows how to share." The two other men looked at him incredulously, then burst into laughter and continued laughing until it hurt. It had been years since Hiashi laughed like that, and Hisashi laughed because he was happy to hear his brother laugh. The three men laughing made him stop and watch them. It sounded interesting. They laughed like something was incredibly funny, and it made Naruto want to laugh too. The laughter was infectious enough that even Naruto started to laugh. Haltingly at first as he tried to mimic the three men. But then out of nowhere he laughed, a high-pitched belly-shaking sound that made all three men look at him a bit startled, but then they resumed laughing again. They say laughter is the best medicine, that it helps not only the body, but the mind heal as well. If this was true then this was indeed a good thing. Unbeknownst to the three men, Naruto hasn't laughed in months. And after a few minutes of him laughing, he burst into tears. The laughter hadn't stopped yet. But the emptiness inside of him didn't fill in, and it began to make him feel worse, and soon he was crying in earnest. At first, the three men thought he was crying because he had laughed so hard, but when he had fallen onto the floor and curled in on himself, they were at a loss for words. Hiashi looked confused as he stood, caught between wanting to go to him and his own pride. The Toad Sage was at a loss for what to do, but Hiashi got up and jogged to the end of the hall. Hiashi watched him go for a second, even more confused. His brother always seemed to know what to do with children, so Hiashi wasn't sure what made him get up and leave when he needed his guidance now more than ever. Slowly Hiashi stood, then walked stiffly over to Naruto and rubbed his back a few times and made shushing sounds to try and soothe him. It always worked with Hinata when she was sad. But Hiashi didn't seem to be making any headway with Naruto as he continued to bawl. Naruto could not remember ever feeling this way, he had not cried since the last time he could remember. Unfortunately, he could not remember when that was. His chest felt almost totally empty now, and that made him sadder than he could ever remember being. He knew he needed something. He didn't know what, but he needed something to stop the pain that seemed to be eating away at him. He looked up at Hiashi and wondered at the man who looked concerned at him. He seemed as torn as he was, like he didn't know what to do either. Naruto blinked at him, the tears still coursing down his cheeks, and he felt the sudden urge to grab a hold of him and cling to him. But a familiar voice made him jerk his head to the entrance of the dining room. "Moppet. Moppet, what's wrong?" Hiashi walked in behind Hinata as she dashed over and hugged him, and his arms automatically circled around her, and he bawled against her, still not sure why, but strangely comforted by her presence. "Hi. Hinata. Hurt?" She blinked down at him, trying not to cry herself, as his sobs started to make her feel sad also. Where does it hurt, Mop? Naruto. Hinata was still unused to calling him Naruto, but she would try her best every time. Naruto leaned back and looked at her, then pointed to his chest. "Heart hurts. I'm not happy." Hinata nodded as she laid a hand on his chest, then touched her own. "I know, Naruto-kun. It hurts me too." What Hinata hadn't spoken about, not even to her mother, she felt lonely since they got back to the compound. Her mother had come and got her up early and put her to work on her lessons, and when Hinata tried to go see Naruto to make sure he was alright, Izumi would make excuse after excuse. Like she was trying to keep Hinata and him apart. Hinata didn't understand it, but she did know that she missed him and his beautiful eyes. And cute whisker marks. The not so surprising thing was that once Hinata hugged Naruto, they both began to feel better and the empty feeling went away. The honorific Hinata used surprised Hiashi. But he said nothing, only smiled at his brother as the two children hugged each other and cried together. Hiashi walked over and rested a hand on his brother's shoulder and smiled. I figured since he seemed only comfortable around Hinata, getting her might be the best thing for him. Hiashi nodded slowly and smiled at his brother. I thank you for your quick thinking, brother. I was going to hug him, but I think it is possible that I would have made him more uncomfortable than I would have been. It seems there is still much I need to overcome myself in order to be the best father I can be to him. The two nodded at each other as Jiraiya looked on impassively. The Toad Sage was obviously thinking something, but no one noticed as Hinata held Naruto and gently patted his head while they both cried. Inside, she felt it too. A pain that went so deep she didn't understand it, but she wanted more than anything to help erase it. At that point she made a child's vow as she cried quietly with him, she would do anything to make him happy, and in turn, that made her happy as well. Hiashi felt a tingle in his mind. Something unexplainable, but not bad. Not thinking too hard about it, he chalked it up to the sentimental moment. At some point though, Izumi came to see why Hinata had not returned, and when she saw her holding Naruto, a look of pure disgust crossed her face. But seeing Hisashi and Hiashi sitting there talking quietly, she turned and left the room without comment. Not seeing her come or leave, the two men continued to talk as if nothing, but the Toad Sage saw more than he wanted to, and he frowned deeply at the implications of her expression. Izumi's thoughts were a mad jumble of anger, disgust, self-pity, and distrust. All aimed at one person. She couldn't understand why her husband couldn't see him for what he was. But she also knew that she would not be able to convince him otherwise. She knew deep within her being that he was doing what he promised to do, and while that honorable thing he did was probably best for the boy, it did not sit well with her. In her opinion, Hiashi was being foolish about this promise, she knew he would not go back on his word because he was a proud and honorable man. But she fervently wished he would. But there were many times, while she admired him for his honor, she also wanted to scream at him because of it. This was just one of those times. It would be easier if she tried to see the boy as something other than what she saw every time she looked at him. A beast, an animal, a monster. She couldn't help it really. She saw nothing wrong with the way she felt and couldn't honestly see why more people didn't feel the same. Everyone that lived through the Kyuubi's attack saw the boy the same way. Very few if any actually looked at the boy with less than fear or loathing. They all expected the monster to emerge one day and finish what it had started so many years ago. The only reason Hiashi didn't see Naruto as a monster was because of the promise he made to the boy's father and the fact that he kept hoping the boy would become some kind of reincarnated version of the fourth. It had to be. Her husband could not be that blind. She didn't understand it. It made no sense to her really, but she would honor her husband's decision. If not the exact letter of it. Just because he could accept the child didn't mean she would. The image of her daughter holding the boy almost overwhelmed her again as she shuffled into the bathroom and began to scrub her hands, trying to remove the dirt that she imagined was there from touching him. She knew even though she had not come anywhere near him. The foul essence permeated anything that was near it and she would have to make sure Hinata had a good hot bath later with plenty of soap. In the meantime, she scrubbed until she was satisfied. Hiashi watched the two little ones for a time, then looked startled at his brother. Hisashi, unsure why he warranted such an expression, wiped one hand across his nose, then looked at it before looking at Hiashi. Is it gone? What? Hiashi shook his head and chuckled before clapping his brother on the shoulder. No, you bumpkin. I have just had a spectacular idea. One that should help us and Naruto at the same time. With a look of bewilderment he waited for his brother to expand on his statement. It is so obvious I am shocked we had not thought of it yet. Hisashi was still waiting as Hiashi congratulated himself and after a few moments of his brother nodding to himself, he finally lost his patience and poked him in the shoulder hard enough to get his attention. Ow. Brother, if you wanted to spar so badly. Hisashi almost poked him again in a spot that would have caused him to lose control of his bowels, but decided it was not prudent for him to have an accident on himself in front of Jiraiya or the kids. Although the kids would laugh to no end. Your ideal brother. Well, you may be a genius, I sadly am not. Hiashi blinked then laughed out loud. I am sorry my brother, I was caught in the moment. The Lord of the Hyuga took a deep breath and expelled it with a smile. Now. As I see it, we three have met with utter failure teaching Naruto anything. But. There is one person who seems to have captured his attention wholeheartedly and holds it with the barest of efforts. Hisashi's face lit up as he realized now who his brother spoke of then nodded. How stupid of us. The perfect tutor for him was right here all along. But won't Izumi have a problem? After all, she is teaching Hinata during these times of day. Hiashi considered for a moment then nodded solemnly. You are correct. But what I will do is have Izumi split her time teaching Hinata and Hinata will then teach Naruto the rest of the time what she knows and has learned. On the days that Naruto is not learning with Hinata, we will teach him to control his emotions and then lean towards training him in the martial arts. Hiashi turned and held up a finger to silence Jiraiya as he was about to protest. In time, Toad Sage, in time. While I understand your desire to begin his training, it will do you no good until two things happen. 1. We get him a better concept of understanding. 2. We get the damn mask off of him. Hisashi and Jiraiya both chuckled at this, but Hinata had a blush firmly under her eyes, darkening her cheeks. Daddy. Don't be a potty mouth. Naruto, who had stopped crying finally and just carefully held on to Hinata, nodded in agreement although he had no idea why Daddy would want to eat or drink from a potty. Wwwwww. Hiashi blushed lightly, then nodded to his daughter, giving her a slight bow. Hi my daughter, I apologize profusely. I will have your mother wash my mouth with soap later. Hinata nodded once to her father, while the other men laughed. Hiashi understood their laughter all too well. If he asked his wife to do such a thing, she would. Hiashi burst into laughter himself, and the men shared the mirthful moment while the two children started on in confusion. After a time, Hiashi called both children over to him with a gesture and a big smile. Hinata bounded over to her father, pulling Naruto along by his hand until they stood in front of him. Hinata, I have a request for you to perform some tasks for me. Now these are very important tasks, so I will need you to take them very seriously. Hinata clapped her hands and nodded. Hi father, I will perform as you command. Hiashi nodded as Hisashi smiled at them. Naruto just looked confused. Well my daughter, as you know there is much that Naruto does not know. And it is difficult for us to teach him because we do not understand the way he thinks. But you seem to have a good grasp on how he thinks and behaves, so I want you to teach Naruto the things that will be necessary for him to live here with us. And to eventually move into society. Do you understand? Hinata nodded enthusiastically. Yes father, I get to spend more time with Naruto-kun. Hiashi laughed before he ruffled Hinata's hair. Yes, that is one way to look at it, but you will have to continue your studies with your mother as well as my daughter, and she will not go easy on you just because you are helping to train Naruto. So you will have to work twice as hard. Hinata firmed her bottom lip and nodded solemnly. I will do it father, I know I can. I cannot fail Naruto-kun. Surprised by the amount of emotion in Hinata's voice, Hiashi only nodded. He had never seen this kind of drive in his daughter before and he was impressed by how strongly she felt. Very good, my daughter. You may start teaching him first thing tomorrow. For now, the two of you should go play. Wait. I think you should start teaching him tonight. Naruto needs to understand what to do and what not to do in a bedroom. Jiraiya chuckled but cleared his throat as Hiashi glared at him. Hinata nodded as she took Naruto's hand. As you wish, father. I will teach him all that I know and you will be proud. Hiashi nodded as he shooed the two young ones to the exit of the dining hall. Of that I have no doubt, my daughter. No doubt at all. Chapter 7. The rest of that day, Hinata tried to cram as much knowledge into his head as possible. After 5 hours straight, Hiashi called a halt. Hinata-chan, I believe that is enough for today. I think if you tried to teach him any more practical knowledge, his head would explode. Indeed, as she looked at Naruto, she could see the strain in his eyes as he tried to assimilate everything she had taught him. Hinata had talked to Naruto about everything she could think of from table etiquette to talking properly in clan customs. The impressive thing was Hinata was actually a very well-educated child for her age and her father was very proud of the way she was starting to pass that knowledge on to Naruto, but she had to learn moderation. Hinata placed a hand to her mouth, then hugged Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I will slow down next time. Hiashi smiled as he placed a hand on both of them. Why don't you go take a bath, my daughter, get ready for bed. I will speak with your mother about your new responsibilities. Tonight you will be sleeping in Naruto's bedroom because I want you to teach him about sleeping in a bedroom as we discussed earlier. Perhaps with you there, he will be less inclined to create his own bed this time. Hinata nodded before giving Naruto one final squeeze and heading off to her bedroom and the inevitable bath. Naruto looked at Hiashi and wondered why he was smiling. After a few minutes of watching him he made his thoughts known. Daddy happy. Hiashi looked back at Naruto a little startled and smiled. Why yes Naruto, I am happy. I have my wife. I have a daughter. And I have you. But most important to me, and here is where Hiashi reached over and rubbed his head, making him smile. I believe you and Hinata have each other. Do you know what that means? At Naruto's confused look and shake of his head, Hiashi put a hand on his shoulder and guided him back towards the bedrooms. You and Hinata are close now, I can see it in both of your eyes and faces. An amazing occurrence since you only just met and have not had much interaction. I know she will do much to make you happy, I am hoping you will feel the same for her. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to rework the words so his mind would understand. But some of the words were just so far beyond him he couldn't make heads or tails what they were supposed to mean. But he did understand a few things. Hiashi watched as Naruto tried to concentrate and he realized he had talked right over his head, then found there was an easier way to get the results he wanted. Naruto, you like Hinata don't you? You wouldn't want anyone to hurt her would you? Naruto blinked for a second, then shook his head fiercely in the negative. No. No hurt Hinata. Hinata is a good girl. Friend. No hurt. Hiashi made shushing sounds to him, then lightly patted his head. Not you Naruto, I know you won't hurt Hinata. But someone else might. I need you to protect Hinata. Do you understand? Protect. Naruto calmed visibly, then nodded slowly. Protect. No hurt. Protect Hinata. Hiashi grinned at Naruto which made him grin back. Very good Naruto, but. Call her Hinata-chan, that is what you call a woman you like a lot. You do like Hinata a lot don't you? Naruto thought for a moment. Causing a small wisp of smoke to rise from his head, then nodded again. Like Hinata, Hinata-chan is a good girl. Hiashi felt like a heel, but he pressed just a little more. He had to make sure. Love Naruto. You must love her. Nothing else is acceptable. Naruto's face contorted as he considered the word then blinked as if in pain. Love Hinata daddy. Hiashi smiled and nodded to Naruto. It was a simple idea. Hiashi just wanted to put the idea in his head in the hope it would take root and grow on its own. Yes Naruto, I love Hinata, Izumi loves Hinata, and you should love Hinata too. Naruto frowned deeply as he thought of the idea. Love Hinata-chan. He mumbled quietly. After a while he looked at Hiashi and smiled. Okay. Love Hinata-chan, protect Hinata-chan. Hiashi grinned back at Naruto, a huge feeling of relief washing over him, but at the time Hiashi did not realize how fierce or dedicated Naruto's protection of Hinata would be. Naruto sat quietly staring at the walls of the bedroom. To him, this room was lonelier than the cage he had slept in at the bald man's house. It was unfamiliar, it was clean, and to him it did not smell right. He had long grown accustomed to the smell of his own waste and old hay. But this room smelled of something like flowers he could not identify, and the bed they wanted him to sleep in was completely uncomfortable to him. He wanted his hay. His bottom lip curled out in a pout as he sighed. More than that he wanted his Hinata-chan. After his conversation with Hiashi, he began to see as much of the conversation as he could understand. Hinata needed to be protected. From what he was not sure. But she needed to be protected. But right now he could not protect her because she was in another room and he was here. Hinata had been there earlier and after a barrage of whys, she was able to explain to Naruto, mostly, why he couldn't destroy the mattress or the sheets or blankets or poop in the flower vase. Of course that last part filled her with giggles every time she tried to explain it up until her mother arrived and told her it was time for bed. She was supposed to sleep in the same room with him, but obviously, Izumi vetoed that idea, so Hinata came and kissed him on his cheek. "Good night Naruto-kun. See you in the morning." Naruto watched her walk to the door, a smile on his face. "Good night Hinata-chan." Hinata stopped then turned slowly to look at him, a slight blush under her eyes. He called me Hinata-chan. Hinata was not sure why, but this filled her with a happiness that made her shiver. Izumi looked as if she would faint, but recovering quickly, she took Hinata by the arm and pulled her out of the room. For a while, the smile stayed on his face as he thought of her. Now though Naruto made a sound of disgust as he stared at the walls in his room again. Nope. Still the same four walls. After a few minutes though, Naruto had a stellar idea. In the history of ideas, this would go down as one of Naruto's finest. Oh. The next few weeks passed with much joy for Naruto and Hinata. Hinata would work very hard with her mother, only asking questions that were necessary for her to understand, then would hurry to teach Naruto what she had learned. Izumi was dead set against this at first, claiming it would deter from Hinata's learning and would make it harder for her to adjust to becoming a proper wife for when the time arrived. Hiashi however assured Izumi that it was the best course and would actually help both Hinata and Naruto to grow both as people and maybe much more. Izumi hated the idea, but once again, she balanced her duty as Hiashi's wife against what pain it would cause her personally. Hiashi had always made good decisions for the clan and for them personally, but she felt the time was going to come soon that she would not defer to him any longer on this subject. So Hinata taught and Naruto learned. Of course, she didn't teach Naruto everything she learned. There were some things he would never use himself. Tea service would not be one of his lessons because he would never serve tea to anyone. As Hiashi's claimed child, he would be slated to become the next clan head if he agreed to the appointment later in his life. Unfortunately since he did not possess the Byakugan, he would be a figurehead, never the true leader. In truth he would have to marry a Hyuga that had the Byakugan in order for his words to have an impact on the family. Otherwise it would fall to Hinata or whatever child Hiashi and Izumi had together. Hygiene turned out to be one of the longest lessons that Hinata would teach to Naruto. Not the longest, but one of the longest. Flashback. Hinata was a little frustrated with Naruto and it showed clearly on her face. She had explained this over and over again to him, but he still seemed to have a little trouble remembering what to clean and why. Thus far they had been left alone this day, which surprised Hinata since in the previous days her mother would come in and check up on them as she would say. Hinata did not understand why her mother would do it. She never brought them snacks, nor anything to drink, but she would stick her head in and listen to what Hinata was telling Naruto, then ask if everything was fine, then leave again. Hinata's young mind could not grasp what Izumi was doing, but she did understand that her absence today must mean she was busy with something her father was doing. Whenever he had important people come to the estate, Izumi would be by his side, serving tea and other refreshments. It was her duty, and Hinata's mother took that very seriously. But back to the problem at hand. Naruto stank. Nothing fancy about it. He reeked. Hinata leaned forward and sniffed at him then pulled away, wrinkling her nose. "You didn't bathe or brush your teeth did you Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked sheepish for a moment, then grinned. "Forgot. Sorry." Hinata fed as she began to fill the tub with warm water. After setting the plug, she poured in some manly-smelling bath salts and tossed a bar of soap in as well. Naruto watched her for a few minutes before turning to the mirror and looking at his teeth. Not seeing anything wrong he turned back to her, but found her staring at him crossly, hands on hips and her left foot tapping the floor. Naruto grinned then blushed lightly before picking up a toothbrush, applying a liberal amount of toothpaste, and began brushing his teeth under Hinata's watchful eye. He saw her in the mirror and finally she smiled at him. "That's it Naruto-kun. Up and down, side to side. You have to make sure you do every tooth or else you might get cavities. And they hurt so you don't want them okay?" Naruto nodded as he opened his mouth and spit before resuming his brushing. In truth, he didn't mind bathing or brushing his teeth. But he learned immediately that the more Hinata had to teach him, the longer she would stay with him. This was indeed the fourth time she had to tutor him about his hygiene. Yes, our little Naruto had discovered that even though he was learning, he enjoyed her company. Especially this kind for some reason. Hinata walked over and locked the bathroom door before turning back to the tub and turning the water off. Testing it with her fingers, she smiled before undoing her robe and hanging it on the back of the door. Seeing this, Naruto immediately shucked his pants and shirt and jumped into the sunken bathtub with a splash that would have rivaled a cannonball. Hinata giggled as the water splashed her, then shook her head at her friend. "Oh, Naruto-kun. I think maybe you do this on purpose just so we could take a bath together." Naruto blinked as he considered her words, a look of worry coming to his face. "Is it bad? Not a good bath together?" Hinata frowned for a moment before removing her undergarments and climbing more daintily into the tub with him. She thought for a moment then shrugged. "I don't know, Naruto-kun. I think mother would be very displeased if she found out we would bathe together, but I do not know about daddy. Remember, mother said it was wrong to go potty in front of someone else. So she probably thinks this is wrong too." Naruto mulled it over a few seconds, while Hinata had her own thoughts on the subject. In truth, she had begun to doubt a few of the things that her mother had tried to beat into her head. As she thought originally, there must be exceptions to the rules her mother had laid down. For instance, her mother and father would bathe together. She used to bathe with them until one day Hinata pointed to her father and asked, "What's that?" This statement immediately that night prompted the boys and girls to talk differently. Incidentally, that was the same time that she was not allowed to bathe with her parents anymore. Maybe there was a connection, she was sure, but in the meantime, she enjoyed her baths and nights with her Naruto-kun, and what her mother didn't know. As earlier stated, Naruto in the last 4 weeks had bathed with Hinata 5 times. Mostly at night or early evening. The first time was purely by accident. You see, Hinata had given Naruto a light push while she was showing him how to brush his teeth. Naruto, being the clown he would become, overreacted to make her laugh, causing him to fall backwards, and he was unaware of his predicament until his backside impacted the bottom of the tub and the water briefly went over his head. Neither heard the slight puffing sound as he came up and stood on his feet in the tub, now thoroughly soaking wet. Hinata, after making sure he was unhurt, began to laugh hysterically as the water dripped down his face. Naruto wanted to laugh too, but did not know why him being soaking wet was so funny. Maybe it depended who was wet. With a shrug, he reached out and pulled Hinata into the bathtub as well. After Hinata stood up dripping wet, Naruto understood the joke and began to laugh at himself. At first Hinata pouted, she had not expected to be taking her second bath of the evening. But after a few minutes she began to laugh again. Ah. To be a child again. After a few moments of laughing then softer giggling, Hinata looked down at both of their wet clothes, then sighed. "Well, we cannot wash with clothes on." Hinata undid her robes then stepped out of them and hung them on a clothing rack that was set up in the corner. Naruto nodded and followed her example, but unsure what to do with his clothes, he just dropped them over on the side of the tub in a ball. Hinata shook her head then picked up his shirt. "No, Naruto-kun, you shake it out, then lay it carefully on the rack." Naruto blinked at her with a slight frown on his face. "Why?" Hinata smiled as she knew this answer immediately. "Well, if you do not, then the water will take longer to dry and mildew will set in and that will damage the threads, so it will wear out faster. So you always have to make sure you do this with your clothes if they get soaking wet." Naruto understood about drying and he guessed this mildew was a bad thing. So since he didn't want to ruin the new cargo pants and shirt that daddy had bought for him to wear, he agreed with what Hinata had told him. Wet bad, dry first. Naruto picked up his pants, then shook them vigorously, shaking out much of the water before standing next to Hinata and hanging the pants on the clothing rack. Hinata clapped her hands cutely, then gave Naruto a big smile. "Very good, Naruto-kun." Naruto didn't know why, but this made him feel very good inside. He couldn't wait to do something else to make her happy. Naruto, with a big grin still on his face, walked over and climbed back into the tub and sat back until the water was just under his chin. Looking to where Hinata stood, he smiled at her. "Hinata bathed too?" Hinata thought about it, then shook her head negatively. "No, Naruto-kun, I took a bath earlier, I do not need another until tomorrow morning." Naruto frowned as he watched her, a sad look coming to his eyes. "Okay." He said in a very small voice. Hinata didn't like to see him sad. But she also knew if her mother were to catch them together, she might be very cross and Hinata didn't want to get paddled. But his blue eyes looking so downtrodden was not what she wanted to see, nor was it an easy thing for her to take. With a sigh, she walked over and opened the bathroom door and peeked out. Not seeing anyone in the hall, she closed the door again then locked it, making sure it was completely secure. Once safe in the knowledge that they would not be walked in on, she very carefully removed her t-shirt, then her panties, and laid them on the counter of the sink before stepping into the tub and sitting next to Naruto. Seeing Hinata sitting next to him, he clapped his hands in a similar manner to what Hinata did earlier, causing Hinata to blush in pleasure as well. "Yeah, Hinata. Bath time." Hinata nodded, then picked up a bar of soap and washcloth and began instructing him again. At night she showed him how to wash his body and with what. She handed him shampoo and guided his fingers, showing him where to scrub and how much without hurting himself. Then in a surprising turn of events, she let him wash her hair. And she had to admit, his fingers moved very softly though her hair ran along her scalp. It reminded Hinata a lot like when her father used to give her baths. Then they moved on to the tricky part. Hinata climbed from the tub and took a towel, and as he climbed out she began to dry him off. Naruto stood quietly until she had dried most of him off. But like when she washed him, she avoided the obvious male spots. When it was Naruto's turn, he took the towel and dried Hinata off, and like her he avoided the obvious female parts, but only because she had done it to him first. Hinata avoided that, not because she was embarrassed, but because she did not know how to dry him there and did not want to do it too hard. In truth, she did not know how delicate or tough it was, since her mother avoided this area of her teaching at all costs it seemed. So she did the safe thing. In truth, she didn't want to hurt Naruto either. After they had bathed, Hinata had left the bathroom just in time. Her mother had come to see what they were doing and Naruto was still in the process of getting dressed. Izumi blinked, then closed the door mostly so she would not see him. "Where is my daughter Naruto?" Naruto frowned but shrugged. "Don't know. Get dressed." Which was the truth without telling a lie. Naruto didn't know where Hinata had gone and she had gotten dressed and left. Izumi did not understand the way Naruto spoke, so to her he was getting dressed and did not know where Hinata was. At this time, Naruto's ignorance was a good thing. As soon as Naruto was finished dressing, Izumi could be heard speaking to someone, then footsteps could be heard walking from the bathroom door. Before he could open it though, Hinata opened the door and smiled at him. "Ready for bedtime, Naruto-kun?" Naruto smiled and nodded to her. Which leads us back to the present. So it went again, but this time it was a little different than the last few weeks. Hinata woke in the middle of the night and felt a strong urge to pee. She supposed she shouldn't have had that last glass of water as she stumbled from her bed to the bathroom. She sat quietly for a few minutes and wondered if Naruto-kun was okay. She wished for a moment she could go back to the cage with him. Of course it did not smell good and it was not very comfortable, but she could sleep with Naruto-kun and no one cared, no one yelled at them for sleeping together and she wasn't lonely because he was with her. She wondered if she could sneak to his room just to check to make sure he was okay. Hinata finished her business, then flushed her toilet and was halfway to the door when she noticed something. Turning the light up on her cat's nightlight, she looked at the edge of her bed and she noticed a foot sticking out from under her bed. She blinked for a second, then cautiously knelt down and looked under her bed. To her surprise, the first thing she saw was blonde hair. "Naruto-kun," she whispered with a start. His eyes opened and he smiled at her sleepily. Flashback. Izashi was doing his usual, walking through the main branch house to make sure everything was in order before retiring for the night. He had a big day planned for the next day. Sparring with his brother, standing watch over Hiashi as he always did during his meetings, training Niji in the gentle fist, well it wasn't overtaxing, he knew after his practice with Hiashi, he would not want to do much else. He almost chuckled when he tripped over something lying in front of Hinata's door. He caught himself against a wall then straightened, a little angry that someone had left something lying in the hallway like this, when he saw blue eyes blink at him. Slightly startled, Hisashi crouched down. "Naruto. Why are you lying here on the floor? You should be in your bed." Naruto blinked again, then shrugged. "Protect, Hinata-chan, good girl, Naruto love. Protect." Hisashi almost fell on his butt as his mind processed that statement. Naruto loves Hinata. So soon? Hisashi looked into his eyes, but all he could see was the seriousness in his gaze. What the reason for it was beyond him. But it was possible that Naruto really did love her, or as close as a child his age could understand it at least. But him sleeping in the middle of the hallway? This would never happen. Hisashi grinned widely at Naruto, then whispered some words to him which made Naruto grin happily and nod. Very quietly, Hisashi slid Hinata's door aside and Naruto crawled inside. Not another word was spoken as Hisashi closed the door just as quietly as he opened it, then stood and walked down the hall humming quietly. It seemed more than one person in the Hyuga manor wanted to see Naruto and Hinata happy together. Present. Naruto had been sneaking into her room every night for 4 weeks now. Hinata had not noticed until this time because Naruto was extremely quiet as Hisashi told him to be and he was usually awake before she was and back in his room long before she was up. This night though, Naruto was restless and did not sleep soundly. Tossing and turning in his sleep, his foot had strayed too far into the light, just enough for a sleepy Hinata to see it. "Hello, Hinata-chan," he said, one hand rubbing at his eye and a goofy grin in place. Hinata crawled closer to him and looked under her bed more. "Why are you in my room, Naruto-kun? I saw you go to your bedroom." Naruto shrugged as he kept his grin. "Protect." Hinata blinked at his one-word response, then smiled too. He was protecting her. How sweet. She thought as she watched him. But then she frowned. What would happen? Her mother could come in and see him here, or her father. It could be bad either way. Although her O2-sen was much nicer to Naruto-kun, her mother was not. Hinata tried to think of something. Anything that she could do so he could stay in the room with her. At first. Nothing came to mind. But then she spied her alarm clock and a plan started to come together as she considered. Hinata stood and ran to her closet and dug out the sleeping bag her uncle had bought her some months ago for a sleepover she had attended. Hinata was a small girl, even for her age, so the bag was a lot bigger for her than it should be. She smiled as she unrolled it and grinned at Naruto as he blinked at her. Not sure what she was doing, he just watched her in curiosity. Sliding the sleeping bag under the bed, she unzipped it, then put the alarm clock up near the headboard and set it for 5 am, at least an hour before her mother awoke. Hinata then slid under the bed with him and climbed inside of the sleeping bag. Naruto knelt there watching her for a few minutes, wondering what she was doing and what he was supposed to do, when she turned and looked at him with a giggle. Well, come on, get in, silly. Naruto frowned until she opened the flap and understanding came to him. Naruto crawled under the bed again and got inside the sleeping bag and sighed happily as he felt her warmth against him once again. Hinata closed the flap over both of them and they both felt happy again. But after a few minutes they both began to squirm, moving this way and that but not finding that right position. It seemed neither could get comfortable. Hinata looked at Naruto with despair and his face must have held the same emotion. But this time Naruto, dear sweet Naruto, came up with a plan of action. Hinata watched him with a frown until he stood up and took off his t-shirt and shorts, then she clapped her hands and quickly climbed from under the bed and removed her pajamas and undergarments. After laying them neatly on her bed, she quickly climbed back under with him and they settled down again and a familiar level of comfort returned to them and as Hinata zipped the sleeping bag up, Mr. Sandman did his job and they cuddled against each other. But before sleep finally claimed both of them, Naruto whispered to her. "Good night, Hinata-chan." Hinata blushed in pleasure and held his arm. "Good night, Naruto-kun." Another month passed and Naruto improved greatly. His language skills improved, he began to learn to write and he now chewed with his mouth closed. Hiashi was very pleased with his progress and spared no praise, telling both of them how happy he was with their progress. Hinata blushed happily as she rubbed her face against her father's shoulder in a familial hug. "Oh, daddy," she said happily. Naruto even blushed a little as he bowed formally to his surrogate father. "Thank you, daddy, but I must get better still, much stronger." Hiashi already knew the answer, but he smiled in encouragement to him. "Why is that, my son? Why must you be stronger?" Naruto stood straighter and with no small amount of pride in his voice he said so that all could hear. Jiraiya, Hiashi, and especially Hinata heard the strength and conviction in him. "Because I protect my love. I protect Hinata-chan." Hinata gasped as her head jerked around to look at Naruto, who still stood with pride evident on his face. She never got the chance to respond though. Izumi stormed into the room, fury and shock written on every inch of her face. Obviously she heard his statement too. I will not have this. He is not fit to be with my daughter." Hiashi frowned deeply at Izumi as he gently sat Hinata on the chair he had occupied. "Izumi-chan, this is neither the time nor place to discuss things in this manner." Izumi, temper long gone, barreled on as if Hiashi had not said a word. "I have endured much in the name of our honor and the promise you made to Minato-san. But this is too much even for me. I love you, my husband, and I would grant the world to you, but even for the promise you made to him, I will not allow this." Izumi pointed a finger at Naruto like she was pointing a kunai at him. "He will not sully my daughter, he will never be her husband." Hiashi stood impassively for a moment before he spoke quieter to his wife. "Izumi-chan, I tell you again, this is not the place." Izumi's eyes flashed as she shouted at Hiashi. "No. I will obey you in anything, but not this. That thing will not share hearts with my child, I forbid it." Hinata sat shocked as she looked at Naruto, her father who had sorrow in his eyes, and Naruto who was not sure what was going on, but knew sorrow, because Izumi seemed angry at him. Again. Hisashi cleared his throat, then bowed to his brother as did Jiraiya. Jiraiya without a word turned and left the room, while Hisashi shook his head before whispering. "Izumi, you forget yourself, and you dishonor everyone present." Izumi meant to say something, but saw the look of horror on her daughter's face, and then she saw the look of shame on her husband's, as two servants bowed low, walked backwards until they cleared the threshold, and closed the doors with a quiet click. In her anger she had not noticed the two servants kneeling on the floor cleaning around the room. It was too late now to avoid a scandal. Izumi, hands still in front of her mouth, mumbled. I did not know they were present." Hisashi raised his head again, but did not look at Izumi. But the look on Hiashi's face and his slight nod said all that needed to be said. Hisashi's jaw formed as his lips pressed into a thin line, and his voice was hard and concise. You have embarrassed yourself and your husband in the eyes of the household. Being the bearer of the family honor, it is my sad duty to inform you that you must atone for this action. Because you are married to the most generous man in the Hyuga clan, your life is not forfeit, but you have much to do before you can claim to be his supreme lady again." Izumi slowly knelt, then pressed her head and palms to the floor. "Whatever my lord wishes so that I may find atonement in his eyes," she whispered as she knelt there at his feet. Hiashi looked at his brother with sadness in his eyes. He knew what he had to do and hated every minute of it. "Strap." His voice was a harsh croak as his brother nodded once. Hiashi walked over to a tea cabinet, opened it, and removed a thin leather strip from inside before closing the doors again. Hinata's face fell and she also dropped to her knees, a wail coming from her as she knew what her mother had to now endure. "Otu-san. Please do not whip mother." Hinata pressed her lips to her father's sandals and pleaded with him for mercy, but none was to be given as Hiashi casually pushed his daughter aside. Naruto-kun takes Hinata-chan to her room and comforts her. "I do not wish to punish her for her impertinence. She knows that I have no choice in this." The sound of tearing cloth startled all of them, and all but Izumi turned to see Naruto remove the remainder of his shirt and drop it to the ground next to his feet. He then walked forward and knelt next to Izumi. "I will atone, Otu-san." Hiashi blinked in shock, while Hiashi did the best he could to hide the shock, but also the pride he suddenly felt in his adopted son. "Are you aware of what you ask for, my son? You do know the punishment you receive will be harsh in atonement for the embarrassment she has caused the family in accordance with clan law." In response, Naruto stared straight ahead but with one hand reached down and raised Izumi by her arm to a kneeling position again. When she knelt there looking at Naruto incredulously, she whispered to him. "Why?" Naruto broke position long enough to look at Izumi coldly. "To protect her that I love." Hinata choked back a sob as tears ran down her face. Naruto slowly turned away from Izumi again, then lowered his head to the mat and pressed his palms flat on the floor. Hiashi grunted once and Hisashi frowned at Izumi. "Take Hinata from here and comfort her. But do not forget the sacrifice he has made." Izumi nodded as she stood but went over and helped Hinata to her feet, but Hinata pulled away from her and grabbed Naruto's shirt from the floor, clutching it to her chest before kneeling beside him. Hisashi was about to step forward and move her, but Hiashi stopped him with an upraised hand. Hinata leaned closer to Naruto's ear and whispered just loud enough for everyone to hear her. "I love you too, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled as he slowly closed his eyes, forehead pressed against the mat still as Izumi pulled Hinata away. As the doors closed in front of Hinata, she saw the first strike of the strap fall. And pulled away from her mother, crying as she ran to Naruto's room and threw herself on his bed, letting the sorrow of her mother's shame and her love sacrifice pour from her. Hiashi, a man of his word, punished Naruto as he would have Izumi. Naruto, to his credit, did not cry out until after the 8th strike. The tears stained the training mat beneath him, but he held on because he knew he was doing this to spare Hinata knowing her mother had shamed the family. He still did not fully understand the code of honor. But Hinata and Jiraiya had told him enough so that he knew he could do this, and for Hinata, he would do anything. Again to his credit, Naruto did not pass out until after the 15th strike. When they woke him up to finish the atonement, Hiashi was in tears by the 20th strike when Naruto passed out again. In truth, the strap was the least of the punishment devices that could have been used. In past times, wives were beheaded for embarrassing the clan head or ordered to take their own life through seppuku. Hiashi, for the love he still had for Izumi, chose the strap because it hurt without doing permanent injury. The servants would still respect Hiashi for continuing to be the head of the household and would respect Izumi for bearing through it. Now it was unsure if the servants would look at her the same at all because she let the first son take her punishment for her. While an acceptable alternative, it was not as redeeming as actually suffering yourself. Hisashi returned the strap to the tea cabinet and knelt down to pick up Naruto, but Hiashi stopped him. "I am not so much the Hyuga lord that I will not carry my son. Though he is only 5. He has proven to me today that he is and will be a man. Thank you my brother, but this is something I must do because it shames me that my wife hates my son enough that she would let him suffer for her." Hisashi nodded as he ground his teeth together. In truth, while he was impressed with Naruto, he was very angry at Izumi. He only hoped she would realize her mistake for the ill will she obviously bore against the child. Hiashi scooped up Naruto in his arms and carried him to the doors of the dojo, where a servant opened, then closed them for him. Hisashi would swear that in the eerie quiet that followed the strapping, Hiashi appeared to be carrying Minato again. And he hoped in time that would not be the case. Chapter 8. Hinata was a complete and utter mess. She had not remembered the last time she was so crushed, the last time she had cried so much. It felt like she was completely empty inside. Her heart felt like it weighed at least a ton and she did not want to move away from Naruto-kun's bed. She had wanted to stay with him. Her heart told her it was the right thing to do. But she also knew that unless she wanted to take the same whipping that Naruto did, she had to respect the customs. She hated them. She never understood why it had to be this way, only that it was tradition, and in order to change it, then she would have to one day be head of the family. And even then she may not be able to change it immediately. The whole thing made no sense. But as much as she hated it, she knew she had to live by it. Surprisingly, her mother had not come for her. She thought that she would, but it had already been some time since she ran in here. But she was still alone. It hurt so much as she imagined his cries of pain. And those cries that she did not hear sapped all of the strength from her. Every muscle in her body felt like it would never move again of its own power, like every ounce of energy had been removed from her and she would never be more than she was now, a grief-stricken statue. She still remembered the strap as it fell on Naruto's back before the door closed and she ran to his room. She didn't want to hear him cry out. She didn't want to see him scream. She knew it would shame him if she had stayed and she would rather walk barefoot across glass than shame him. What he did was extremely brave and according to clan tradition brought him much face in anyone's eyes that knew about it. But he did it for love. Love for her. She was oh so very proud of him, but at the same time it hurt her more than she could describe. Her sobs had lessened, but she still clung to the blanket and her tears still fell, but she got herself more under control until all she did was cry quietly into the pillow. She wasn't sure how long she lay there. But her father's voice made her jump up immediately and turn towards him. The Ashi's face was also tear-streaked as he carried Naruto's prone form into the room. He is fine with my daughter. He took the atonement better than I thought he would. I am very proud of him. Hinata sobbed quietly while Hiashi laid Naruto on the bed, then gently rolled him on his stomach. Hinata reached out to touch him, but her father's voice was like the strike of a whip and she immediately snapped her head around to look at him. Hinata. Do you so easily forget your duty? Go and get healing paste to soothe your Koishi's back. You cannot profess your love for him, then leave him here to suffer. I have taught you better than that, have I not? Hinata wiped her eyes, then nodded. Hi father. Her legs moved so fast it seemed her body might not catch up as she ran from the room. The Ashi relaxed his stern look and smiled as he stood looking down at his adopted son. He was not displeased with Naruto or Hinata. Hinata would soon adjust to the new condition of her life with Naruto. And Naruto seemed to already have adjusted to his new role with Hinata. Now when do I tell them what they are to each other? He thought to himself before Hinata came bursting back into the room, breathing harder because of her run. I have it, father. She panted lightly before resting her hands on her knees to catch her breath. The Ashi took the jar of paste from his daughter, then raised his eyebrows as he noticed the grade. Platinum level, my daughter. Hinata nodded as she began to breathe slower. Hi Otu-san. I do not want to take chances on his injury being worse than it looks. While Hiashi kept a serious look on his face, he smiled inwardly as he handed the paste back to her. The healing paste was made in 4 levels by the household medical nin. Copper for the least of injuries, silver for more moderate injuries including minor burns and cuts, gold for more serious injuries, including open wounds to prevent infection and promote rapid healing, and platinum which in some cases was known to almost triple a person's rate of recovery. It was usually rubbed vigorously in areas where bones were broken, severe wounds, and was used for all kinds of other practical applications. The fact that she brought the best of what the household had to offer proved to him that his daughter did care deeply for Naruto. But the quiet harumph, Hiashi nodded to his daughter. Alright Hinata-chan. I expect you to take full responsibility from now on. Do you understand? You have my full support. Hinata blinked for a moment, then nodded slowly. Did her father mean what she thought he meant? He smiled, then rubbed her head gently. Do not cry anymore, it is done. Your Naruto-kun was very brave today and took his place within the family as the keeper of your heart and my son. No matter what your mother says. I will make it so. Hinata leapt over and hugged her father tight, which he happily returned to her before pushing her away lightly and pointed to Naruto when he groaned and shifted on the bed. Attend Hinata-chan. We will talk more later. Hinata nodded to her father again as he walked out of the bedroom, quietly closing the door behind himself. Hinata opened the jar of healing salve and grinned as it tingled on her hands and fingers. She had never gotten the chance to use the platinum before and it felt kind of magical as she rubbed it over her hands, then gently rubbed it against Naruto's shoulders and back. As the paste began to do its work, Naruto groaned again, then sighed, a smile surrounding the lower half of his face as the paste eased the pain and soreness from the welts on his back. While the strap did not cut the way a leather whip would, it did leave a lot of redness and welts from where it struck his flesh. Naruto did not have any cuts on his back, but areas of his back were raised and most of his back was the color of a tomato. She almost cried again from the way it looked and how it must feel, but she shook her head and smeared more paste on his back and kept rubbing, applying pressure in certain areas so that she could ease his muscles and he would relax and sleep deeply. She knew it was important for him to sleep completely or he would not be rested enough for his body to heal properly. While Hinata had learned much, there was still so much more she wanted to learn, especially about medicine and healing. While the gentle fist was excellent for combat, it was even better for healing. Most did not care about being able to ease pain, but Hinata was one of the rare few that knew that she wanted to do more than just close chakra points. She had aspirations to be like the great Sanant Sanadi. It was said there wasn't anything she couldn't do with her healing, and at the same time she was a powerful warrior. How much better would Hinata be if she could become like her? In truth, she had imagined herself a few times healing with one hand and crushing her foes with the other. And at the same time still being a wife and a mother. Of course, she did not know how much of a workload she was going to shoulder with all of that responsibility, but it made her happy to imagine. Hinata's musings were broken when Naruto squirmed a little, then giggled. "Stop. Tickles." He mumbled and Hinata giggled too as she realized her hands were massaging his sides. With a little poke causing him to squirm and giggle again, she leaned over and looked into his open eyes. "Are you alright with Naruto-kun?" Naruto nodded at her as he smiled. "I'm much better than Hinata-chan, thank you. It does not hurt so much and your fingers make it feel better." Hinata blushed in pleasure before leaning down and hugging him. "It is my honor and pleasure to watch Naruto-kun." She rested her head between his shoulder blades and sighed quietly, just happy that he was okay. She still felt bad for the beating he took, but the pain from that was slowly going away. "Will you be okay for our bath?" Naruto nodded as he took her hand and held it. "Yes, and for us to sleep together too." Hinata smiled as she flushed in happiness and squeezed his hand in return. They lay like that for a long time. Not a care in the world at this point. The lord of the Hyuga was not a happy camper however. The Ashi walked back and forth in front of their bed platform, trying very hard not to be as angry as he felt and to give his wife a chance. Not wanting to believe that she would hate a child so much that she would hurt him rather than see the good in him. "Do you not understand what you have done? Are you so blind in your hatred that you do not see the pain you have caused both of them?" Izumi's head was down, but she didn't seem to show any remorse or sadness as she responded. "I did what I thought was proper, what I thought was right. I did not intend to shame you in front of the servants, but I stand by what I said. It would be a crime against nature to let him and Hinata be one." The Ashi turned and glared daggers at her, hands clenched into fists, as the urge to strike her from the sleeping platform warred within him against his need to love and protect his wife. But right now his wife was being irrational. "Why? Why would you deny Naruto life and your own daughter happiness?" Izumi looked up at Hiashi as if he had lost his sanity. "You are serious, my husband. Do you not hear the rumors, have you not heard the stories? He carries the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He is a monster." The Ashi's anger turned to sorrow as he saw the seriousness and determination in his wife's eyes. He was shocked that he had never noticed it in her before, but now he understood what had happened. She liked a lot of the villagers, and even some of the shinobi had fallen into the realm of the gossips. And now she was trapped there like so many others. Truth would not rescue her, even if it walked right up to her and tried to release her from the madness that was crawling within her mind. Hiashi only had two choices, and he did not like either of them. He would have to have his wife watched constantly, virtually making her a prisoner in her own house, in order to stop her from hurting Naruto further, or he would have to send her back to her family in shame. That she would harm a child without proper reason would be unthinkable to her family, and because she would be returning to them, they would shun her, probably causing her to take her own life. In this manner she and Naruto would never interact again, but her life, and probably Hiashi's, would be over. Hiashi was not happy. Naruto deserved a chance to live and have a life, and since the agreement with the yondaime, Hiashi knew that while he loved his wife, he would not betray his promise. He could not because it is what made him trustworthy in the eyes of the clan. On the reverse side, Izumi was his wife and he promised to protect and love her forever. But she would not be reasonable. Nothing about this would be easy. As he was about to pass his judgment, an idea occurred to him and this made him smile as he considered what it would mean. Izumi watched her husband smile and it made her worry, she had only seen him smile once before like this. And that was when a ruffian had threatened her. She believed he was still taking his meals through a straw. "Izumi-chan, you leave me little choice. So with a heavy heart I made this decision." Izumi bowed her head, arms spread to either side. "I await your decision, my lord." The Ashi heard the slight insult in her voice, so nodded to himself at his decision. "From this day until you accept the situation as it is, you will live and train Hinata in the Sakura cottage. At night you are allowed to return to our chambers to sleep with me and you will give me another child." The Sakura cottage earned its name for the trees that surrounded it. When the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, there was no other place like it. The Sakura cottage incidentally was like a retreat away from the clan's business. It is said that any that go there are not disturbed until they emerge from the interior again. It was a long-standing tradition that when the clan head needed privacy or a few days away from the hectic life of the clan, that is where he and his family would go. Izumi was a little shocked as she considered his words. Is there no other way? I will gladly give you another child, my lord, but you will banish me to the furthest part of the estate because of that bakemono. The Ashi's hand struck her immediately, knocking her to her side on the sleeping platform. She looked at him from her side, blood beginning to drip from her mouth as she watched him regain his composure. Slowly, painfully slowly he dropped his stance and straightened his robes. If you insult him, you insult me. I have already claimed Naruto as my son, and nothing will change that, not you, not the villagers, not the dissidents in the clan. I love you, Izumi-chan. But until you show me you can see anything other than your own blind hatred, you are nothing more than a concubine to me. The shock on her face could not be described in mere words. It was complete. She could not believe the words that had come from her husband's mouth, but the commanding look on his face said it all. He would not bend on this, and if she waited to see if he would waver or fracture in his resolve, she already knew enough about him that she understood she would be the first to break. With a nod, Izumi stood and walked over to Hiyashi and knelt in front of him. Reverently she undid his robes and removed them from his body and set them in their place near the bed. Before she continued, she looked up at Hiyashi, her anger gone, only a feeling of sorrow in her, sorrow for the future. Will you love me again someday, Hiyashi-kun? The Ashi tried not to glare down at her imperiously, but at this moment he was deeply disappointed with the woman who was once again kneeling before him. I decree as the lord of the Hyuga, I will love you again when you love Naruto as you do Hinata. Izumi blinked as the hopelessness of the situation set in, and she nodded. Then after I conceive a child for you, I beg you to let me restore my honor. The Ashi blinked and fought the urge to cry as he clenched his teeth tightly. You would commit seppuku rather than understand the child you wronged. Izumi bowed her head, then nodded. I do not think I can ever accept him, and I do not want our legitimate children to know the depths of my shame. The Ashi grunted, but then nodded quickly. I will not reveal to them why, or even how you died if that is what you truly wish. Izumi looked at her hands then slowly nodded. It is as I wish. The Ashi nodded. It is done. There really was nothing more that could or should be said. Izumi removed her kimono and undergarments, then lay back on the bed, awaiting her lord's attention. They were no longer husband and wife in heart. Only words. Weeks passed, as time usually does. Hinata's birthday had come and gone, and Naruto's was quickly approaching. He would be 6, but he was not happy. The household had changed, and he and Hinata both knew it. Izumi and Hinata would train some days in the Sakura cottage, and then Hinata would come back and spend the rest of the day with Naruto, teaching what she had learned or what he was lacking in. But the household had gotten quiet. Naruto and Hinata were more at ease, and they did not have to sneak off to take a bath together anymore or sleep under her bed together anymore. But some of the excitement had left when Izumi stopped running around to check on them. When they had asked Hiyashi why Izumi was now training Hinata in the Sakura cottage rather than the main house, they were told it was for reasons that could not be explained, but it was all for the best. Even Izumi was tight-lipped on the details and had told Hinata that it was not her concern. When Hinata tried to wheedle the information from her mother, she was promptly paddled, which prompted her to not ask again. Flashback. Hinata ran past the kitchen staff, tears flowing from her eyes in a river as she hit the stairs to her room and took them 2 at a time until she was away from everyone, on her bed, kicking and screaming into her pillow. One of the servants who were known to be very caring towards Naruto and Hinata both wiped her hands and went immediately to the dojo. Inside, Neji and Naruto were sparring under the watchful eyes of both Hisashi and Hiyashi. Both student stances were strong, and only Naruto needed occasional corrections. Neji would smile when he got a good strike in, or Naruto would laugh as he got the advantage over his cousin. There seemed to be no malice, or even one-upmanship in the two, as they would pause and listen to their fathers give them pointers or guidance. It was a shame Naruto did not have the Byakugan. Neji took to the gentle fist like a fish to water, but while Naruto struggled, it was obvious he would have been exemplary if he had possessed the ghost eye. Before they could drop in for another round, the servant ran to the platform and knelt in front of it, head to the floor. Lord Hiyashi. Forgive this worthless servant for interrupting your training session with honorable son Naruto-san. Naruto blushed, but Neji's playful push made him smile. In all honesty, Naruto still had not gotten over the way the staff treated him now. While they were polite before, once he showed he had accepted the clan ways and took the beating meant for Izumi, everyone practically began gushing over him. The part of him hated the attention, honorable son this and honorable son that. But he had to admit it was nice to be respected. None of that now. Hiyashi spoke as he folded his hands within his robes. What is on your mind? The servant rose to her feet and bowed at the waist to Naruto. Lady Hinata has fled to her room in tears. I fear her mother has upset her in some way. The Ashi smiled and nodded to the servant. Thank you, Ama. Naruto, our lesson is done for today. Go tend to Hinata and remind her that her lesson is tomorrow. Naruto bowed first to Neji, who bowed in return, then Hisashi, who also returned the bow, then finally to Hiashi, who also returned it. Thank you, father. Hiashi flushed in pleasure as he watched Naruto turn, step off the platform, bow to it respectfully, before following Ama out of the dojo. Hisashi walked over to Hiashi and clapped him on the shoulder. He is coming along nicely. Perhaps we can begin showing him some of the lesser forms of the gentle fist soon. Hiashi nodded as he stood thoughtfully. I had been considering that also. He will never be Neji's equal without the Byakugan in the gentle fist, but he will be formidable. Neji smirked as he continued his kata. Neither he nor Hinata will ever be my equal. Hisashi frowned as he looked at his offspring. My son, I do not remember asking your opinion, I was talking to my brother. But now that I think about it, you do lack something in your training that I know I did not teach you, but I will rectify that now. Humility. 50 squat thrusts should instill my point, I think. Neji groaned and almost protested until he saw the quivering eyebrow that his father wore. At that point Neji bowed himself off of the platform and began his exercise, grumbling the whole time about the unfairness of life. Naruto followed Ama out towards the kitchen, nodding to other servants as they greeted him until she arrived at a cabinet. Opening it, she handed him a jar of healing paste, silver label. At his questioning look, Ama shooed him towards the stairs to Hinata's room. You will understand when you get there, Naruto-san. Ama smiled at him and he nodded as he walked towards and up the steps. About 5 steps from the landing he heard her and knew it must have been something bad. She was bawling loud enough that he could hear her through the closed door. He wanted to rush in to make sure she was fine, but Naruto had learned a lot from Hinata and one of the most important things, politeness. Naruto raised his hand and knocked lightly, but Hinata did not answer, so he knocked again, a little louder. Her response was not expected. Go away. She sobbed. He blinked as he thought about her answer. Her feelings must be really hurt and he hated to see her hurt or crying, so he knocked again. Hina-chan. It's me, Naruto. Naruto didn't hear her anymore and he thought she wasn't going to answer him, but then the door opened and she threw her arms around his neck and cried unashamedly against his shoulder as she clutched him. Naruto was caught off guard but immediately wrapped his arms around her and pushed a foot back against the wall behind him to stop them both from falling, before straightening and walking with her into her room and closing the door. Hinata couldn't talk because she was crying so hard, but Naruto knew she just needed to be held until she was done, so he tried to control his emotions and not cry as well as he held her. It took a while, but she finally calmed until she was just hiccuping occasionally, but still held tight to him. Naruto, not sure what to do, picked her up bridal style and carried her with a little difficulty to the bed. He lowered her slowly to the bed, but when her bottom touched it, all hell broke loose. For starters, Hinata screamed bloody murder. OWWWW. Her shoulders and feet dug into the bed as her back arched, moving her bottom as far from the mattress as possible. Naruto blinked, then understood immediately as he turned her over. As soon as she was on her stomach he asked her. Did Mother Izumi spank you? Hinata could only nod as the tears streamed anew from her eyes. Her hands clenched and beat her pillow, so the only thing he could think was Izumi must have really let her have it. Now he understood why Ama gave him the healing paste. Carefully, Naruto rolled up the back of her dress until it was above her backside and blinked in shock. Naruto could see little blood trails along her backside through her panties, and she had stripe marks across the back of her upper thighs as well. Naruto gulped his anger and shock down, then carefully began to pull her panties off her hips to survey the damage. Hinata, so numb in pain and sorrow, did not even try to help him, so he tried to be as careful as possible. At about the same time Hinata's bedroom door flew open and one of the house guards stood there, eyes bulging from their sockets. Naruto blinked at the guard and the guard immediately regained his composure. What are you doing to Lady Hinata? Naruto frowned before he pulled her skirt back down, causing her to whimper again as the material made contact with her wounds. Did your parents never teach you to knock? Naruto asked with a frown directed at the guard. The guard frowned as those words, calmly delivered, slapped him hard on the brain. Apologies, honorable son, but I heard Lady Hinata scream and… The man was now at a loss for words as Naruto straightened and Hinata, completely oblivious to everything except the pain on her bottom, lay there crying and whimpering. Stand outside the door and let no one else in. I am attending to her wounds. The man frowned for a second, then nodded. Hi. Turning around he stepped out into the hallway and closed the door behind him. Naruto grumbled to himself before turning back to Hinata. Gently he rolled up her skirt again, then peeled her panties carefully down to mid-thigh and grimaced at the damage. It looked as if a switch was liberally applied to Hinata's bare bottom and legs. There was no damage to the seat of the panties, so Izumi must have pulled them down first. Naruto felt himself get angry again, but instead of losing his temper, he put aside the silver ointment and took the remainder of the platinum ointment that Hinata used on his back off of her dresser, then carefully applied it to her bottom, rubbing carefully and softly as he made quiet shushing sounds to her. As the paste first made contact, she hissed loudly and almost squirmed away from him. But as the paste took effect almost immediately, she sighed and settled onto the mattress of her bed, all the strength leaving her limbs. Naruto looked at her face and couldn't help grinning at her happy face. He remembered well the pain he was in until Hinata used the paste on his back. That was good stuff. Naruto continued to gently rub the paste in and could see the minor cuts closing and the welts retreating, restoring the cuteness to her bottom. Just as loud voices outside the door made him look up. The door slid open almost violently and in stepped Lord Hiashi and his brother Hisashi and both stopped in their tracks as Naruto continued to massage healing balm on Hinata's bottom. The Ashi's face was livid at first and Hisashi, even though he was smirking, had a hand on his brother's shoulder trying to calm him. The guard shrugged sheepishly at Naruto, then mumbled to Hiashi, "I told you not to go in." The Ashi turned and looked at the man before shoving him outside the room. "This is a family matter. Out." The Ashi closed the door then looked at his adopted son, trying to maintain his fraying temper. "Naruto. What are you doing to my daughter's backside?" Naruto looked at his hand gently rubbing Hinata's bottom, then looked at his father. "Helping it." Hisashi guffawed like a fool before falling against the wall. The Ashi frowned at his brother before looking at Naruto again. "Why are you helping it?" Naruto looked at Hinata's bottom again before smiling at her smiling face again, then looking at his father delivered the simplest answer he could. "Because it hurts." Hisashi slid to the floor and brayed like a donkey. He was laughing so hard. The Ashi grumbled in disgust at his brother before kicking him lightly against his butt. "Shut up." After a few seconds, Hiashi regained his professional demeanor and asked again. "My son. Please tell me what happened when you were massaging Hinata-chan's naked bottom." Naruto nodded and explained everything he knew of what happened. From the time he left the dojo to the time they had come into her room. The Ashi came over and gave a cursory inspection of Hinata's bloodstained panties and nodded. "I must speak with Izumi. And after I would like to speak with you and Hinata-chan about certain things." As he turned to the door, Naruto's hand on his father's sleeve stopped him. "Otu-san, please don't. Let me speak to her." The Ashi blinked but turned back to Naruto. "Please explain, Naruto." Naruto frowned for a moment before reaching over and covering Hinata with a blanket and lightly stroking her head. Hinata sighed quietly but said nothing as Naruto looked at Hiashi again. "I know what's going on, father. I know Izumi hates me. If you talk to her, she will get madder, but she won't change. If I talk to her, maybe she will not be angry at me anymore and she will forgive me for what I did." The Ashi thought for a moment, not wanting to crush his son's hope of peace in the household. He weighed the reaction of Izumi against his desire to keep a separation, then made a decision and after a few seconds he nodded. "Alright my son, but I want Hisashi to go with you. Izumi is not being reasonable right now and she may not want to listen. If Hisashi is with you, perhaps she will listen. Or at the least not try to harm you," he thought. Naruto nodded before leaning down and kissing Hinata's forehead. "Present." Now Naruto stood at the door to the Sakura cottage and wondered as he knocked if this was the right decision to make. Chapter 9. The door opened and her face went from surprise to barely concealed anger. The last person she expected to see was the creature that had caused so much havoc and pain in her life. With a growl she snapped at Naruto. "What do you want?" Naruto bowed at the waist to her and replied in a friendly manner. "Mother Izumi." Was as far as he got as her hand came up then flashed in a downward stroke to knock the words from his mouth. Never did she want to hear him call her that. Naruto did not flinch, but Izumi did as Hisashi caught her hand by the wrist and held it inches from striking Naruto. With a bored expression he shook his head at her. "Izumi-sama. Well, you are still Lady Hyuga, I am still the keeper of the family honor and I am here to make sure the peace is maintained. After the way you punished Hinata, my brother would be most displeased if I let you do the same to Naruto." Izumi snatched her hand back with a frown but gave a slight bow to Hisashi. "What may I do for you, Hisashi-sama? I was not expecting guests today." Hisashi accepted her changed demeanor with a slight return bow to her. "To begin, I am here in an official capacity. You are to be supervised whenever Hinata comes for her lessons now so as we do not have a repeat of earlier this morning. You do have the right to discipline her as she is your daughter, but Lord Hyuga has forbidden you from using anything other than your hand." Izumi frowned but then nodded slowly. "I see. It will be as it has been ordered. Is that all?" Hisashi frowned before he continued in the same tone of voice. "No. Naruto-kun is here to speak with you. He feels it is necessary and will not take no for an answer." So unless you want us to hover around you until you deem it proper for us to speak, I will suggest you provide us with your gracious hospitality so that he may tell you what is on his mind." Izumi blinked as she looked from Hisashi to Naruto. The boy just stood there still in the same position as earlier, stupid mask and all. They still had not found a safe way to remove it, and since no one was familiar with the technology, Jiraiya had sent word to someone he knew to come take a look at it. He had not arrived yet, so he must live far from Konoha, but Naruto had worn it for so long he didn't really think about it anymore. Izumi noticed how crisp and clean he looked despite the mask, as if he made a special effort to look good for this. Slowly Izumi nodded her head, she would let the demon speak his mind. "Fine," she said, and with a casual gesture she opened the door and bowed as she backed away from the opening. "Would you both please come in?" Naruto wouldn't budge at first as he felt like a fly being invited to hop into the middle of a web, but a nudge from Hisashi convinced him to step forward into the cottage. Hisashi chuckled lightly before he stepped in and closed the door behind them. Izumi gestured to a meeting table with pillows around it and smiled a most gracious smile. "Please, won't you have a seat?" As Naruto nodded, he walked over and waited for Izumi to pull a tea service closer, and once she sat, he sat as well. Hisashi stood a little away from the two, but kept alert in case he had to intervene. Izumi placed a cup before herself and Naruto then raised a teapot into the air between them. "Would you care for some tea, Naruto?" Naruto thought for a second then nodded. "Yes, please." As Izumi poured the tea, Naruto wondered at her grace and beauty. She seemed to move in one fluid-like motion, and everything she did had a purpose as she poured him tea, then rested the pot back on its holder. With a slight flourish she picked up her teacup and an overly sweet smile raised it to him. "To your health." Naruto nodded quietly as he accepted her toast and drank some of the contents before placing the cup on the table again. Izumi looked at the boy and tried not to make a face of distaste when she spoke. "What is it you wanted to speak with me about?" Naruto took a deep breath and fidgeted a little before he raised his eyes to Izumi. "I'm sorry." Izumi blinked before she leaned forward slightly. "Pardon me?" Naruto raised his voice and looked bravely into her eyes. "I said I am sorry. I don't know what I did, but I will do anything to fix it. Even if you want to beat me. You can." "I don't want a beating," he said with a slight sniffle, "but I don't want you to be mad at me anymore. Hinata-chan misses you in the house. She hasn't said it, but I know she does. And I miss seeing you too. Even though you are always angry at me, I still miss seeing you around. Everyone tells me how kind you were and how much they loved seeing you in the house, taking care of things, baking, even cleaning. And they talk about how you and Hinata were always walking around talking about things and how happy she was when you did." Izumi didn't know what to say as she watched him. This child, she thought as she continued to listen to him, sounded so reasonable. Why is it that he seems so much like one of us? The demon is supposed to be conniving, twisted. I have heard it is a malignant intelligence, and yet this boy speaks to me of my daughter and wants me to come back. Is he trying to trick me? As Izumi listened and thought these things, Naruto felt the urge to cry as he thought about Hinata and the sadness he could sense in her, but he knew that what he was doing was right, even if a lot of people would not like it later. "I know this all started when I got here. And if it will make it all better, I will leave again." Izumi gasped and covered her mouth as Hisashi blinked in shock. Hisashi told him to stand in observance, but he could not let that occur. His brother would never forgive him, and to be honest, he would never forgive himself. Before he could say anything, however, Izumi leaned towards the boy again. "Why? Why would you do that?" she asked in a surprised voice. Naruto tried to be brave, he tried to be strong, but as he thought about leaving Hinata to make Izumi happy. When he thought about never seeing her again, something inside of him broke and the floodgates opened as tears poured down his face. Because it would be the right thing to do. Because Hinata-chan needs her mother more than she needs me. Naruto's lip quivered and it poked forward in a gesture that he seemed to absorb from Hinata, which touched Izumi. What really touched her, however, were the genuine tears of sorrow that began to course down Naruto's face. But before Izumi could respond or think of anything, Naruto pushed himself back away from the table and put his head to the floor. Izumi and Hisashi had to lean closer to hear him as the floor muffled his voice, but the words were clear enough that no one could mistake them. "Gomen. But I love Hinata-chan. I do. I know you hate that, but I really do. I do not want her to be hurt, I do not want her to be sad. And if I leave will make it possible that you will not be angry at her anymore. That you can love her again, then I will go. I will go and I won't come back." Naruto held his position and Izumi blinked a few times, fighting with the emotions that warred within her. On one side was the part that truly hated the Kyuubi and all the death and destruction it had caused. On the other side was the mother that hurt to see any child hurt. The kind soul that had won her so much respect from the many people she had befriended, and as Naruto became completely overwhelmed by the thought of having no one in his life again, his strength broke and he began to sob. The pain-filled, racking sobs that pulled at her just as painfully as the loneliness he was beginning to feel already. Izumi was lost and she couldn't understand it. Here before her was a child crying his heart out and claiming to love the most precious thing in her life. My daughter Hinata. She thought the mother wanted to go and cradle the boy in her arms. Well, a part of her wanted to believe the lies she had heard. The kind heart, the loving side of her slowly pushed it aside and made her consider all she had done. This child. Naruto would sacrifice his heart, his love for her daughter to make her happy. This could not be the work of evil. As she considered, she remembered her own childhood and what it would have been like if she had to live or make the choices he had. And her heart began to open to him. Still, doubts lingered in her mind as in all humans, so she asked him the most difficult thing she could think of. Naruto. I am sure you have seen people look at you differently. His head still on the floor, he nodded affirmatively and she continued. Do you know why they do that? Naruto sat up and looked at her in confusion, tears still coming from his eyes. After a couple of minutes of thought he shrugged as he sniffled. I don't know. Maybe I was bad. I try to be a good boy, especially now for my Otu-san. But I guess I'm just not good enough. I guess I will always be a bad boy. He said. As he finished his sentence a new flood of tears and heart-wrenching sobs came from him and she could see. This was real. This wasn't some trick or the demon trying to get her guard down. The earnest look on his face made her heart hurt as she realized the truth. He didn't know. Kami helps him. He doesn't know what is inside of him. A few tears escaped Izumi's eyes as she nodded. She realized she couldn't blame him, and while she still had the fear and dread of what the Kyuubi was and what it was capable of, the hate began to move aside. This child is not Kyuubi. Naruto still sat there, tears running down his face as he waited to see what Izumi would do or say. He didn't want to go. He hated the thought, and he would miss his Hinata-chan, but packing his things would be easy at least. He guessed he could sneak out after dark. To his and Hisashi surprise Izumi rose to her feet, came around the table and knelt next to him. Hisashi flinched as he held himself from rushing forward. He had already had a hard time holding back the tears he almost shed, listening to Naruto pour his heart out to her, but now he was worried she might do something to actually hurt him. What made him pause and be glad that he did was her eyes. Izumi's green eyes looked at Hisashi and they shone. He had only seen that look once before. On the day Hinata was born. Izumi quietly wrapped her arms around Naruto, a little stiffly, but soon settled into a full-blown hug and he blinked in shock, then began to cry hard again as she held him. SHHH. Do not hurt Naruto. You are not a bad boy. It is because people that hate you do not understand. The same way I didn't understand. You aren't a bad boy. Not at all, and I think that if you left, Hinata would never be the same. My daughter loves you as much as you love her and it would hurt you and her more to ask you to leave. So no. I do not want you to go. We will find another way to fix everything. Naruto reached around and hugged Izumi as he continued to cry against her. Izumi flinched briefly, then smiled as she looked up at Hisashi. Brother, please inform my husband that we need to speak with him. It is very urgent. Hisashi nodded as he wiped his eyes. He had truly hoped things would go well as he bowed to both Naruto and Izumi, then left the cottage. Hisashi looked at his wife as she held Naruto's hand and could not believe the change. Hinata also was confused but happy that her mother was not strangling her. Hisashi said it was urgent and Hisashi was sure she would give him some ultimatum about Naruto going to the Sakura cottage and disturbing her or some such. But walking in and seeing them smiling and holding hands made him slowly lower Hinata to the floor and lean against the door jamb in shock. Hinata looked back and forth but could not decide what to believe. Izumi smiled at her daughter, then gestured to her to come and sit on her other side. Hesitantly Hinata walked over and began to fidget with her hands as she got closer. Her eyes dropped to the floor as she expected to get scolded, or worse, switched again. When she was directly in front of her mother, Izumi felt a surge of sadness in her as she saw the reaction Hinata was having at being so close to her. Izumi reached out and lifted her daughter's chin until she could look into her eyes, then smiled sadly at her. Gomen Hina-chan. I was cruel to Naruto-san, and because of that I was cruel to you. I was not setting a good example as a mother, and for that I am truly sorry. Hinata's chin quivered a little so Izumi pulled her in for a hug, causing Hinata to cry and squeeze her mother tightly. Hisashi smiled as he watched his wife return home emotionally and he felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Time will tell if this would last or not, but for now, he was happy. After a few minutes, he closed the door, then walked over and sat at the table where the tea service was still waiting to be used again. Quietly he poured himself a cup and sipped it with a smile as he noticed both Hinata and Naruto hugged Izumi now, crying quietly against her, and she held them with her eyes closed, gently rubbing both of their backs. It was quiet in the cottage, but it was a good quiet. After a time when both children had calmed themselves, Hiashi and Izumi sat in front of them drinking tea. Hinata and Naruto held hands and sat close together, but they both knew something was about to rear its ugly head. While there was no feeling of threat, you could feel in the air that something was about to change. Hiashi placed his cup down, and Izumi followed suit as Hiashi looked at the children. "My son. Would you explain to Izumi-chan what I saw you doing this morning after our practice session?" Naruto and Hinata both paled as they realized someone. Maybe both of them were paddling. Hinata's eyes pleaded with Naruto, and he knew instinctively what he had to do. Naruto, exhibiting his sneakiness early in life, tried to avoid the subject. "Well, I told you that I wanted to talk to Izumi-chan about me and..." Hiashi shook his head as he interrupted him. "No, my son. Before that." Naruto looked to be thinking and tried again as Hinata squeezed his hand. "Well, you kicked Uncle Hisashi in his for laughing too hard." Hiashi smirked and Izumi blushed lightly with a giggle as she covered her mouth with a fan. Her eyes looked at her husband as if to say, "You didn't." And Hiashi's eyes smiled back at her as if to say, "You know I did." Hinata looked at Naruto and whispered, "He did." And Naruto nodded back at her. Hiashi compassed his face back into a serious cast and tried one more time. "My son, while I understand you are nervous. What have I told you about the truth?" Naruto looked crestfallen, but nodded as he looked down. "Gomen Hinata-chan." Hiashi knew Naruto was protecting his daughter from what he thought would be his wrath, but even if he would be angry, the truth was always best until he learned how to be political. Hiashi hoped that would not be anytime soon. Hinata sniffled and Naruto looked at her in concern, but she shook her head to him. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. Tell them." Naruto blinked back a few tears and frowned. "But I don't want you to get paddled again. You still haven't healed all the way." Hinata shook her head at him but squeezed his hand as she tried to smile. "I know, but we cannot lie to them about Naruto-kun." Izumi blinked and looked from the children to her husband. What did they do that was so bad? She wondered as Naruto finally turned back to them. Naruto stiffened his resolve and decided no matter the punishment, he would take it all for Hinata. He would not let her be hurt again. "Daddy, you walked into Hinata's room and saw me," Naruto gulped loudly, then mumbled and turned his head away from Izumi and Hiashi's eyes. Hiashi's eyes hardened as he drummed the fingers of his free hand on the table in an impatient gesture. "Naruto," he said, and his tone immediately told them both that he meant business. Naruto coughed then cleared his throat before saying a bit louder. "You saw me rubbing Hinata's bottom." Izumi gasped as she looked to her husband for confirmation, but he held up a hand to her, eyes still intent on Naruto. "Oh. Are you sure that was all I saw of my son?" Naruto flinched then shook his head and Izumi began to dread what he would say next. "I was rubbing her bare bottom." Izumi turned 5 different shades of colors, but Naruto quickly interjected before she could speak. "Hinata's bottom was hurt badly, you switched her and made her bleed, Izumi-chan, and it hurt her really bad. I couldn't let her stay like that, so I rubbed the healing paste on her so she would feel better." Izumi's mouth opened to say something, but closed as she focused less on the impropriety and more on the words. "Wait. You say she was bleeding?" Naruto nodded quickly, and the look on Hinata's face made her pause as she considered. Hiashi cleared his throat and handed something to Izumi, who took it, then frowned as she unfolded the delicate item in her hands. As she looked at it she realized what it was. The panties that Hinata had on earlier, and true to word, there were slight stains of blood on them. Izumi's face crinkled up in concentration as she tried to remember the episode, but to be honest, she was so blinded by her anger, she could not recall it all. A part of her was glad she couldn't, because she was sure she would have become ill from the memory of causing her child so much pain. Izumi bowed her head to Hinata and whispered, "Gomen, my daughter." And Hinata nodded as she tried to smile for her mother. Hiashi was not going to be deterred from what he was thinking though. "You both realize why this is wrong, do you not?" Naruto and Hinata both looked at each other, but neither could answer. Hiashi wondered why they remained silent. Surely they knew the reasons they shouldn't do these things. Hinata didn't want to, but in a quiet voice she mumbled, "Because mommy says so." Hiashi frowned, but before he could ask why she thought that was the only reason, Izumi placed her hand on his leg and whispered to him. "My husband. I think I know what the problem is. Let me observe them today, and tonight I will let you know my discoveries and we can discuss solutions." If Izumi still had her negative attitude, he would have said no immediately, but seeing the sincerity in her eyes he agreed. So it came to pass that Izumi quietly followed the children around the rest of the day with the admonishment that they were to do what they always did together, and if they didn't, the next day they would be immediately paddled as soon as they awoke. Hinata and Naruto both nodded, realizing that they were caught and probably going to be paddled anyway, so they went about their normal routines and after a few minutes no longer saw Izumi or thought about her. To be honest, Izumi placed them under a minor so they would not notice her anymore, so they became comfortable and did what they always did without worry or hesitation. When they were not studying, Naruto and Hinata sat on the couch and watched the birds outside fly and play with each other. They took their meals together, they played and even tickled each other on occasion. For the rest of the day, Izumi saw the children's care for each other and it touched her heart. Later in the evening is when she made her discovery of what was going on that they had not seen. At around 7 p.m. Hinata had all of her bath stuff ready and had walked quietly to the bathroom. To Izumi's surprise she walked past the bathroom and stopped in front of Naruto's bedroom door. Looking around, she knocked twice and Naruto instantly opened it and they hugged briefly before they both walked to the bathroom. Izumi immediately ducked inside and watched as Hinata closed and locked the bathroom door and they both undressed. Izumi hoped that she was wrong, but she wasn't as they broke every rule that she had told Hinata that she had to obey. They were naked in front of each other, they went to the bathroom in front of each other, and they even washed and dried each other. Worse still was when Hinata was pulling her panties on, Naruto saw her wince. Without thought of impropriety or consequence, he went and grabbed some healing paste from the cabinet, then applied it to her legs and with her permission, pulled down her panties and applied it to Hinata's bottom, before pulling her panties back up. Hinata gave him a brief hug and a thank you before she did the same to his back. Though it didn't appear to need it anymore, she applied the paste in a light layer which made him sigh, and then she helped him put his shirt on. They didn't undress each other. But she was sure that would not be far away at this point. Izumi was fuming. But before she said or did anything, she waited to see what they would do at bedtime. Surely it couldn't go farther than this. Oh, how wrong she was. She waited until all the lights were low in the house and watched them sit in Hinata's room, coloring and chattering to each other. Hisashi knocked on Hinata's door and smiled at both of them as she opened it. Bedtime you two. Get some rest. Hinata and Naruto are training with your father tomorrow. Hinata nodded, then gave Hisashi a hug before he shooed her to her bed. Hisashi paused a second as he sensed something and looked right at Izumi, but a shake of her head made him nod and he quietly closed the door. Izumi wondered what would happen next and she did not have long to wait. Hinata set her clock and placed it by her headboard as Naruto took a sleeping bag out of the closet and unrolled it. They both positioned the sleeping bag under her bed, then they both got completely naked. Izumi flushed scarlet as she was scandalized and angry at the same time before they both climbed under the bed, into the sleeping bag, and closed it up, sealing them in and everything else out. It seems her daughter had become sneaky recently. She even folded her clothes neatly on the bed, so when the alarm clock came on, she could get dressed quickly in case someone came to investigate. Izumi, still maintaining her composure, looked under the bed and frowned, but did not react as Hinata snuggled up against Naruto, and she could see him hug her from behind. Good night Hinata-chan, I love you. Hinata smiled as her hands found his arms and held him there. Good night Naruto-kun, I love you too. After a few minutes, their quiet snores could be heard and she realized that they were both deeply asleep. Izumi knelt back on her heels and wondered what she should think of the situation. After 15, maybe 20 minutes, she rose to her feet and quietly left the room, many thoughts rushing through her mind as she considered what she had observed and what should be done. The next morning, Hinata and Naruto were brushing their teeth together to start the day when Amma knocked on the bathroom door. The door was open, but Amma was one of the most polite people that either of them had ever known. Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun. Lady Izumi and Lord Hiashi request you both to meet them in the family room for breakfast. Both of them looked at each other, then nodded to Amma. They only spent time in the family room if they were going to play a game together or if they were going to get lectured. It was not even 9 a.m. yet, so they didn't know what to expect. Holding hands, they walked together through the house to the family room where Hisashi stood outside the doors. Inside young ones. He said before leaning down and whispered to the two conspiratorially. I have already been lectured so it is your turn. Do not deny anything if you value your backsides. He then straightened before opening the door for them. Walking into the room they saw breakfast. Which was cool. But also Izumi and Hiashi sat there, both looking stern, which was not cool. Naruto took Hinata's hand again and she smiled at him as they both walked over to the table. Hiashi smiled at his children, then gestured to the food. This morning, we will have a family discussion while we eat and what we talk about is to be kept as a family secret. Do you understand? No one is to ever hear about this or there will be spankings for everyone. Hiashi said that Hinata's hand instinctively went to her backside, but she relaxed when Naruto squeezed her other hand. He was with her so she did not have anything to fear. As they sat, food was served onto plates for both of them by Izumi. While she did not look angry, she did not look entirely happy either. Naruto wondered what to think about this new development but did not get much time to consider as their father clapped his hands together. Now, it is my understanding that you and Hinata have been bathing together completely naked, dressing each other to some extent, and sleeping naked under her bed probably every night for some time now. He looked from one to the other as if he dared them to deny it. Both children competed to be the palest, but neither denied anything as they remembered what his Ashi had said. The Ashi looked surprised but then smiled in a pleased manner. Well, I will be honest. When Izumi told me last night, I was ready to come to your room, Hinata, and drag Naruto out from under your bed and beat the tar out of him. But something in your mother's explanation made me ask some very important questions which saved Hinata from embarrassment and Naruto's skin from hanging on the dojo wall. Whatever that something was, both Hinata and Naruto were thankful for it. The Ashi took a bite of a piece of flatbread and grinned at Izumi. He had missed her homemade apple jelly. Normally, this is considered very inappropriate behavior for one so young. But Izumi reminded me of how we acted when we were younger. And it made me pause as I realized something. The both of you are still very young and still very innocent. As long as that remains to be the case, I will not punish or chastise either of you for this. They both breathed a sigh of relief as Izumi smiled at them. In truth, she waited in Hinata's room for so long to organize her thoughts, and she realized something. Even though they touched each other's bodies with a familiarity that most parents would never allow. It was not sexual. When they washed each other, they were both very careful and both very cursory at the same time. There was no lewdness involved, nor was there any inappropriate straying or prolonged washing to certain areas of the body. Honestly, even their sleeping arrangement could be considered innocent as they had not even kissed each other on the lips as yet. They were two children who loved each other very much. That was what had decided the subject for her. When she and Hiashi had been betrothed, they both were 13 and both educated in sex. In fact, Izumi practically had to beat Hiashi off with a stick to get him to respect her personal space. After they were actually married, of course that changed, but in a large way she wished that Hiashi and herself had been allowed to grow up together the way Naruto and Hinata were. It seemed so cute and romantic at the same time. But, Hiashi continued, there will be changes. Well, Izumi-chan and I agree that the two of you shall remain together, it will be under strict rules. Izumi smiled as her husband nodded to her. She looked at the two children who stared at her with wide eyes. They both hoped they would still be able to sleep together. They had been doing it so long, neither knew if they could sleep without the other. 1. There will be no more separate training. You both will take your lessons together, starting today. The two of them looked at each other, then shrugged. That did not seem so bad, they at least could be with each other more often. 2. You are not allowed to be intimate outside of your bedroom or the bathroom. What I mean is you are not to remove your clothing in front of anyone other than each other. What you are doing is scandalous enough. If anyone were to see you doing it, then the household would be in an uproar and it would be hard for us to justify the next step. Oh, and this also includes touching each other in a way that would give the wrong impression. Your father had to do some scrambling to silence the guard. Saw Naruto attending to your bottom, Hinata. Naruto blinked as he tried to absorb Izumi's next words, but Hinata's squeak of surprise and her blush told him that he would have to really apologize later for leaving the door unlocked. As Hinata thought about someone other than her parents or Naruto seeing her, it scared as well as embarrassed her. When the mean bald man that hurt Naruto had looked at her, it made her uncomfortable. So at least now she understood mostly what her mother had meant. But oddly she didn't feel that way around Naruto. It took a few seconds as Izumi paused and it clicked on both Naruto and Hinata. We can be naked in front of each other. Third. Your things, both yours and Hinata's, are being moved into the spare bedroom. It is large enough to be occupied by two comfortably and it has a complete bathroom in it so you and Hinata can bathe in privacy. Which is only suitable for a couple that has been betrothed to each other. And Naruto and Hinata both understood as they both broke into deep blushes. The Ashi grinned as he reached over and squeezed Izumi's hand. I told you they would blush. He said with a chuckle. Naruto looked at Izumi and her face became serious as she anticipated his question. Yes, Naruto-kun, I will allow the two of you to be betrothed. I realize that my reaction to you before was both wrong and short-sighted of me. Well, I will still have some discomfort over some things. I saw how you and Hinata interacted with each other and I cannot truthfully stop two happy people from being together. Love should never be hindered and I will not hinder yours. She was thoughtful for a moment before looking over at Hiashi with a smile. We had agreed originally that we would not create a betrothal for Hinata. Your father and I were betrothed for many years and while we loved each other eventually, we did not like each other at first. In truth we were forced together and neither of our fathers cared a whit for what we wanted. Hinata frowned before she spoke. Then why let us be betrothed? The Ashi smiled as he leaned across the table and poked Hinata's nose. Because the two of you are already in love. And to be honest, I made a promise to someone long ago and this is helping me to keep that promise. Do not ask for the details because I am forbidden from revealing them. For now at least. But all will be answered in time. Naruto nodded as he considered the meaning of this. He was still unfamiliar with certain aspects of clan living and custom, so he understood about the word betrothal, but not quite certain what it meant. Izumi laughed lightly as she watched Naruto's face. It means that when you turn 14, you and Hinata can be legally married and begin your life together. It would be preferable if you waited a little longer than that, but if you can prove to your father and myself that you can handle the responsibility, then we shall of course approve the marriage. For now it is a betrothal, so there will be no scandalous talk in case the two of you are seen in bed together or something similar. But remember at night to always lock your bedroom door and keep robes near the bed in case you have to open the door quickly. Do you understand? Naruto and Hinata both nodded as they thought about it, but neither understood everything yet. They would soon enough. Hiashi cleared his throat and Hinata and Naruto both looked at him. Incidentally, why do you sleep naked? Izumi blushed as she had not expected her husband to ask the children this, but Hinata and Naruto both shrugged and answered him in one voice. It just feels right. Hiashi could not argue with that. And while he was a little leery about it, he and Izumi had both agreed on letting them live and let live as long as they adhered to the conditions. Both Hiashi and Izumi also agreed the talk would be put off until they were at least 10 or 11. Hiashi and Izumi assumed that would be about the time that Hinata or Naruto or both would reach puberty and then it would be important. As the family finally settled down and ate breakfast. New happy thoughts on everyone's minds, Hiashi and Izumi didn't know how wrong they were and it would be a huge regret for both of them later. Chapter 10. Hinata and Naruto were both sweaty, but at the same time both wore determined looks. The two of them turned slowly through the kata, absorbing the movement into their brains as they mirrored each other perfectly. Hiashi watched them with a small smile on his face as his two prized pupils, also being his children, moved with near perfection. Naruto had been good for Hinata. She seemed sharper of mind and focus now. In the 2 months since they started training together she had developed the next level of her movements became more fluid and precise, and she was progressing with speed through her mother's lessons. Izumi was also very pleased. Hinata seemed to soak up all she was taught like a sponge. Her mind had become more in tune with what she was learning and she had questions on everything. This made both parents very happy. And Naruto was developing just as well as Hinata. He had gotten precise at hitting chakra points just from memory, something that most martial artists could not do. Hiashi could not put his finger on it but smiled with a slight shake of his head as he continued to watch his children. Naruto's chakra signature seemed consistent and his coils were large even for his young age. But the Kyuubi's chakra seemed dormant for lack of a better word and there was no hint of the Kurendenkagen as they originally feared. These were actually good things, but Hiashi did not like mysteries he could not solve. Talking with his brother, Hiashi decided to start Naruto on a little used stance in the gentle fist. In fact it had been used so little it was on the verge of becoming obscure. Hiashi did not like the way some of the clan households had whittled down the gentle fist to the point of it being a lesser art. So he intended to make sure his children knew as much if not more about it than anyone. As he watched Naruto throw a punch he smiled again and nodded his head. Yes, that stance will be perfect for him and in time I can show him the other moves that make it even more powerful. It was called the Ghost Fist and it was designed to alternate power from one point of the body to the other. But at the same time the user would have to be able to hide that fact. In this manner a jab would turn instantly into a blow powerful enough to break stone and never even look like it. That was the theory behind it. Unfortunately most students who attempted to learn the style found it too difficult to master. Hiashi had high hopes for his son. Naruto could conserve energy by throwing the weakest of punches and kicks, then suddenly strike with the force of a sledgehammer. Hiashi had always favored styles that could deal devastating blows. And he had struggled for a long time himself to learn everything the Hyuga clan repository of knowledge could teach him. But he also stepped out of clan tradition and learned other things as well. Jutsus, different stances, even learning to use different style weapons from other areas and cultures. And he would not deny his children this either. As the children came to the end of the first series of katas, Hiashi called an end to the session. Ayush. Very good. You have done very well today. But I want you both to show me what you have learned in the advanced teachings you are doing with your uncle Hisashi. Hinata paled slightly, but Naruto grinned as he walked over to a wooden practice dummy. Taking up the ghost fist stance Naruto looked back at his adopted father and grinned wider, eyes twinkling. Will you call the point for me daddy? Hiashi flushed with pride at the hint of excitement in Naruto's voice, then nodded. Alright my son. I will call a random point. Show me what you have absorbed from your uncle's teachings. Naruto began his attack, striking random spots on the dummy, hitting places as dictated by a striking pattern he was taught. Kicks, fingers, fists, open palms, knees, and elbows struck the dummy, and while the sound was impressive, Hiashi knew from instinct and the Byakugan, Naruto's strikes were doing little to no damage to it. Now. Hiashi shouted, and Naruto's open hand struck the dummy in the chest, sideways with a sickening crunch. At first he was afraid Naruto had broken his hand from the sound, but Naruto stood straight again and breathed out before turning to his father. The Ashi walked over to the dummy and the smell of scorched wood made him wrinkle his nose. He looked at both sides of the dummy and he could see the slightly blackened section where Naruto's palm had struck and smiled. Chakra pulse. Naruto nodded, grinning even wider than before. Uncle Hisashi was teaching Hinata how to strike with the Gyuken, and since I could not be as effective with it without the Byakugan, he said he would teach me a trick that would make my strikes hurt much more. The Ashi chuckled before he rubbed Naruto's head. Your uncle is teaching you things without telling me, remind me to kick him in the future. Both children giggled at that, but Naruto's face fell slightly before he looked at Hisashi again. My pulses aren't very strong yet because I haven't been able to channel the chakra into the strike without giving it away. But I will get a better daddy, I promise. The Ashi looked at the dummy and ran his hand over the chest until he found what he was searching for with a smile. Using the fingernail of his index finger, Hisashi pried lightly at a crack in a section of wood, the size and almost the perfect shape of Naruto's hand, roughly 1/8 of an inch thick, dropped from the dummy and landed on the floor with a clatter. The Ashi grinned, then rubbed Naruto's head proudly before bending down and picking it up, displaying it to Naruto's blushing face. This is a very good Naruto-kun. Most students are unable to do this until later in their training. I am very proud of you. The Ashi vowed to frame this and place it on the dojo wall as Naruto's first major step in his training. Naruto looked down at his feet but smiled happily under the praise. The Ashi turned, then gestured for Hinata to assume her place on the platform. She nodded then stood in front of stands which held pieces of wood at various heights. Hinata assumed the mantis fist and waited for her father's signal and smiled as she felt her Naruto-kun silently rooting her on. Hinata-chan. She turned and looked at her father and blinked in surprise as he said. 32 strikes. Hinata thought about it and turned pale. She had not made it past 26 yet. She didn't know if she could do it and she didn't want to disappoint her father or Naruto. She turned again and fixed her face as she glared at the targets. She was determined, but inside she was deeply afraid she would fail. Before she could think any further, Naruto's hand on her shoulder made her pause. You can do, Hina-chan. I know you can. She turned and smiled at him as her inside stopped quivering and she felt a deep calm overtake her and she sighed. Thank you, Naruto-kun. With a nod, Naruto stepped down to stand by his father again. Hisashi waited until he saw Hinata relax completely, then barked out, begin. Hinata instantly became emotion incarnate. Her chakra balanced beautifully on each strike, shattering each target. In truth, her mind was only focused on one thing, to justify the faith that Naruto had in her. The Ashi tried not to let his jaw hit the floor as Hinata leapt, rolled, and struck each target with only her chakra. Her movements were fluid and seamless as she took out target after target. But in the end, even with all her practice and training, she was still only 5.5 years old. Hinata stumbled with one final strike, scorching the target but not destroying it. She began to fall, and Naruto was there to ease her to the floor, Hisashi there with him only half a step behind. Hinata's eyelids fluttered while she lay in Naruto's arms, and Hisashi smiled at the progress she had made. She is alright, Naruto, just chakra exhaustion. Hisashi turned and he counted the targets and could not help but smile. 31 broken targets and 1 scorched one. While the last one would not have been a killing blow, it would have been more than enough to slow down or incapacitate a target. The Ashi's eyes shone as he gazed at his two children. I am so very proud of both of you. I did not think Hinata could have done this well. Her chakra coils are still rather small, and I know she has almost exhausted herself completely doing this. But I am impressed that she has been able to climb further than she has before. Naruto grinned at Hisashi and Hinata moaned lightly. She practices very hard. She wants to make you proud and she wants to keep up with me. She thinks I am doing better than her and I don't think that is true. The Ashi smirked as he took Hinata in his arms and carried her from the dojo. Well, my son, she is right in a way. You are doing better than her. At Naruto's confused look, Hisashi smiled at him. You, my son, do not have the Byakugan. If you did, then you would be doing as well if not better than she is. But because you do not have it and are doing very well in what you are being taught, she feels you are way ahead of her. It is true to an extent, but the important thing is not who is better or who is stronger, but that you continue to help and love each other. As they arrived at Hinata and Naruto's room, Hisashi nodded towards the door and Naruto opened it for him, then closed it as they stepped inside. The Ashi walked to the bed and lay Hinata on it, a small smile on his face as his eyes shone with pride. As he turned to say something, Naruto was shaking up a bottle of linen as he walked towards the bed. The Ashi curled an eyebrow at his adopted son and Naruto blinked at him in return. What? The Ashi tried to frown at him, but really tried as he might, he couldn't. This had become a small game between his son and himself. From the first time he saw Naruto attending to Hinata's bottom after her switching, to the next time when Hiashi visited them while he was giving her a rub down. Hiashi would give them both a hard time. "What do you intend to do with the lineament, my son?" His tone is inquisitive, yet holding a slight hint of humor. Naruto looked at the lineament in his hand before looking at Hiashi again. "I was going to rub Hina-chan down so she does not get sore or stiff." Hiashi curled the same eyebrow again, and Naruto blinked at him again, but was saved from Hiashi's retort as there was a knock at the door. Naruto sat the lineament down before walking to the door and opening it enough to see Izumi standing there. "Hello Naruto-kun," she said with a smile. "Is your father here bothering you and your koishi again?" Hiashi grunted before stepping up behind Naruto. "What is it about women? Can you not see I am trying to pester my children?" Naruto smirked and almost giggled but made a face and stifled it quickly as Hiashi looked down at him, and Izumi giggled. "Oh, I am well aware of your habits, my husband. But you have important visitors. You teasing our children will have to wait until later." Hiashi made a face before ruffling Naruto's hair and stepping out into the corridor. "Fine. I will have to tease you in the meantime then." Izumi smiled as she bowed her head. "As my husband pleases." Gently taking his arm, she bowed slightly to Naruto before she and Hiashi turned and walked up the hallway. Naruto smiled as he closed the door and locked it before gently undressing Hinata. At some point she sleepily murmured his name, bringing a happy feeling out from within him as he smiled. Naruto poured the oil on his hand and began to massage it into her skin, bringing a slight grunt and sighs from her as he loosened her muscles and rubbed away the soreness. Hinata just did as she always did, settled deeper into the mattress with a grin. Naruto had never thought he could find such happiness. Izumi had rebounded from what she felt for him before and she made him feel welcome and loved now. He, Hinata and Izumi would walk through the gardens on days and she would teach them about the plants and some of their properties for healing, or she would simply sit with them and talk with them while they colored or watched the birds in the garden. Naruto didn't know what his life would have been like if they had not adopted him, but he was glad they did. Hiashi frowned as the men in front of him sat and waited for his response. "What do you mean I have no right to adopt him?" Obviously this was not the response the men wanted. In front of him sat a very unhappy-looking Sarutobi, third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Arina Takamoto, civilian council head, and a strange little man that Hiashi had never seen before. Takamoto tried to smile, but obviously from his demeanor, he was not used to having his words questioned or resisted. According to city law and statute, the child must be entered into foster care and evaluated before he can be adopted. The period of 6 months to a year at the minimum. If we find sufficient reason, you may then adopt the child. Hiashi looked at Sarutobi and frowned. The old man sadly shrugged. "Unfortunately Hiashi-sama, my hands are tied. He is not a shinobi, so he is out of my jurisdiction. Since he is officially not a member of your clan, you have no jurisdiction over him either." Sarutobi stressed the word officially, which made Hiashi consider his next step. Without preamble he looked to his wife who wore a very solemn expression but nodded to him once. Looking at his brother he almost laughed as he knew his Hiashi would love nothing more than to put his sandals up the worthless councilman's butt. Truthfully Hiashi would have loved it as well. But as the clan head he had to maintain decorum. For now. "I am sorry gentlemen, but you have not come at a good time with this news. Perhaps we can reconvene this at a better time where I can put this to the council and have a consented decision." The councilman blustered and made noises in the back of his throat like he would vomit. But after a few seconds begrudgingly agreed. As Takamoto and the other man stood and bowed, Sarutobi stayed behind until they had gone. "I am sorry Hiashi-sama, this was not my idea, in fact, I was blindsided by this today. The head councilman asked me to bring city guard and Anbu to make sure you complied." Hiashi raised an eyebrow, but Sarutobi waved off the question. "Of course I refused until I could assess the situation. But I hope you have some idea of what to do about this. My hands are tied and I would hate to see Naruto put back in harm's way, as we both know what will happen if he goes into foster care." Hiashi nodded as he considered his position, then smiled. "Oh. I think there are a few things I can do." Looking at his wife he smiled. "Izumi-chan, get the children dressed, we are going shopping." Naruto looked around at the clothes and frowned. Everything looked stiff and uncomfortable. He could only imagine what Hina-chan was going through right now in another part of the store, especially since she still looked exhausted. Amma and Izumi took her, still very tired, to the other side right before his Hiashi and Hiashi drug him away with them, and he was sure he and Hinata both wore the same confused look. Still, there were some very nice clothes here. If you were going to a party or something formal, as he had been told by Izumi once. Naruto wondered what the occasion would be. Hiashi and his Hiashi looked at suits, formal kimonos, and dress slacks. Everything that Naruto knew would make him feel uncomfortable. Then he saw something that caught his attention and made both men watch him as he walked towards it. Naruto picked up the top and smiled as he ran his fingers across it. It was smooth, softest material he had ever felt, and it had some give to it, so it would probably be comfortable. Hiashi and his brother both walked over and examined the formal kimono that Naruto had picked out. "What color is my son?" There was no reason to ask if he liked it, both saw the look of wonder on his face. "This color. Hinata-chan will like this color." Hiashi and his Ashi looked at each other and smiled. "Indeed she will, my son, indeed she will." The next 2 days passed and both Hinata and Naruto were restless. Hiashi had been in chambers with the council repeatedly and neither had seen him at all. On the fateful day, Izumi made Naruto and Hinata get dressed in separate rooms. Neither knew what to expect, only they were going to have to answer some important questions to some very important people, so they were told. Both Hinata and Naruto were worried because in the last 2 days they had only seen their father once and he was heard arguing with someone and his intent was clear. Flashback. "No. You are the one who doesn't understand. It has been almost a year that he has been in our care and he has developed superbly. Naruto has grown and he will continue to grow under our care. Do you understand me? Our care." The other man's words were quieter and they didn't recognize the voice, but Hiashi's response was unmistakable. "I am what is best and anyone who says taking him away is best. If the pickle-headed fools think they will take my son away from me due to a technicality, then they have one hell of a shock approaching. I will withdraw my entire clan from Konoha before I give anyone my son. Do you understand me? There will be a civil war before I let Naruto go." Hinata pulled insistently at Naruto's arm, so he finally nodded and they quietly snuck back away from the conversation until they were in their room again, neither wanting to think about what they heard or what it could mean, but for the first time ever, Hinata faced him while they were in bed, hugging him tightly and crying quietly. At some point he tried to move a little to get more comfortable, but she clung tighter to him and wouldn't let go. What did it mean? Did he have to leave? Why? Was he bad somehow? What did he do? Naruto didn't understand, but as the tears fell silently from him, he knew he didn't want to let Hinata go either. Present. Naruto wondered where Hinata-chan was as the carriage began to move. He looked to Hiashi, but his father's face was turned to look out of the window. Naruto was beginning to worry until his Ashi reached over and patted his knee. "It will be alright, nephew, I promise." The Ashi looked over and smiled at Naruto and patted his head. "Yes, do not worry, my son." Naruto took a deep breath and nodded as they approached the Hokage tower. Naruto and Hiashi, flanked by his Ashi, stood at the doors to the council chamber and Naruto felt a sense of unease but felt a slight wave of comfort as Hiashi's hand rested on his shoulder. Naruto looked up at Hiashi and he smiled as he felt more confidence and less fear until the doors opened and Hiashi led them into the council chambers. Naruto looked around as they walked into the center of the room and wondered as he saw 12 people sitting on one side of the room and then sitting on the other side. From his lessons, Naruto remembered that the civilian council was composed of the 12 wealthiest or successful merchants of the city, sat on the left side of the room, and the 12 clan heads of Konoha sat to the right -2. Hiashi of course was standing with his son. The other was the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family had met a strange tragedy, completely wiped out by one of their own except for one child. No one talked about it except that little lesson that Izumi had given them. Naruto later discovered from his Ashi that there had been a long-standing feud between the Hyuga clan and the Uchihas. The two blood limits were similar and one side always claimed its superiority to the other until finally, blood was spilled over it. From that day forward, there was no forgiveness on either side and the feud had carried on for years. As Naruto and Hiashi stood in the center of the room, he could feel the eyes on him. The left side of the room seemed to be where he was getting most of his bad feelings from, it was like waves of anger were being directed at him. The Ashi, sensing his continued unease, wrapped an arm around his shoulder and hugged him closer. Before he could feel worse, the third Hokage, situated at the front of the room on a raised dais, spoke to them. "We have been called here to hear the petition of Hyuga Hiashi concerning the disposition of one Uzumaki Naruto." Hakamoto of course cleared his throat loudly, but Sarutobi ignored him. "Now. Hiashi, explain why you are unable to release the child into the care of the foster system." The Ashi nodded as he looked around the room before addressing the council. "As you know, the Hyuga clan has a long and proud tradition. Our blood limit, our honor, but most of all, the care we give to our children. To all children. It is grotesque on a level I cannot describe to mistreat a child." This being said, he looked down for a moment before looking at Sarutobi again. "I believe that if Naruto is entered into the foster care system, this will happen to him. He will be abused by those who do not understand him or his special nature." As a few of the civilian council members raised their voices and shouted in the negative, Hiashi continued in a louder voice. "The foster care system, while having the best of intentions, can only provide so much care, attention, protection, and help to a child with Naruto's background. I want what is best for him, and to be raised by people who love and respect him is best for him." Voices came up again as some approved with nods of their heads, and others more obviously against the idea, shook their heads in the negative and grumbled loudly. The words demon child slipped quietly from someone's mouth and Hiashi looked in the direction it came from but could not identify the speaker. Hakamoto frowned as he leaned forward to look down at Hiashi. "That may be all well and good, but that is not your decision to make. There are laws that have to be followed and obeyed, and right now you are blatantly thumbing your nose at one of those laws. That child is not registered in the system." "Yes he is." Hiashi interrupted him as he produced a birth certificate and ID bearing Naruto's picture. Hakamoto frowned but continued on. "He has not been immunized." Hiashi produced a medical folder and smiled at Hakamoto. "Wrong again." Hakamoto blanched but then shook it off before stammering, "He has no means to support himself." Hiashi frowned before raising an eyebrow at the councilman. "Hello? Children of the Hyuga clan mean anything to you?" he asked, sarcasm heavy in his voice. Hakamoto flushed scarlet as most of the council members began laughing but recovered quickly as he raised his voice. "Be that as it may, the law is still the law. You may have given him all he needs, but he is still a ward of the state." Hiashi thought for a moment and nodded. "True. Under normal circumstances he would be a ward of the state." The Akimichi clan head leaned forward. "Normal circumstances, Lord Hyuga. Please, speak your mind." Hiashi nodded to the Akimichi head before he smiled. "As I said, under normal circumstances. But there are factors involved that the council is not aware of." Hiashi nodded to his brother and Hisashi went and opened the double doors and in walked three very old men. They wore distinguished robes and moved slowly, but there was no mistaking their identity. These were the three eldest members of the Hyuga clan council. They approached a stand, something similar to a witness box, and stood there with their heads held high. No one asked them to, but the eldest of the elders spoke for all. "We are here to speak on the boy's behalf. Not in many years have we been unanimous, but in this we are. We will not allow our honorable son to be taken by the city." Eyes blinked all over the room in surprise. The truth was spoken by the elder and it shocked almost everyone. The Hyuga clan council argued about everything. It was sort of a running joke that if the city burned, they would argue over what part should be put out first. Hiashi must have called in a lot of favors to make this happen. Even Saratobi was shocked. Hiashi said he would do whatever necessary and he obviously was not kidding. Hakamoto frowned deeply before he shrugged. "Words. There is nothing you can do to prevent it from happening. The child is a ward of the state and he will be picked up tonight by Anbu operatives if necessary." The elder smiled as his Byakugan activated. "Then be prepared to lose many Anbu. Hiashi has the full support of the Hyuga clan." No one had to clarify what the eldest had said. It was evident they would happily go to war to keep him there. Hiashi looked to the elders and the leader nodded to him. Hisashi immediately went to the door and flung it open. In walked the most radiant woman anyone had ever seen. Izumi cast a perfect figure of a woman that had taken very good care of herself and time was very kind to her. Hiashi smiled as he quietly took her hand and she bowed her head to the council in general. Her voice was gentle and serene, but it held the edge of guilt being admitted and regret. "I am here today to admit to my own shame. I made a mistake in the beginning of my relationship with Naruto-kun. I listened to the lies, I listened to the rumors, and because of that I was blind to who and what he really was." Izumi reached over and rubbed Naruto's cheek with earnest affection before she looked at the council again. "He is a child, an innocent child born of circumstances out of his control. Those of you who listen to rumors and spread them without considering who you may be hurting are scum of the lowest sort." Izumi's eyes flashed as she glared around the room. "I was a fool, but I am no longer a fool. I am a mother of two very beautiful children. I love this child as if he came from my own womb. And I will not let you have him." Hiashi squeezed his wife's hand and gazed at her with adoration. But it was interrupted by the same source as he clapped his hands together in mock applause. Very pretty words indeed. But they are still just words." Looking at Saratobi, Takamoto waved his hands at the Hyuga assembled in the council chamber. "Thus far I have heard no reason not to take the child." Hisashi stepped forward, a frown on his face. "I want you to try it." Hisashi stood next to Naruto and glared at the man. "I am Hyuga Hisashi and I am keeper of the clan honor and right now you are trying to do something highly dishonorable." Takamoto frowned but resumed his seat as Hisashi practically spat his words at the councilman, so great was his contempt for the man. "This child needs, no. That isn't accurate enough. He deserves to be in a home with people who love him and will care for him. He has that with the Hyuga clan. Taking him away from that would be the only crime committed here. Naruto belongs with the Hyuga clan, he belongs with us. Even if I have to beat it into every one of your heads." Hisashi started at the civilian side of the council, causing some members to lose their color including Takamoto. But the man was not to be deterred. For the last time, it was all very nice and sweet. But it has nothing to do with the issue at hand. Hisashi hung his head and Izumi looked saddened. Even Naruto, who knew little of what was going on, hung his head. Well. It was nice to have a family for a while. He thought to himself as Takamoto gestured and Sarutobi nodded, bringing two Anbu out of the shadows. As they approached him, Hisashi and Hisashi blocked their path, both taking up the gentle fist stance. Even Izumi went on guard in a stance Naruto didn't recognize. The Anbu operatives looked nervous for a moment and one even looked back at Sarutobi as if to say, "Are you sure?" Sarutobi looked at Hisashi, a sad look on his usually serious face. "Hisashi-sama. If you have no way to circumvent this law then I am afraid." Hisashi looked at Sarutobi and frowned. "Circumvent? Oh. Is that all?" At these words Takamoto blinked in confusion. "What?" Hisashi turned and this time Izumi walked over and opened the door and in stepped Hinata in a radiant blue kimono. The blue was almost a perfect match for Naruto's eyes and he couldn't help but smile at her as she came to stand next to him. She smiled as she noticed the lavender of his kimono also matched her eyes, but there was a serious tone that had to be maintained at this time, they could talk of their matching accoutrements later. Hinata looked to the council and addressed them as her mother had instructed her earlier in the day. Under Konoha law, once a person is betrothed to a member of a prestigious family, they become a part of that family until the betrothal is broken. You cannot take Naruto-kun from me, because he is my. Hisashi clapped his brother on the shoulder with an exclamation. That is what I forgot. Yes, you see they have been betrothed for some. Well years now. It was only made official a few months ago. Sarutobi smirked as he waved off the Anbu. Well if that is the case. Takamoto was not impressed though. Stop. This is an outrage, I demand to see proof of this. Hisashi walked forward and laid the official papers, signed by the 4th Hokage 2 years before the day he died. Sarutobi smiled as he went over the forms, then nodded. It is official. Naruto was betrothed to Hinata on the respective days they were born. Irregular, but not unheard of. Takamoto growled as he read the evidence. But if you knew this, why did you drag this out? Hisashi grinned as he reached over and rubbed Naruto's head. Because I wanted to show you how serious we are about this. The entire Hyuga clan stands ready to go to war over this. Naruto is my son. No matter what anyone says, and he is coming home with us. Takamoto looked at the paperwork, frowning deeply, before casting them back on the desk. Despite the marriage agreement, he still had one option left to him. I call for a council vote for the benefit of Konoha. The child carries. Sarutobi's hand came down on the table, cracking it and causing everyone to jump before Takamoto could finish his sentence. Do not forget Takamoto. Even civilians can be put to death for breaking the Hokage's law. The words were delivered in a quiet hiss, but everyone knew that when Sarutobi's voice dropped to that octave. You took notice. Takamoto blinked before he slowly continued, a lot of the color gone from his face. What I mean is, the circumstances of his existence need to be considered carefully. The Hokage's law also pertains to anything that could become a threat in the future. After a few moments of careful consideration Sarutobi agreed with a nod. Very well. All those in favor of the child to become the adopted son of the Hyuga clan. Then hands went up in favor of Naruto. All were from the clan heads. One merchant's hand wavered before going down by his side as Takamoto glared at him. I abstained. He muttered before turning his head away from the whole affair. Sarutobi frowned as he realized this would not be good. The vote should have been more even, he could vote for Naruto, but only if there was a tie. The Hokage's vote was only good to break a deadlock and this wouldn't be one. If all the merchants voted against Naruto, the vote would be 11 to 10 against. And unless Hisashi had a trump card to play he would have no choice and Naruto would have to be put in danger again despite what everyone wanted. With hesitation Sarutobi called out. All those opposed. Every merchant's hand went up except the one that abstained, much to Sarutobi's fear, and since Hisashi was involved, the Hyuga could not vote in this. Hiyashi's face began to reflect how he felt inside. It started at his jawline as he clenched his teeth, but before he could say anything, a weak voice coughed and broke the silence. My apologies, but I think there is a small problem here. The man looked to have been in his late 30s, but his body was broken. From the scarring on the right side of his face, it appeared he had been badly burned at some point. As he limped to the center of the room, everyone immediately recognized him. Danzo. Sarutobi's eyes frowned at the founding root member. The floor recognizes you, Danzo. What would you have to say to this council? The man smiled at Naruto and Hinata before turning back to the council. It seems there is a missing vote. Takamoto frowned. The Hyuga cannot vote because they are intimately involved in this case. Danzo cackled at the man before slapping his cane down on the empty spot on the clan head side. I am speaking of the Uchiha. The last child of that clan cannot vote in adult politics. But a proctor can vote for him. The Ashi felt a chill as he wondered what Danzo would do. He could appeal a vote that was this close. And in the time before the next meeting he could find a way to sway the others to his side, but if Danzo tilted the vote further against them, there would be no legal way he could get a re-vote. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he watched Danzo. And you would of course have permission to do this. Danzo nodded before he grinned at Sarutobi. Of course I do. The members of the Uchiha clan and I were very close. Until the accident. Most of the heads went down as the massacre was remembered. Danzo handed a slip of paper to one of the Anbu members that had stepped forward, who turned and handed it to the Hokage. Sarutobi took the paper and seeing the seal of the Uchiha clan and reading its contents he nodded. Your proxy vote for the Uchiha is recognized by Danzo-san. Danzo nodded before he looked at Hiashi, then shook his head. We do not like each other. Never have. And that makes me want to vote against you. As Hiashi and his Ashi's eyes hardened, Danzo turned and looked at Naruto and Hinata who held hands, trying to be brave in the chaotic storm that surrounded them both. But you two have something that makes me remember my youth when I made a few bad decisions that cost me dearly. And that touches a part in this blackened heart I had long forgotten. Danzo leaned forward and grasped both children's hands and squeezed them. Always love each other for one day it is gone and I would spare you that pain. The pain that still haunts me. He said in a whisper as his eyes became vague. Izumi blinked at the disfigured man and the children started after him with wide eyes as he turned and made his way to the back door. As he clenched the doorknob to open it he stopped and looked at the room in general, but his eyes finally came to rest on Takamoto. I hate merchants. The Uchiha vote is for the child. Most of the room let out a collective gasp as the door closed once again. But the sudden silence was broken as Sarutobi jumped to his feet. With the vote tied at 11-11, I cast a breaking vote in favor of the child Naruto to be allowed to be adopted into the clan Hyuga. Naruto couldn't comprehend everything, but Hiashi grabbing him and Hinata both in a bear hug as Hinata started crying told him everything, he was going to stay. The room erupted in applause, all except Takamoto who just stared at Naruto thoughtfully. Some of the merchants could be seen nodding in satisfaction at the outcome, so it would appear they really didn't want to see him become an orphan either. The Ashi looked at the clan heads, the smile of the century on his face. Oh, there is a party on the Hyuga estate tonight, you are all invited. An engagement party. The Ashi put the children down, and they clung to each other, legs shaky, Hinata still crying, but a happy smile on her face. Naruto-kun. Was all she said as she hugged him, her tears dropping quietly as he hugged her back. As Ashi steadied them with a hand before looking at his brother. While holding Izumi and smiling, he seemed to be staring where the scarred man had left, which made his Ashi wonder as well. What is Danzo's agenda? Chapter 11. The party was very tasteful, and everyone that had come was very polite and friendly. The Hyuga clan members that were in attendance made Naruto extremely nervous as they came by and wished Naruto and Hinata the very best in their upcoming marriage. Naruto had never had so many kisses from women and so many handshakes or friendly pats before. He was sure one of them was going to pinch him or shove him where no one could see it. But as more and more people made their way past and congratulated them he felt less nervous but began to start to feel a little happy, a little more proud of himself and the beautiful girl he was betrothed to. Hinata was radiant as she graciously shook hands with other ladies as they congratulated her. She had a slight flush on her cheeks, but it seemed to be less due to embarrassment and more of something else. At some point the throng slowed and Hinata jumped up and ran across to the refreshment table. Naruto watched her curiously, then grinned as she walked back with 2 glasses of punch and gave one to Naruto before sitting at his side again. Thank you Hina-chan. I was feeling thirsty. Hinata blushed cutely before taking a sip from her glass. I was feeling nervous Naruto-kun. And I always drink something when I am really nervous. But you are welcome. Naruto was wondering what she was nervous for when she leaned over and touched her forehead to the side of his and whispered. There are so many people here. Some I have never seen before and big crowds make me nervous. Naruto smirked as he nodded. Wow, he thought to himself. I didn't know Hina-chan got nervous around people too. This revelation made him feel a little giddier inside. It seemed that they seemed to have more in common than he would have thought as new revelations came to light. He turned his head slightly to the left until his ear was close to hers, then quietly whispered. Me too Hina-chan. Hinata blinked in surprise, but then they both whipped their heads around as there were a few bright flashes of light and a few people could be heard saying in a cute fashion, oh. Naruto and Hinata blinked as Izumi, Hiashi, Hisashi, and a few people that neither recognized fawned over them. Both Hinata and Naruto blushed crimson, but their hands found each other and became a reassuring anchor as they bore through the rest of the greeting throng. The Ashi grinned as he watched the two. Yes, it was a little cruel, but this was the beginning of their lives, and since he was their father, he and his wife had the right to take pictures for memories of this time. Besides which, it was fun to watch them blush. Izumi brandished her camera like it was a trophy after she got the picture, and Hiyashi leaned close to his wife and whispered, "I want at least one 8x10, so we can frame it in the family room." Izumi nodded eagerly as she stood waiting for the next cute moment to capture. It was hard to believe that just a few short months ago, Izumi seemed to hate the very existence of the boy, but it is a good thing indeed that some people could change. Hisashi grinned before he leaned over and nudged his brother, a smile slowly disappearing from his face. Hiyashi saw his brother's face and looked in the direction Hisashi looked and his hand clenched on his glass. Through the entryway to the garden, Takamoto and the strange little man that had accompanied him the last time he was in their home walked in. Hiyashi and Hisashi both made an immediate beeline to where they stood, but Takamoto had already brought up his hands, palms facing them in a gesture of peace. "I am not here for trouble, Hiyashi-sama." Hiyashi gave him no chance to finish. "Then why are you here?" Hiyashi's eyes smoldered as he glared at the man who so strenuously tried to take his son away from him, destroying not one but two lives in the process. Takamoto shrugged and gave a lopsided grin. "To wish the happy couple my best, of course. I know you do not believe me, but I do not have any harsh feelings over it. You won your bid and you get to adopt the child. It is my sincere hope that you really will take care of him as you have said." Hisashi did not trust the man or his intentions, but unless he did something to warrant it, he would wait and see what Hiyashi would say about the situation. Hiyashi grunted as he looked from the little man to Takamoto for a few seconds, then gave a curt nod. "You are welcome to stay so long as you cause no trouble. But remember, this is not Konoha. So Konoha law does not completely apply. If you do something inappropriate or illegal, you will answer to clan law. Do you understand?" Takamoto nodded, and the little man did as Hiyashi turned his back and returned to the side of his wife. Hisashi frowned as he joined Hiyashi again at a much slower pace and would look over to where Takamoto and his assistant talked. After a few glances he leaned closer to Hiyashi. "Do you think it is wise to allow a wolf into our fold?" Hiyashi chuckled before shaking his head. "He is no wolf. His words and moves are as transparent as a shower door. When he makes his move, arrest him, brother, and we will take it from there." Hisashi blinked in surprise as he watched his brother smirk. "You think he is stupid enough to try something here? Tonight?" Hiyashi only grinned wider before he looked at his children again. Hisashi smiled satisfied but focused his attention completely on the two strangers. "Gladly," he said with barely concealed glee. Hiyashi was about to sit down to eat with his wife and children when Sarutobi walked over and smacked him on the shoulder. "Well. We were able to pull that one out. Barely. I don't know about you, my friend, but it might be a good idea to be prepared for the next eventuality." Hiyashi nodded grimly as he focused on the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. "Indeed. I have already come up with a plan to stave off what I know he is planning." Sarutobi smiled in a friendly manner before taking a puff from his pipe. "I see. Will you be telling me this information, or will I have to win it from you in a game of dominoes later?" Both shared a laugh. Sarutobi was a good dominoes player, but both men knew that he was not Hiyashi's equal. Still, they both enjoyed playing together even though Sarutobi lost the majority of the time. "No, Sarutobi, I will gladly tell you, and I welcome you to come by and try your luck after the party. It should prove entertaining as always." The Hokage laughed before blowing a smoke ring into the air. "At least you leave an old man his fantasies. I think there is a gambling curse in my family line. Hopefully my granddaughter did not get it." Hiyashi shook his head but did not comment as they both took seats close to the children and Hiyashi's wife. Naruto grinned as the first course of the meal was placed in front of him and Hinata. He couldn't believe how delicious it looked and smelled. Looking to his betrothed, he blinked. He was going to ask her what it was, but she looked as bewildered as he was. Izumi leaned over to shed light upon the children's confusion. "It is a specialty dish that your father wanted to try, but since it is only meant for special occasions he decided we would all try it, so I hope you like it." Naruto curled an eyebrow at Izumi at the same time as Hinata leaned closer to him and asked the question on his mind. "What is it, mother?" Izumi smiled as she pointed to the dish. "It is a fish that is not indigenous to our land. It is called salmon. This particular dish is grilled salmon with shrimp, crab, scallop, and lobster stuffing. The sauce on top, I am told, is a light honey mustard flavoring with a hint of horseradish. Supposedly it is a delicacy and very tasty, so please, give it a try." Naruto's mouth was watering, he loved seafood. And even Hinata looked anxious to taste the dish. But as they moved closer to their respective plates, a light tapping of a knife on a glass caught everyone's attention. Hisashi stood with a wine glass in his hand and a huge grin on his face. Once everyone was looking at him, it was realized by most what he was about to do. Good evening all and welcome to my niece and nephew's betrothal celebration. As the bearer of the family honor, I would like to say that even at this early age, the love they portray is both earnest and touching on many levels. I foresee a long and happy relationship between the two and much happiness in the Hyuga household. Holding up his glass, Hisashi pronounced the toast to the Hyuga household. The gathered people repeated the toast, then drank lightly of the wine and applauded lightly before Hisashi stood with his glass in hand. Looking over at the children, he gestured hesitantly. Hinata and Naruto stood also, hands locked together as everyone watched them. The day is a doubly special day as I now have the legal right to adopt Naruto. While he is already our child in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, once the paperwork is finalized in the morning he will be ours in the eyes of Konoha as well. Looking at Hinata, he smiled. My daughter Hinata is happily betrothed to the same person. Many do not know the reasoning for the betrothal, but it warms my heart to know that the depth of their feeling is more than any piece of paper or contract could ever create. Everyone around the table smiled as Hisashi seemed to collect himself before continuing. I rank this event as one of the highest pinnacles in my life. I have only known this joy twice before. The day I married my beautiful wife and the day my beautiful daughter was born. It is my deepest hope that my two children will grow old together, with happiness in the deepest part of their hearts and always with love and respect for each other. Hisashi raised his glass high into the air before looking at Naruto and Hinata. To the fiancés. The crowd all raised their glasses and repeated the toast, while Naruto and Hinata also drank from their glasses. Sparkling cider. As they were about to sit down, however, from somewhere in the crowd someone yelled something that caught on like a match in a box of kindling. Naruto couldn't make it out at first, but as it got closer, his and Hinata's faces turned a little red. Hiss. Oh. Hakamoto smiled as the rest of the crowd took up the chant until most of the visitors and the household were chanting it to the children. Hisashi did not look pleased and neither did some of the clan council members, but his wife stood and leaned over and whispered something into his ear and he begrudgingly nodded. Hakamoto waited until she was whispering to her children, then nodded. Go now. I hope you are successful. The little man next to him nodded, then slowly drifted back and disappeared into the throng. The little man had served his cousin well. Hopefully he would be able to finish what Hakamoto tried to do on his own through the council. Izumi leaned down and whispered to the children. Okay. This is not hard and it is so everyone will shut up and let the two of you eat, alright? Hinata nodded and while Naruto was confused, he really wanted to eat so he wasn't going to argue. Izumi's eyes twinkled a bit as she brought her camera out again. Now you have seen me and your father kiss, right? As both children nodded, she rubbed both of their backs. Well, that is all you have to do. Just a little one and then we can all eat. Hinata seemed to accept it better now, but Naruto looked on the verge of tears. Seeing his discomfort, Hisashi leaned over. What bothers you, my son? Naruto looked lost for a minute before he turned big eyes to Hisashi. You won't get mad, daddy? Hisashi blinked as he recalled telling Naruto how he almost beat the tar out of him not too long ago. With a chuckle he reached over and rubbed Naruto's head, wishing he could at least do it without the mask being in the way. No, my son, I will not be mad. This is your night, yours and Hinata's. Just no tongue. He said with a straight face. Izumi blinked, then hit her husband on the shoulder, while Naruto and Hinata both screwed up their faces in disgust. Daddy, that is so gross. Hisashi smirked before he leaned back in his chair again. Just wait until you're my age. He thought smugly. Naruto and Hinata turned to look at each other and both seemed to shrug as they closed their eyes and leaned forward. Both sets of lips got closer and closer until contact. For a very small eternity, Hinata and Naruto's hearts both seemed to be hammering in time with each other. Fireworks exploded behind their eyes and their breathing seemed to have stopped and nothing else registered on their brains. It was a moment that only they could feel, but neither could describe at the same time, and if anyone in the later parts of their lives asked them what their first kiss was like, both would look wistful and smile before mumbling, magic. Although the kiss only took the length of 3 seconds, it seemed to go on forever until their lips came apart and their eyes opened to look at each other. Flash bulbs were going off all around them and people were clapping and some were cheering. But Naruto and Hinata's heads both dropped to look at their feet as their cheeks turned new shades of red and both sets of their hands appeared to have developed the same habit simultaneously, index fingertips poking and prodding each other. Izumi laughed happily as she hugged both children as they still blushed, then kissed them both on the forehead. Oh, I am going to love putting these in a scrapbook. She exclaimed before nudging both children to their seats. Hinata and Naruto both sat as Izumi took her seat again and chatted with her neighbor about her plans for the photos. Some of the Hyuga present seemed a little unhappy with the kiss, given the general attitude they possessed about public displays of affection and such, but the majority were genuinely happy for the children and didn't seem to mind. Naruto was feeling self-conscious as was Hinata. Neither had ever done more than hug each other or anyone else in public, and they weren't sure what to do now. Naruto looked around, then spied his uncle looking at them. After a couple of seconds, Hisashi made a gesture with his hands that made Naruto blink. Hisashi frowned almost in exasperation before he pointed to Hinata, then to Naruto, then pushed his hands together. Naruto blinked again, then nodded as understanding came to him before he turned to Hinata, scooted his chair closer to hers, then held her hand. Hinata blushed cutely, then squeezed his hand as she felt the familiar comfort return to her. They smiled at each other before Hinata touched her chair, and they sat as close together as possible and finally started eating. The food was spectacular. Hisashi seemed very satisfied. The courses he had selected were all of a foreign origin, all except one. The soup course was a little unorthodox, but Hisashi was glad he had chosen it. Ramen was not really considered a part of a food course, but Hisashi decided to give Tucci, the owner of the Ichiraku ramen stand, a chance to show him what he could put together, and he had to admit, it was very tasty and seemed to flow well with the rest of the courses. Naruto especially seemed to like it. Wolfing it down and looking for more after Hinata showed him how to eat it. If the glow on Naruto's face was any indication, Tucci now had a permanent customer. Naruto smiled at his father as he once again held Hinata's hand. "Daddy, would it be appropriate for me to leave the table?" Hisashi blinked as he realized it had been 3 hours since Naruto had sat at the table and had not moved from it. "Is there a problem with my son?" Hisashi asked as his left eyebrow quivered. Naruto grinned as he hopped up. "Well, I need to go to the bathroom," he said as he did a little dance. "But I didn't want to upset anyone if I left." Hisashi chuckled, then nodded. "That will be fine, my son, go before you have an accident." Hisashi smirked but shooed Naruto in the general direction of the spare bathroom. Hinata, seeing Naruto go rather quickly, excused herself, then ran to catch up to Naruto, almost tripping in the process. Kimonos were not designed for running. They held hands as they reached the bathroom, but before Naruto went in he looked at Hinata, still dancing a bit. "Do you want to go to Hina-chan first?" Hinata blushed and shook her head cutely. "No, Naruto-kun, you go first, I have to. Number 2. Naruto laughed as he closed the door and locked it. They had come to an agreement between him and her some time ago that if one went poop, the other avoided the bathroom for a little while, so they would not embarrass each other. Naruto hummed happily as he finally got the relief he had been hoping for, did his business, before flushing the toilet and washing his hands. The night was a very happy night. Everyone was happy for them, and the food was great, and Naruto had tried ramen for the first time. It was awesome. But even more awesome was the kiss he and Hinata had shared. Never had he felt it like or even imagined he would feel anything like it. Everything seemed so right. So perfect as he blushed in the mirror at himself and the thoughts he was having. He would have to think about this more. Kissing Hinata seemed so beautiful. I wonder if we could do it more often. And what was that thing said about tongues? It seemed gross, but if it was, why would he tell them about it? Our little Naruto had never seen a French kiss before. But even though a part of him was repulsed, he wondered why people would touch tongues. Naruto pondered this as he opened the door, but didn't immediately see Hinata until he stepped out and turned to the right, leading further into the house, and then the room seemed to close in on him as his eyes locked onto the one form he thought he would never see again. "Well," he said as he looked from one to the other. "I never expected to see the two of you together like this again. And betrothed to each other as well. This is a pleasant surprise." The evil little man had changed, but nothing could hide the coldness in his eyes. The man had shaved all of his hair off and he didn't wear his glasses anymore, but it was the same evil man that had broken Naruto months ago. Hinata stood in the corner away from him, she shook in terror and from the smell she had lost control of herself, but Naruto was torn and in his own world now, not caring about anything else as he confronted the most terrifying aspect of his life again. A part of him screamed for him to drop to his knees and offer his head and hand to the man that trained him. The side that swore to protect Hinata wrestled with another part, forcing him to stand his ground, even screaming to attack the man who now stood between him and Hinata. The man curled an eyebrow at him and frowned as Naruto trembled, teeth gritted. You seem to have developed some bravery, this will never happen." Reaching into his pocket he pulled out the box that Naruto came to fear more than anything else, and Naruto's programming reasserted itself like a sledgehammer to the gut as he dropped to all fours, head staring 6 inches ahead of him, left hand above his head, palm facing the floor. "No pain. Good boy." The man smiled as he saw this, then nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. I am glad to see you haven't completely shrugged off your training, but I suppose we will have to give you a harsh lesson to be on the safe side." The man pointed the box at Naruto, and he whimpered in fear as he braced for the surge that would disrupt his system, but a scream in front of him made him look up sharply. Hinata stood trembling in front of the man. The evil man that had hurt Naruto many times in the past. She couldn't believe this. What was he doing in their family's house? How could he have found them? Hinata wasn't sure, but she did remember one very important thing: this man had scared her. The evil was like a foul smell rolling off of him as he came near, and Hinata backed up until she was against the wall. His hand touched her cheek lightly, and she trembled in fear until she whimpered and the waist she was holding released from her quivering body and tears started to fall from her eyes. The man smiled grimly, then backed away from her as he heard the toilet flush and then the bathroom door open. Naruto stepped out of the bathroom, then froze in horror as he saw the man standing there. Hinata felt sorry for him, but she understood fully what he was feeling because she could feel it too. As she watched, the man reached into a pocket and pulled out the box. Hinata remembered how it had hurt Naruto before, and as he dropped to the floor in his submission stance, Hinata felt an ugly sensation in the pit of her stomach. The sensation made her hands clench at her sides and her face redden in anger, and as he pointed the box at Naruto, she was overcome by such rage she screamed at the man before she leapt and landed behind him, striking all the way down the left side of his body from neck to calf, hitting various points, causing the man to grunt and jerk away from her with each subsequent strike. Hinata had struck 16 times, and in her rage, it was completely possible she would have hit all 32 this time, but the evil man spun around and struck Hinata aside with the hand holding the control box. "That hurt, you little bitch," he screamed as Hinata fell in slow motion in front of Naruto, and his eyes turned red when her body hit the floor. Naruto jumped to his feet as his mind reacted the same way Hinata's had. "Hina-chan." Naruto began to growl deep in the back of his throat as he refocused on the monster that would hurt his betrothed, and the man turned jerkily and pointed the box at Naruto again. Naruto hesitated, and at that point the evil man decided he wasn't going to take any more chances. He would zap the boy, kill the girl, then set it up to look like Naruto did it. It was the loss of a good training subject, but children were easy to come by, he thought as he turned the dial to maximum and pressed the green button. Naruto's eyes clenched shut as he waited for the current to smoke him like it always did, but after the sound of a soft hiss and sizzle, he opened his eyes to see the man fumbling with the dial and mashing the button again and again. Naruto slowly dropped to all fours again as he slowly crept forward, eyes intent on his prey. The man who hurt Hinata-chan. The man's eyes opened wide in panic as he threw the box at Naruto, who very easily batted it aside. The evil man was the one terrified now as he whirled around looking for a place to run. But with nowhere to go, he looked down at Hinata, who lay unconscious on the floor still. As he was about to pounce on her, figuring he could use her as a shield or bargaining chip, Naruto landed on his back and wrapped his legs around his waist, locking his feet together around him before reaching up and wrapping his arms around the evil man's head. Never before had he felt like this, not even when he killed the boys in the men's warehouse. He knew a white-hot rage as he watched his Koichi get struck down, but now it was something completely different. The man was not physically strong, nor was he a fighter of any kind, so all he could do was fall forward with Naruto on top of him. He tried to scrabble across the floor, but with only one working leg and arm, all he succeeded in doing was exhausting himself. Naruto waited patiently until he stopped moving, then in a dry, raspy voice whispered in the man's ear, "Good boy," before wrenching the evil man's head savagely to the left. "Oh." As Ashi wandered through the halls until he came upon the dead man, a slight frown on his face as he recognized who it was, but in looking around, he found nothing else to indicate what had happened. Checking the body, he found the neck had been snapped clean, and with such force, the head was almost spun completely around. His Ashi sighed as he took off his jacket and covered the face of the body. Originally his Ashi had left to see what was taking Naruto and Hinata so long, but now he had to alert the house guard and his brother to what he found. Hinata woke in Naruto's arms as he staggered the final steps to their bedroom. He set her gently on her feet and opened the bedroom door, but as he went to pick Hinata up again, she stopped him with a gentle hand. I'm awake, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded but didn't say anything as he let her go in ahead of him. Before he closed the door, Amma came down the hallway, a look of concern on her face. "Naruto, the two of you are back from the party early, is everything okay?" Naruto forced a smile and nodded at Amma. "Everything is fine, we were just tired and decided to come back early. If you see mother or father, could you tell them we are here?" Amma nodded as she wrinkled her nose, and Naruto quietly closed the door and locked it. Hinata and Naruto from the bathroom, and he strode over to see what she wanted. She hesitated, then in a much quieter voice she asked him. Can you get me a clean pair of panties, Naruto-kun?" Naruto nodded to himself before he replied. "Sure, Hina-chan, 1 second." As he opened her nightstand, he grabbed the first pair on top and took them to her just as she finished flushing the toilet. She turned crimson as she took them from him and softly apologized. Naruto blinked in confusion. She looked up at him after she stepped into the tub, a hurt, sad look on her face. "I was so scared, I didn't know what to do, and when he touched me." She visibly shivered and felt herself almost gag as she grabbed the soap and began scrubbing her hands and arms. Naruto frowned as he reached down and gently took her hands, then looked into her eyes. "Hina-chan, I'm sorry. If I had been stronger or smarter I would have been able to stop this before it happened." Hinata shook her head, but before she could rebut what he said, a loud knock made them both look. Naruto growled lightly, then shouted, "Who is it?" As they both heard Hiashi's voice, Hinata grabbed his arm in fright as she climbed from the tub and grabbed a bathrobe. "Naruto-kun, please don't tell them. Mother will be so cross if she finds out I messed myself." As he made a slight face, her eyes pleaded with him as she squeezed his hand with both of hers. "Please." Naruto smiled sadly, and Hinata could swear he looked older as he nodded. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan. That at least I can do right." Hinata's face fell as he turned and walked to the door and unlocked it. "Oh." As soon as Hisashi whispered to Hiashi what had transpired, Hiashi had broken the party up on the pretext that the happy couple were tired and needed to rest. Once he had the guests ushering themselves out, he had every available guard search the grounds for his missing children. Hiashi and Izumi made their way quickly to the house proper where they lived, where they ran into Ama. With a smile she calmed them both, then had them follow her to the children's room. At the door Hiashi knocked, but the harshness in Naruto's voice made him pause. "Who is it?" Hiashi blinked as he looked at Izumi and then Ama, who nodded to him. "Naruto-kun. It's me and your mother, Izumi, please let us in." A few moments passed before they heard his feet approaching the door, then the lock was disengaged and the door slid aside. Naruto looked haggard, like he had not slept in days, but they knew this could not be true. Hinata stepped out of the bathroom as they walked in and began to cry as she saw her mother and father. Neither knew why she was crying, but Izumi rushed over and held her daughter as Hiashi looked to Naruto for an explanation. Almost mechanically Naruto recounted what happened and who the man had been. Hiashi blinked, then summoned a guard and asked him to go find Sarutobi and his brother. Hiashi tried to guide Naruto to the bed to have him sit, but Naruto's body, small as it was, would not budge an inch. Hiashi blinked in surprise as tears formed in Naruto's eyes, then fell quietly as he backed towards the door. "I'm sorry, Daddy, I failed. I tried, but I couldn't stop him from hurting her, I couldn't stop him from scaring her. I could only avenge her and myself for what he did to me." Hiashi stepped towards Naruto, but as he flinched away from him, Hiashi bounced his hands up and down to try and calm him. "No son, it is okay, you are still young, still training, you did good. Hinata isn't hurt badly and you are both still alive. All that matters is that you are alive and in time you can get better, you can get stronger and better able to protect her and yourself." Naruto hesitated. He originally planned to make sure Hinata was safe and then he was going to run and he was going to keep running until his lungs gave out and then he would rest before he got up and ran some more. It was unclear if he would have ever realized the situation was not his fault, but that thought left his head as a knock at the door made Izumi look up from her spot on the bed where she sat and held Hinata. "Come in," she said quietly before she went back to stroking Hinata's head. Hisashi walked in and closed the door behind him and quietly took in the room and its occupants before he looked at Hiashi's solemn expression. "We found him and he is waiting down in the game room. Sarutobi has a suspicion and said he will investigate and talk to you later." At Hiashi's questioning look he smiled. "I had thought you would want to talk to Takamoto about his assistant, so after I talked to you, I told Sarutobi and we searched for him. He didn't make it very far before we caught him." Hiashi smiled at his brother, whose eyes opened wide for a second and he reached into a pocket. "Oh, and I found this in the room where we found the body after I was able to search it thoroughly." Hisashi pulled out the black box as Naruto flinched and pulled as far away from it as he could. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Hiashi took it and carefully placed it on the dresser and held his hands up to Naruto. "Daddy," Hinata said between sniffles. "That was the box that the mean man used to hurt Naruto-kun." Hiashi blinked as he considered. So that was the man who originally hurt Naruto. The one that tried to make him do bad things. Hinata nodded and when Hiashi turned to look at Naruto, he nodded to him as well. "Well then it is a good thing you stopped him before he could use it." At Naruto's blank look Hiashi frowned. What is the matter?" Naruto shook his head. "He did use it. Hinata tried to stop him and she hurt him badly enough that he had to hit her to stop her, but then he pressed the button, but nothing happened." Hiashi looked stunned for a moment, then came over to Naruto slowly, reaching up and cupping Naruto's face in his hands and smiling at him. "I am not angry at you, in fact I am proud that you and Hinata were able to protect each other." Naruto nodded quietly as Hiashi rubbed his son's head, but then stopped at a series of clasps on the back. Leaning forward Hiashi sniffed the mask, then wrinkled his nose as the smell of burnt electronics greeted him. "Do you trust me, my son?" he asked Naruto as he looked at him again. Naruto flinched but nodded, staying still as Hiashi's fingers manipulated the first clasp and it popped as he released it. But nothing bad happened. Hiashi released the next and then the next until the mask hung loosely on Naruto's head. Izumi, Hisashi and Hinata closed on him as Hiashi stepped aside. Hinata nodded to him and slowly he reached up and grabbed the mask by the edges and pulled it up and over his head. But he didn't get shocked and he didn't die. Naruto looked over at the mirror on the dresser as the mask fell from his fingers and dropped to the floor. Hinata took his hand and led him over to the mirror and they looked at his face together for the first time. The tan lines would eventually go away and his natural coloring would eventually blend everything back to normal, but Naruto was free. He was finally free from the mask and now the fear could finally leave him, he could finally let go. Naruto reached up and touched his face as tears began to quietly fall from his eyes again. Hinata touched his face, then turned and hugged him before Izumi and Hiashi hugged both of them and Naruto cried. Cried for his past, cried for his present and finally cried happily for his future as his family gave him what he needed the most, love. Welcome home Naru-kun. Hinata whispered in his ear as they cried together. Welcome home. Hiashi looked at his hand again and frowned as he played his highest domino which Sarutobi immediately jumped on. 15. Must not be your night Hiashi. Sarutobi smiled gleefully as Hiashi was forced to go into the boneyard again to find a matching domino. Despite losing, Hiashi grinned at Sarutobi. Actually, this is one of the best nights of my life. You winning is only a small thing. Naruto is free of the mask and the fear of someone hurting him through it and at this time I am not afraid of anyone on the council trying to take Naruto away from me. In the morning we can finish out the paperwork and when the next class starts at the academy, Naruto and Hinata will be enrolled in it. Sarutobi nodded as he puffed on his pipe. Which will be in another few months and to be honest, it will not be too soon. Once Naruto is enrolled in the academy, he is considered under my jurisdiction until he flunks out or quits. I don't see him quitting, but flunking out. Hiashi slapped a domino down and growled at Sarutobi. Perish the thought. Naruto will have the best of everything, I will see to that. If he needs tutoring, he will have it and I will be damned if I let him fail when it is in my power to give him all the tools he needs. Sarutobi waved in a placating manner at Hiashi, which made the clan head smile at him as he pounced on Sarutobi's play. 20, and that puts me back in the game. You are only half a house ahead thanks to that mistake my friend. Sarutobi grumbled a moment, then considered his hand as he made his next play. Replacing Takemoto on the civilian council won't be easy, but the list of crimes against him are long now that we have proof. Hiashi grinned as he scored another 10 points off Sarutobi, then nodded. Extortion, bribery, 2 charges of conspiracy to kidnap, interfering with the natural operation of the law, including treason. The list is fairly long. Under normal circumstances he would be sitting for quite some time in the Konoha prison. Sarutobi chuckled as he made his play. But these are far from normal circumstances aren't they? Hiashi got a bloodthirsty look on his face as he grinned. Indeed. Attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress is still a capital punishment on Hyuga land. I did warn him. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe. Still punishable by death. Hiashi nodded slightly as he played a double. Beheading at dawn. Maybe he could have gotten out of it by claiming ignorance to his assistant's crime, but when you discovered he was related to Dero, the man who had originally held Naruto and Hinata. Whatever happened to him? Sarutobi looked thoughtful for a moment before his eyes widened slightly. Oh that is right, I had forgotten. There was a sign set up on the intersection that divides the industrial section from the city proper. Rather gruesome warning to any who decided to break the law. I think he is still hanging around there, along with some of his compatriots in the slave business. Hiashi chuckled humorlessly before slapping down his final bone. Domino. On your back. Come on, let's see. Sarutobi grumbled, then turned over his remaining 2 dominoes, double 3 and 3 5. 15 points Sarutobi, how generous of you. Sarutobi grumbled again, but looked thoughtful as Hiashi turned the dominoes over for him. You know, you could tell him of his father now. He seems mature enough to take the news well. Hiashi thought about it and shook his head. On the outside I agree with you, but inside, he's still the child that nobody wanted. He understands love and kindness now, but Naruto is still too fragile for me to drop a bombshell like that on him. No, I will wait for a few years and then we will sit him down and explain to him all we can. Hopefully, he will have completely recovered from his ordeals by then. And as the 2 men played dominoes, a young man lay in bed with his betrothed, wondering what he would do if he failed again. Chapter 12. Naruto sat with his head down in the principal's office for the second time that day. Problem is, he still didn't know why he was here. It all started when he and Hinata were sent off to school. Flashback. Izumi beamed at the 2 children holding hands as they stood in their school uniforms. Hinata wore a pleated skirt and crisp white, long-sleeved blouse and a red ribbon tied at the collar. Naruto was in gray slacks, a white short-sleeved shirt and a gray tie. Both had the Hyuga crest embroidered over the left pocket and neither wanted to go. Hinata had been complaining of stomach aches. Probably due to nervousness, and Naruto had given himself a headache after he walked into a partially open door. Naruto was nervous of meeting new people but excited to be starting this new phase of his life. He had Hinata by the hand and was pulling her along up until he walked headfirst into the half-open door. The nod on his forehead proved to him. It will be a long day. Now don't be so nervous. You will meet new children your own age and you will have the opportunity to learn new things and see if you will be able to become ninja. Izumi blushed with a huge smile on her face as she leaned down and began to fuss over the children. Hiashi rolled his eyes, then grabbed Izumi and pulled her back as she began to cry. Now dear. You will frighten them. Hiashi had a big smile on his face and he knew if he remained confident Izumi would also. Izumi turned her head into Hiashi's shoulder but he put his arm around her and rubbed her other shoulder. It's just. I'm going to miss them. She sobbed into her husband's arms. Hiashi nodded as he looked at his children. You have your lunch money? Both children nodded as they stared with big eyes. Remember to mind your instructors. He reminded them and they nodded again. Izumi was still crying when she turned and rushed forward, grabbing both children in a crushing hug with a cry of, "My babies." Naruto and Hinata both looked embarrassed before Hiashi rolled his eyes again and pulled his wife back to him. Izumi-chan. You are making a scene. And we haven't even made it to the front gate yet. His voice was stern. But not harsh and she wiped her eyes and nodded to him. Yes, husband. Hiashi leaned over and hugged his wife with a smile before he whispered in her ear. I will miss them too. The family walked to the gate where an attractive woman with red eyes stood. As they got closer, she bowed to them. Lord Hiashi, Lady Izumi, I am here to escort your children to the academy. Naruto and Hinata looked at her curiously as Izumi and Hiashi returned her bow. We are honored and thank you for watching out for our children. Hiashi turned to Naruto and Hinata and actually gave them a big smile. This young woman is Yuhi Kurenai, she will be escorting you both to school from now on. Please obey her as you would us. Naruto and Hinata bowed to Kurenai who in turn bowed back to them. Izumi had regained her composure and smiled at the children. And obey your instructors. Both children agreed and with a last wave, walked with the newcomer to the academy. The walk was quiet, neither spoke to her nor to them until Hinata, still holding Naruto's hand, looked at her. You are very pretty Kurenai. But why are your eyes red? Kurenai blinked and looked down into Hinata's face and smiled kindly. I am not comfortable sharing that with you at this time Hinata. Perhaps at a later date. Hinata nodded and returned to her place next to Naruto. Kurenai looked at the two and smiled. She had to admit. They were cute together. Perhaps I'll get a chance to train them once they graduate. She thought as they neared the school. Kids could be heard playing on the other side of the wall that surrounded the academy and Naruto and Hinata both started to feel apprehensive as they neared the gate. Kurenai sensing their discomfort stopped and squatted down next to them and they turned as one to face her. What is it? Are you scared? Hinata and Naruto both nodded and Kurenai immediately understood both of their apprehensions. Well. I will tell you a secret, when I first went to the academy, I was scared too. But. Most of these children are scared just like you and all you need to do is be yourself, be nice, and everything will feel better. Naruto felt a little more confident but Hinata still looked apprehensive. What if they don't like me? She asked, bottom lip starting to poke out. Naruto squeezed her hand and smiled at her. Then I'll kick their butts. Kurenai laughed at that, then rubbed Naruto's head. Hiashi had told her that he was very protective of Hinata and she was just now finding out how protective. Well Naruto, sometimes words are better than fists. You must always be ready to defend yourself and those precious to you, but you can defend with diplomacy, sometimes better than you can with. Naruto considered her words, then nodded before he gave her a slight bow. Gomen Kurenai, you are correct. Hinata didn't care, she was just happy that her Naruto-kun was at her side and was still there to protect her. Kurenai looked up and smiled in the direction of some of the kids throwing a ball around. Why don't you introduce yourselves? It would be good for you both to make friends early. Naruto and Hinata both nodded, then slowly made their way onto the playground inside of the academy walls. There were many kids running around laughing and playing, and others were standing or sitting in loose groups talking. Naruto looked at Hinata, a question in his eyes, and she looked around and nodded to the swings, where two empty ones were gently rocking. As they began to make their way towards the swings however, a boy ran up and bumped Naruto almost knocking him down, and another boy stopped for a second to see if they were okay. Sorry about that, my friend gets really excited and doesn't watch where he's going. Naruto made sure Hinata was okay, then nodded. We are fine. Thank you for your apology for your friend though. The boy nodded and Naruto wondered why his eyes looked so sleepy. My name is Nara Shikamaru. My friend is lumbering to the swings in Akimichi Choji. He's a good person, a little scatterbrained at times though. Naruto nodded then stuck out his hand. I am Hyuga Naruto, this is Hyuga Hinata. I am pleased to meet you. Shikamaru looked at the hand, then shrugged as he took his hand out of his pocket and shook Naruto's, then nodded to Hinata. Interesting. You have blonde hair and blue eyes. You don't look like a Hyuga. Naruto nodded as he smiled. I was adopted by Hyuga Hiashi because my parents are dead. Shikamaru nodded slowly. Man. What a drag. I understand, sorry to bring it up. Naruto shrugged as Hinata looked around again. It's okay. I have a family who loves me and the greatest girl in the world. I have no reason to be sorry. Hinata blushed and squeezed his hand tighter as a few more children wandered towards them. Kurenai watched in interest until she saw two others wandering to the small group. The new ones looked to be up to no good. At least that is what she felt and slowly stood from the bench in case there was trouble. Hey. Who are you? A boy asked as he got closer. Naruto turned to look at him. He had white hair and green eyes and his skin was fair in complexion. He wore the same uniform as Hinata and Naruto did, but his was crisper, sharper, and he had a regal bearing about him. Naruto frowned at his lack of manners but kept it to himself for the time being. I am Hyuga Naruto. Who might you be? The boy smirked as he took in Naruto, then scoffed. Hyuga. I doubt it unless you're a mutt. Some bastard child probably. Hinata blushed in a shade she had never blushed before and Naruto got red-faced. Do not use such words around Lady Hinata. The boy smirked as he thought he found a good way to get Naruto's goat. Why? Doesn't she know you are a bastard? Naruto heard her gasp and pulled her behind him as if his body would shield her from the bad words. I'm warning you. Don't make me kick your butt. The boy laughed, then raised a finger in the air and wiggled it in Naruto's direction. 3 large boys came running over and stood behind the one who signaled to them and he smirked in triumph. You were saying? Naruto's face fell for a second, then he shrugged as the confidence that Hiashi instilled in him surged forward. Gomen, I misspoke myself. The boy laughed and so did the other 3 until Naruto took up the ghost fist stance. Don't make me kick all of your butts. The boys looked at each other in confusion for a moment but a third voice surprised them. Don't make the US kick all of your butts. Naruto looked a little to his side and he saw Neji, already in the gentle fist stance. Hinata was on his other side, also in the gentle fist stance. Shikamaru, seeing trouble brewing, stepped further back away from the group. As Choji walked up to see what was going on, Shikamaru held him back with an arm. This should be interesting. He said to Choji, who just shrugged and started eating a pretzel. The boy with the attitude looked at the 3, then laughed. 2 Hyuga and a runt against the 4 of us. What a joke. With a gesture at them the 3 boys charged. Neji, Hinata and Naruto struck as a coordinated unit, surprising everyone. Naruto hit the one in the middle, Neji took the one on the left and Hinata the one on the right. Neji disabled his opponent with 3 well-placed strikes to his sternum, knocking him down and gasping for breath. Hinata hit her opponent twice, once in the stomach once in the chest. Which made him stop short, but then she grabbed his wrist and pinned it back behind him, causing him to fall face first to the ground, other hand pounding the grass in agony. Naruto stepped in with a left elbow strike, followed by a rising knee, then an overhand right cross that knocked his opponent back almost to the boy who instigated it all. The bigger boy wiped the blood off his nose and looked at his leader. He hits like a girl. The boy shrugged at him. Then treat him like one. The bigger boy turned back and smirked at Naruto, who had a big grin on his face. Neji crossed his arms and frowned at Naruto. Quit playing around and finish his cousin. Naruto shrugged as the big boy's face fell, then Naruto seemed to zip in at high speed, strike the bully in the stomach with his left fist, knocking the air from him, spun around with a reverse elbow strike to the chest, causing him to stumble back, then completed his strike pattern with what appeared to be an open palm slap to the left side of the boy's face. The crack was almost deafening, and every voice on the playground stopped and looked to where the fight just ended, and then suddenly the bigger boy's squeals of pain were the only things that could be heard. Naruto drew in a deep breath, then let it out slowly as his hands crossed in front of him before he casually stepped back and stood between Hinata and Neji. The one boy stood, mouth agape as the 3 stared at him daring him to try something. Unfortunately, trouble usually comes in groups. This one being the first. Deeper male voices could be heard shouting at them as they got closer and the loud-mouthed boy turned and started waving to them. Naruto got a feeling of dread in the pit of his stomach as both teachers made it to the scene. What happened here? The loud-mouthed boy looked at the teacher with big eyes and began to pout. The one in the middle bullied me and my friends tried to fight him off, but he beat them up. Naruto gawked at the boy and Neji snorted in disgust before Hinata's voice rang out. That isn't true. Those boys wanted to beat up Naruto-kun, but we stepped in to help him. The instructors looked at each other and they both mouthed the same word. Naruto, before turning to him. You need to come with us. Naruto blinked and this time Neji bristled up. Why? The teacher frowned as he looked at Neji. That is none of your concern. This boy is going to the principal's office to fight on school grounds. What? They all shouted at the same time, but the teacher's expressions told them they would bring no disobedience. Naruto frowned as he looked at Hinata. It's alright Hina-chan. Go to our class and I will meet you there. Eventually. Hinata wanted to protest, but Naruto had a look of determination also. Slowly she nodded as Neji stepped closer. This is bogus Naruto Itoko. We need to go with you. Naruto merely shook his head, then clapped Neji on the shoulder. I'll be fine. Besides, they have already made up their minds that I'm the guilty one. As they looked at the teachers the truth became evident as they stared daggers at Naruto. Neji frowned, but didn't get a chance to finish. What goes on here? Kurenai said as she walked up to then stood next to Naruto. The one looked at her then shrugged. He is going to the principal's office to fight on school grounds. Kurenai said as she reached down and straightened Naruto's tie, causing him to blush. Well since he is going I am too. One teacher blinked but the other stepped in quickly. You can't. It is forbidden. Kurenai raised an eyebrow then smirked. Oh really? Which one of you will try and stop me from going with him? Both teachers gulped as Kurenai's eyes seemed to glitter and the teachers reluctantly agreed and led the way into the school. Neji frowned after Naruto and Kurenai then glared at the boy who started it all. The boy smirked then casually strolled off humming to himself. Naruto sat outside the principal's and he could clearly hear Kurenai's voice get louder and louder. When they got there, the principal, seeing her, let her come into the office by herself. That was a few minutes before the yelling started. Naruto tried to make himself look smaller as aides and even the school nurse glared at him. After a few minutes, the principal's door opened and Kurenai stepped out. Her face was calm, but you could see the fury in her eyes. As they left the principal's office, Kurenai whispered to Naruto, you have to be careful. There are a lot of people here who will give you a hard time. Defend yourself, but do not cross the line. I will not be here to help you again. Naruto nodded as they reached his classroom. Thank you Kurenai. The next instance was almost immediately after Kurenai left. Naruto went to sit by Hinata, but the teacher in the classroom looked at him with a frown before speaking up. Not there. Your seat is over there. The man pointed to the other side of the room and Naruto's heart sank. What he didn't know was Hinata's heart sank at the same time. Why do I have to sit over there? Naruto asked in earnest as students began to file into the room. Because it is assigned seats and I said so. Naruto leaned down and kissed Hinata on the cheek. Gomen Hina-chan. Hinata looked at him, eyes beginning to brim with tears, but she formed her chin and forced a smile. I'll wait for you after class Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded to her, but had a sinking feeling he would be walking home alone. The boy walked in and a bevy of girls forced their way through into the class, all intent on keeping up with him. He wasn't especially handsome. In fact he looked kind of dead to the world. And to be honest his haircut sucked. Really Naruto thought so. Who would want the back of their head to look like a chicken's butt? Naruto almost burst out laughing until he noticed the girls arguing over who would sit next to the boy. Naruto's curiosity got the better of him and he got up and lightly tapped a pink-haired girl. Excuse me. Was all he got out as the girl turned around and smacked his hand away. Don't touch me. Only Sasuke-kun can touch me. She said as she looked back at the boy with hearts in her eyes. Naruto got frustrated and asked the gaggle of girls in general. Excuse me. But are there really assigned seats? Some of the girls looked at him and laughed in his face. Finally one girl leaned closer to her friend and whispered, I think he's cute. Naruto blinked, but before could say anything the girl shook her head. No. We are allowed to sit wherever we want. Naruto nodded and thanked her quietly before walking over and sitting next to Hinata, who while watching Naruto talk to the group and being happy that he was sitting next to her again, was worried. Naruto-kun. The instructor might get cross with you. Naruto smiled and shook his head. We will wait and see Hina-chan. Those students told me there is no assigned seating. The instructor in question saw Naruto and got immediately red-faced. Didn't I tell you to sit over there? Naruto stood and bowed to the instructor with a smile. Yes sir, but I was told by the other students that there was no assigned seating. The instructor blinked rapidly and thought before a big smile broke on his face. Well I am assigning you there so you do not disturb that girl. You seem like a troublemaker. I heard what you did to those students on the playground. Naruto frowned at that but could think of no good excuse for the students he helped beat up or why he couldn't sit next to Hinata. Hinata couldn't think of anything to say at all. She was confused at the teacher's negative reaction to Naruto and in truth, it hurt her feelings. Naruto was about to speak up when another instructor, a bit older but also stronger looking than the first, walked in and shut the door. He walked over to the blackboard, then wrote 2 names on the board before turning to the class and speaking. I am Yumino Iruka. To my right is Ohara Mizuki. You will only address us as Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei, is that understood? A general yes went around the room and Iruka took in every face until he reached Naruto, who was still standing. Why are you standing there? What is your name? Naruto tried his best not to sound irritable, but his patience was wearing rather thin. I am Hyuga Naruto Iruka-sensei. Iruka nodded as the rest of the class turned to look at him. Is there any particular reason you are standing there, Hyuga Naruto? Naruto shrugged, a slight smile on his face. I'm not sure. I tried to sit here, but Mizuki-sensei wanted me to sit on the other side of the room. So I am a bit confused. Mizuki leaned over, eyes smoldering at Naruto, and whispered to Iruka. Iruka frowned briefly and spoke softly back. Are you sure? Mizuki nodded, then leaned back again as Iruka turned to Naruto. Well, if Mizuki told you to sit over there, then there must be a good reason for it. I suggest you take your seat. A snicker went around the room, which got under Naruto's skin, and he tried to maintain his composure as his father taught him, but everyone seemed against him. Hinata took his hand and squeezed it. She didn't want any trouble and knew where Naruto was headed if he didn't calm down. Naruto looked at Hinata and with a deep sigh he walked over to the other side. Unfortunately that would change again. You children, because you are children, will be taught over these next 4 years to become ninja. Some of you will pass, some of you will fail. Do not take this to heart. The life of a ninja is not for everyone, but the training we will give is good and will help you to decide if this truly is the career path you want to take. This first year will be almost all academics. We will have periods of exercise where you will have to change into gym attire. After the first year, if you are still here, the next 3 years will be physical, while you will have much less academics. With a slight nod, Mizuki went through the rows, handing out paper and pencils to each student. Naruto of course didn't get one. Now I want each of you to write a brief paragraph containing who you are, what family you come from, and what your dreams and aspirations are. You have the next hour to do it. The class groaned as a whole, but the students got down to writing. Naruto of course had no paper, no pencil, and was beginning to feel isolated and alone. After a few minutes had gone by, Naruto raised his hand. Iruka saw him and frowned. Yes, Naruto. Naruto stood and in a subdued voice answered. I didn't get a pencil or piece of paper. Hinata frowned as she looked at Okoishi and felt the urge to cry. Why are they being so mean to Naruto-kun? She thought before she put her finger in her mouth and began to chew on it. He didn't do anything wrong. Iruka frowned and looked at Mizuki who blinked in surprise. I didn't give you one. Oh, how careless of me. Here. He said as he walked to the foot of the platform. Naruto waited, but Mizuki did not come up the stairs. Mizuki frowned, then tapped his foot. Well, come on, I'm not your maid. Naruto sighed as he walked down the steps. Maybe it was all the building frustration. Or maybe he just wanted to get the paper and get back to his seat, but Naruto didn't see the foot that popped in front of him until he was already falling. The look of horror on Mizuki's face unfortunately did nothing to slow Naruto's descent as he slammed into the instructor and they both went down in a jumble of arms and legs. The class started laughing, except of course Hinata, while Iruka just smacked the palm of his hand against his face, wondering why every year he had to have one of those. Mizuki cried out in a high-pitched voice, Get off. Get off of me. Naruto got to his feet and looked in the direction that he was tripped and saw the same boy from earlier that morning grinning evilly at him. Mizuki got to his feet and practically screamed at Naruto. Principal's office. Now. Naruto hung his head and walked to the door. Iruka saw his expression and wondered just how much suffering did one person have to take to get that look at so young of an age. The principal, still a little angry from his shouting match with Kurenai, decided Naruto needed to be straightened out. He led Naruto into a room and told him to lie across what looked like a construction horse. Naruto, not sure what to do, obeyed the principal, then got especially nervous when he tied his hand to one of the legs. Naruto blinked in actual fear now, but he was told he had to obey the teachers. Didn't he? The principal, having tied Naruto in place, picked up a large paddle and stood behind Naruto. Fear started to grip him, but his father's lessons came back to him. Flash again. Ignore it, my son, pain is your enemy, but you can silence your enemy by not letting it know you acknowledge it. Keep your mind in a different place and let your body absorb it. When the time comes, you will heal and the pain will be gone. But you must always remember. There is no pain. Forward one step. Naruto nodded just as the first swat landed, which seemed harder than he thought it would be. But as tears sprang to his eyes he quickly chanted in his mind over and over again, there is no pain. There is no pain. And suddenly he was in a beautiful field and the wind was blowing and he saw Hinata twirling in the wind, laughing with a big smile on her face. She ran over and took his hand and they ran to the picnic where all of his family waited and waved to him. Mother Izumi had made a beautiful lunch and he couldn't wait to dig in. As he picked up his chopsticks, Izumi's face darkened and she was suddenly wearing glasses. I said wake up. Naruto blinked and looked around. He was still lying across the horse, but the principal was kneeling in front of him, a worried angry look on his face. "You may return to your classroom now. Your punishment is done." Naruto nodded and stood on shaky legs for a moment before asking. "What time is it?" The principal frowned in annoyance but answered quickly. "It is 1:10 p.m. Naruto blinked as he absorbed the news. "But I haven't eaten my lunch." The principal waved him off as he walked him out the room and pushed him out of the door of the outer office. "Consider it part of your punishment. Now get to class or you will be paddled again." Naruto walked stiffly back to the classroom, but stinging badly as the principal watched him. Amazing. He thought. 30 swats and he never cried out once. Must be the Kyuubi. Oh. The rest of the day went by just as quickly and with continuous but minor problems until the last bell rang. Naruto stood of course and he ignored the whispered comments about him and the snickering of the children around him. His mind started to drop in a depressed state as he thought of all the bad things that happened to him, the people, and finally what would the next 4 years be like. And that was when he changed. Even after the final bell rang, Naruto said nothing as Hinata ran over and bombarded him with questions. Was he alright? What happened? Why was he gone so long? Why was he walking funny? Naruto simply took her hand and walked with her to the front of the school, where they met Kurenai. "So how was your first day?" she said with a smile, but Naruto's dead expression made her wonder what happened. Hinata didn't wait for him to say anything as she turned to Kurenai. "Naruto-kun got sent to the principal's office again. And he was gone the rest of the morning. I didn't even see him for lunch." Kurenai blinked at this surprise as she didn't think they would try again so soon to torment the poor child. "What happened to Naruto?" Naruto didn't say anything, he merely started walking, and since his hand was still in Hinata's, Hinata followed. She looked at Kurenai, but she seemed to have no explanation either, so they continued until they got to the front gates of the Hyuga estate. Hiashi and Izumi stood there, and Izumi had her happy crying face on. Hiashi was also happy until he saw the look on Naruto's face. He turned to Kurenai and asked an unspoken question as Naruto continued to walk to the house. "I don't know what happened. He came out of school like that." Hiashi looked to Hinata and she spilled all she knew, but the missing pieces were still in Naruto's mind. And he wasn't talking. Later that night, Hinata helped him undress and she saw the bruising across his hips. She turned him around and screamed when she saw the damage to his buttocks. The skin was broken in places and the entire area was almost black from the deep bruising. The frantic knocking came at the door and Hinata rushed to open it. Alma stood there and started asking frantic questions, but Hinata only pointed at Naruto who still stood in the same place. Alma, seeing what Hinata meant, gasped then rushed to get Hiashi and Izumi. Hinata closed the door but failed to lock it, which would later haunt her. As she looked at her Koichi with tears in her eyes, the door flew open and Izumi stood there. But she looked furious. "What is going on here? How dare you have this boy in your room?" Hinata blinked in surprise as her mother came over, but before she could ask anything Izumi slapped her out of the way. Hinata couldn't believe her mother had slapped her. She had never hit her like that before. Cheeks still stinging, she watched uncomprehendingly as her mother began to beat Naruto with her hands, but it wasn't just her hands. Izumi was punching and then kicking Naruto, who didn't seem to respond until Izumi pulled a kunai and buried it in Naruto's chest. Hinata screamed as Izumi knocked Naruto to the floor, but the pain in his chest brought back something familiar and Naruto's mouth opened and he wailed, Mama. Oh. Izumi and Hiashi were just coming down the stairs when they heard it. Hiashi felt it and knew fear like he never had before. Amma blinked in fear as a roar beyond anything she had ever heard before shook the house. So powerful was it that windows broke and pillars throughout the house cracked. As they rushed they heard a woman screaming. But this was the most horrific scream imaginable. When they reached the hall where the children's room was, a badly mangled torso flew through the door and landed with a sickening thud almost at their feet. Amma began to retch and turned her head away. Izumi and Hiashi, more accustomed to bloodshed, pushed through the door and stared in horror. Naruto stood to its side and Hinata was across the room, but there was no mistaking the creature in front of them. Though it was smaller, the Kyuubi no Kitsune stood glaring and pawing at the remains of Naruto's assailant. Naruto wobbled unsteadily on his feet and looked at the people that had come into the room. There was something about them. Something that made him feel good. But Mama was still pissed as she turned and growled at Hiashi and Izumi. Hiashi's Byakugan was active and he dropped into a stance when the Kyuubi lurched forward. But Naruto threw himself in front of her and tried to hold her back. "No. Mama, no. No hurt. Like. No hurt." His voice was weak as he wrapped his arms around her neck and did his best to stop her from charging. Hiashi couldn't believe his eyes. But something wasn't right. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was red, this creature was red, but mostly mixed with black. If he had to guess he would say the black was predominant. And Naruto was holding it back, though it still growled at Hiashi and Izumi. But it didn't seem to react to Hinata. Naruto rubbed his face against the familiar fur and smiled. His eyes felt so heavy, he was so very tired. Mama. Tired. Sleep. His voice sounded weaker. But the amazing thing was when the demon actually laid down and curled up on the floor around Naruto as he lay against her. He smiled weakly as he nestled against her. He wanted to eat. But he was so tired. The Kyuubi looked down at him and licked him gently over his backside, as if cleaning him. And they stared as the bruises went away, but Izumi stepped forward, worrying about the boy she had adopted. Fear and love fueled by hatred for the very being in front of her. But seeing the monster from inside of her son taking care of him as if he were her own, made Izumi bolder and also a bit jealous. Kyuubi looked up at Izumi then roared at her. Surprisingly, Izumi snarled right back. That is my son. You will not keep me from him. Izumi stepped forward and one of the Kyuubi's paws lashed out and pinned Izumi to the floor. Before anyone could think to do anything, the large fox-like head leaned over and sniffed at Izumi. Hiashi, ready to charge forward, held up his hand as members of the house guard and his brother Hisashi came barreling down the now bloody hallway. No. Wait. If you startle or anger it, it could kill her. They all waited in silence as the fox demon studied her. Then it looked at Hinata and growled lightly at her. Hinata felt a pull, as if it was calling her to come over, and as if hypnotized, she slowly walked over and stood before it. The fox demon sniffed lightly at Hinata, then almost seemed to nod as it moved its paw off of Izumi. Izumi stood to her feet and forced a smile to her face as she looked at the one thing she feared and hated more than anything else. Please. I think you can understand me. Please give me back my son. Izumi's face was hard, but tears softened her expression a bit as she hoped beyond all hope that the demon would let Naruto go. Maybe it was the begging, maybe it was something in Izumi's eyes or the way she held Hinata as she asked. Kyuubi blinked at her, then slowly shimmered and disappeared. Naruto still lay on his side and everyone rushed in and forward. But it seemed the damage was done. Hiashi reached down and grasped Naruto's neck, placing his index finger over the carotid artery before screaming for the medics. I need help. I need help now. He has no pulse. Chapter 13. Hiashi paced nervously back and forth in the waiting room of the hospital, while in the background Hinata's quiet sobs could be heard. The medic Nin had worked on Naruto hard in the house before they put him on a stretcher and rushed him off to the clan hospital and into the operating room. None of the family had even changed their clothes, Hiashi realized as he looked down at himself. His robes were covered in Naruto's blood and there was still blood on his hands. That was the last thing on his wife's mind as well as his. Their son was grievously injured and needed medical attention as fast as possible. But now they were forced to play the waiting game. It had been 3 hours since they took Naruto into surgery and still they had heard nothing. And the waiting was driving them mad. Izumi sat and quietly rubbed Hinata's head. Her daughter had not stopped crying since they arrived. Even before that. Izumi looked down at the back of her daughter's head and worried herself. Hinata was wounded almost as badly as Naruto was. Only her wound had damaged the emotional heart, not the physical. Izumi's lap was almost completely soaked through with Hinata's tears, and Izumi would not blame her. She had also done some crying, but now she was going to remain strong for her daughter, who needed her emotional support more than anything. SHHH. It's okay, Hina-chan. Your Naruto-kun is strong. He will fight this, and soon you will be together again. Izumi's voice almost broke in the last few words. For in truth she was as deeply worried as everyone else. Hinata only nodded, but deep inside of her, she was terrified. She knew a wound like the one Naruto sustained was 95% fatal. Her father had trained both Naruto and her well in that respect. The fact that they were able to restart Naruto's heart at all and that he held on all of this time was incredible. But even though she would rather die than lose him, she realistically saw his chances for survival were not good. But she would not give up hope. As Hiashi's brow furrowed in concentration, the waiting room door opened and Sarutobi and Hiashi's brother Hisashi, as well as Niji walked in, all with the same look of worry. Sarutobi walked up and laid his hand on Hiashi's shoulder and squeezed it firmly. Any news, my friend? Hiashi shook his head as he let his breath out in a sigh. We are still waiting. He is still in surgery. Sarutobi nodded as Hisashi flanked his brother. I am sorry, brother, but I do not have better news either. Hisashi frowned before he shouldered the mantle of clan head again. What news do you have, brother? Hisashi placed his hands behind his back and quickly relayed what he and his security team had discovered. The person impersonating Izumi-chan was not a ninja, but she was wearing a very complicated genjutsu, otherwise the guard that admitted her would have seen through it. It took the chakra breaker almost 20 minutes to remove it completely. Hisashi raised an eyebrow in question and Hisashi nodded. The guard was telling the truth. When the intruder entered the gate looking like Izumi, he scanned her with his Byakugan and saw no reason to believe it wasn't her. Sarutobi frowned as he stroked his beard. That is disturbing. If someone has found a way to blind the Byakugan. The Ashi shook his head. Doubtful. Most Hyugas can only reach the second level of the Byakugan, which still leaves them vulnerable to high-level Genjutsu techniques. But we are talking about just below Kage level. Turning to his Ashi, Hiashi had a burning question on his mind. Were you able to identify the intruder? His Ashi frowned as he shook his head. Not as of yet, and since she is not a ninja, the woman's face is not in the bingo book and I have no knowledge who she is. Sarutobi frowned also. This woman not being in the bingo book can only mean one of two things. Either one of the villages has violated the provisions and is training ninja and not submitting their information, or she is not a ninja and we have what seems to be a low-level assassination attempt. Sarutobi's brow furrowed as he considered the implications. But why would anyone want to assassinate Naruto or Hinata? His Ashi nodded as he turned to look at the Hokage. That was the same conclusion we had come to. But I do not think this was an assassination. If it were, Hinata and Naruto would have been dead long before we got there. But there are bigger problems associated with this. At Sarutobi's questioning look, his Ashi pulled out a weapons pouch and handed it to Hiashi, who turned it over in his hands before opening it. This is a standard issue weapons pouch, as you can see, all ninja equipment. From Kumo. Sarutobi's eyes widened as he was handed the weapons pouch from Hiashi. The Ashi snorted in disgust before looking at his Ashi. Again. First they tried to buy my countrymen's eyes, now they try to kidnap my daughter. The Ashi's fist clenched in anger as Sarutobi shook his head in frustration. He clearly remembered the secret request from Kumo's Kage for any Hyuga cadavers or anyone that would bring in Hyuga eyes was handsomely rewarded. That was one of the original reasons for the major conflicts between the leaf and the cloud. Now this. This was a clear breach of the treaty between the two. Sarutobi didn't need a crystal ball to see mountains of paperwork in his future and possible bloodshed. With a groan, he realized he would have to reveal a part of that treaty to Hiashi that he had kept secret up until now. As Sarutobi opened his mouth to speak, the waiting room door opened and a doctor in operating room scrubs walked in. But his face caused Hiashi's heart to fall. But the bow beforehand, he walked up to Hiashi. Lord Hyuga, I wish I had better news than I do. The Ashi nodded his head once as he straightened his shoulders. Please, doctor. Tell us what is going on. The doctor grimaced as he nodded. I am truly sorry. We removed the kunai. But the damage is extensive. While we were able to repair most of the damage, there is simply no way for us to get to every area inside the heart. And there is no surgeon more skilled that could heal him in time. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Izumi put her hand to her mouth to stifle a sob and tears began to make their way down her face again. Hinata looked from her mother to her father, the frown still on her face and tears were still coming from her eyes as well. Daddy. What is he saying? Naruto-kun is going to be okay, isn't he? The Ashi tried to stand firm. But as he looked at his daughter and saw the pain pleading in her eyes, he knew he was going to have to do something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He was going to have to break her heart. He walked over slowly, then rested his hand on her head. I'm sorry, Hina-chan. The doctor says that Naruto-kun's injuries are very severe. Hinata started to shake her head negatively and Izumi hugged her tight. No, daddy. Get another doctor. Please. You promised. You promised Naruto-kun and I would be together. Hiashi bit his lip and looked down before he turned his head to look at the doctor, but the doctor shook his head sadly. Only a miracle, Lord Hyuga. I am truly sorry. The Ashi reached out and hugged Hinata as she began to cry uncontrollably again, beating her little fists against her father's shoulders. No. And no. You promised. She screamed over and over again. Her fists beat a rapid tattoo pattern on his collarbones and shoulders until her anger was spent and all she did was sob in her parents' arms. The Ashi tried to quiet his daughter, but to be honest, he wanted to let loose too. He wanted to rip the shirt from his back and scream at the sky for all the unfairness in the world, especially for Naruto. But instead held onto his daughter as she took her sorrow out on him. It wasn't long before Hinata's energy was once again spent and Hiashi was again holding her and Izumi again, trying desperately to keep his family from falling apart. It wasn't long before in a surprisingly adult voice Hinata leaned back and looked in her father's eyes while wiping her tears. I want to see him. The Ashi nodded once and turned to look at the doctor, who hesitated for a moment before he nodded to him. Follow me, please. The family rose from their positions and followed him to a room not far away, where Naruto lay motionless, pale as death. The machine beeps occasionally, and Naruto seemed to have tubes and wires all over his body, and his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm along with another machine as they watched. Izumi at some point buried her head against Hiashi's shoulder. And Hisashi couldn't take his eyes off the once energetic boy, whose heart was bigger than it should be considering the things he had already seen in his life. Hiyashi's frown deepened while at the same time his eyes softened. He couldn't cry. He had to stand firm. He couldn't cry. The Hyuga lord had to maintain his composure so as to not embarrass the clan. But so desperately. He wanted nothing more to join his family in their sorrow. Hisashi's hand found Hiyashi's shoulder, and Hiyashi knew his brother was there for them, and while most would consider this a small comfort, Hiyashi drew strength from this simple gesture. Hinata walked slowly to the bed and rested her hands on the rails as tears fell quietly from her eyes. Tentatively she reached over and touched his hand and whispered his name. Naruto-kun. But his hand felt like ice and actually was a little blue in color. With a frown Hinata turned and looked at her father. Daddy. He's cold. Hiyashi nodded as he reached over and grabbed a blanket and with Izumi's help they gently laid it over Naruto's legs, up to his waist. Hinata looked back and offered a smile to her father despite the tears. Hisashi clenched his jaw in anger as he looked at the child in the bed. When an innocent child is killed for no reason at all. There was no excuse for it. Sarutobi frowned but felt the same way. More blood would be spilt over this he was sure. Sarutobi gestured to the parents and Hiyashi reached down and pat Hinata's head. Come daughter, we can say a prayer to Kami for Naruto-kun. Maybe she will give us a miracle. Hinata looked at her father, an earnest expression on her face. I want to stay with daddy. I think if there will be one, Kami will give it to me whether I am here or in the chapel. Hiyashi smiled and nodded to his daughter as he considered her words. Rubbing her head he nodded his acceptance. Then we will hope for a miracle my daughter, for the life of your Koichi. At these words Hiyashi felt a wave of weakness just before a glow passed from his eyes to Hinata's and then was gone. Without another thought or word, because he fervently believed it was because he hadn't yet expelled his grief, Hiyashi paid no mind to the momentary weakness and left the room with everyone else while Hinata stared at her love. When the door clicked shut, she climbed carefully on the bed and lay as close as possible next to her Koichi, her bottom lip poking out. Naruto-kun. I know you do. Don't want to leave me. And I don't want you to go. Go. But I know if Kami wants you more, then I cannot stop her from taking you. But I will beg right in now, because I do not want to lose you. Please Naruto-kun, do not leave me. Hinata's voice began to shake more and she fought the tears so she could finish talking to him and hope that Kami was listening. Daddy has not cried yet. And mother. And Hinata paused as the words seemed to stick in her mind. And she tilted her head slightly as she stared at Naruto's face and wondered why the thought wouldn't leave her. Mother. She thought again and again until unbeknownst to Hinata, she quietly uttered, Mama. I didn't want to tell you this Hiyashi, I know how you are going to react, but there is something from the truce I failed to mention to you. Sarutobi was very tempted to light up his pipe. He really needed a smoke right now to brace for the backlash. Hiyashi, still holding Izumi, only nodded, but his eyes were alert as he watched the Hokage. Tell me, I am sure it will not be as bad as me losing my son. Sarutobi frowned but nodded slightly as he tugged at his beard again. No. But they may be connected. At Hiyashi's frown and raised eyebrows Sarutobi sighed. Part of the treaty involved us hosting a family from Kumo to live here in the village. Sort of a quiet diplomat. And one of ours is living there as well. When Hiyashi's facial expression changed, Sarutobi put his hands up in a gesture of peace, but Hiyashi would have none of it. How in the nine hells did you think I would not want this information? Sarutobi. We have been friends for some time and I respect you, but my son is dying from a wound from a Cloud citizen, a ninja. Whatever, gave him when I could have at least had better protection set up. If I had the proper information. Sarutobi inserted a finger in his ear and jiggled it a little before pulling it out again. Nurses and orderlies looked at the Hyuga lord but knew better than to interrupt or chastise him. Especially at this moment. Yes. Well I had hoped something like this would not occur again. Because of the treaty and the agreements that were put into effect. Obviously I was wrong Hiyashi-sama. But I promise you. As far as he got before they heard a loud crash in Naruto's room. Hisashi was the first into the room and stopped in the doorway in shock. The crash was from a roller tray that got knocked over. Its contents spilled on the floor. But what knocked it over was the most shocking thing. Standing on the bed, straddling the still form of Naruto, was the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Or what appeared to be the Kyuubi in some way. It was again smaller, a little larger than man-sized, but there was less black mixed into the coloring and more red, but also with a hint of lavender in odd places. Hinata looked at them, but quietly held up a hand, and they all stopped in place. Kyuubi looked at Hinata, a partial smile on her face as she opened Naruto's gown and removed the dressing. The fox sniffed at him and whined before looking at Hinata. Hinata nodded, then pointed to the incision that had been made on his chest, before she said, Mama, hurt. Ayubi looked at the wound before sniffing it again, then licked at it lightly. After a few seconds though she looked at Hinata and whined again in what seemed to be frustration. Hinata looked at her father and frowned. "Daddy. Mama can't get hurt." The Ashi frowned as he looked at all the surprised faces, but then he nodded. Looking around quickly, Hiashi found a pair of surgical scissors in a drawer and slowly approached Kyubi, who watched him carefully. Hiashi stood over Naruto for a second as the great head leaned close to him, then started sniffing his hands and arms. Hiashi stood very still and hoped beyond all hope the fox was not sizing him up as a next meal. He almost chuckled as he imagined the fox demon looking at him and asking if he was white or dark meat. After a few precious moments, the fox huffed at him, then turned her head back to Naruto. Everyone held their breaths out as Hiashi leaned over Naruto. As he went for the first suture on Naruto's incision, the doctor yelled out, "Wait. No, you can't do that. He will die if you open that incision." The Ashi frowned at the doctor, then growled, "He is dying anyway, remember?" The doctor seemed like he wanted to argue further, but Niji suddenly stood in front of him with a determined look and his Ashi's hand on his shoulder stopped him. His Ashi smiled but whispered a little harshly into the doctor's ear. "Shut up. This is a family matter now." The doctor only looked at his Ashi, but the look in his eye made the doctor's mouth close with a click. The Ashi however was no longer paying attention as he clipped the first stitch and then the next. After the last suture was cut, blood started seeping from the incision as Hiashi stepped back away from Naruto. The Kyubi leaned down and began to lick insistently at the incision, missing nothing as the tongue delved deeper and deeper into the boy's chest. Izumi. Actually everyone in the room wanted to run forward and stop the fox from doing what she was doing. Every instinct screamed that she was eating him. But Hinata's confident smile never left her face and the fox was not acting like a wild animal trying to eat him, but the way a wild animal would care for one of her own. At first Naruto stiffened as if in pain, but then settled back onto the mattress as she continued to lick and caress his wound with her tongue. After what seemed like an eternity, Hinata laughed and clapped her hands and the Kyubi hopped down off the bed and curled up in the corner next to her, licking any residual blood from her chops. The change was dramatic. Naruto's color improved, his breathing became steady, and the heart monitor beeped a steady strong beat. The doctor was flabbergasted. And no one knew what to say. Except Hinata, who reached over and pulled the breathing tubes out of Naruto, causing him to cough and gag a little before his body settled on the bed again. The incision that was made to remove the kunai was already closing. In a few moments it would be like the wound was never there at all. The doctor stepped forward but stopped at the foot of the bed as Kyubi stood and growled at him in a low crouch, as if she appeared to be ready to spring. Hiashi frowned as he looked from the fox to the doctor, then back to Naruto. Izumi was trembling slightly as she clung to her husband, but Hiashi didn't seem concerned at all as he activated his Byakugan and stepped closer to the fox demon. The demon paid no notice to Hiashi, but her claws had popped out and her tails were stiff and bushy as she stepped closer to the doctor. She even paid no mind to Sarutobi, Hisashi, and Niji. Her only focus was on the doctor. Hinata blinked as she looked at Kyubi, then her head snapped around and she looked at the doctor in fury as she pointed at him. "Bad man. You hurt. Bad." The Ashi, Izumi, and his Ashi all turned and looked at the doctor, who backed against the wall as the Kyubi began to stalk him, hackles raised, eyes closed to slits, as if silently accusing the doctor of some wrongdoing. "Wah. What is going on? Why is that thing growling at me?" The man was genuinely terrified as his knees were practically knocking together. He backed further and further away, at least that was his intention. It didn't matter to him what was done. This was Kyubi. He only knew he was about to die. The Ashi walked over and stood next to the Kyubi, but its eyes stayed focused on the doctor. "That is a very good question for a doctor. She seems to dislike you a lot. Why is that?" The doctor began to shake and turned his head away from the great fox as its head was almost nose to nose with him. I don't know." He screamed. "I did nothing wrong. I tried to save your son." Hiashi nodded for a moment, then shrugged. The problem was he could see the guilt in the doctor's life flow. He may not have hurt Naruto further, but if you have nothing to hide, then I am sure you won't mind answering some questions then. Hisashi. Hisashi grinned as he stepped forward, but the Kyubi would not move from her threatening posture. Hiashi looked at Hinata and grinned at her. "Daughter, could you ask her to move so Hisashi can ascertain the doctor's guilt or innocence?" Hinata looked at her father, then nodded once before looking over her shoulder at the Kyubi. "Mama. Come." The Kyubi pressed her muzzle against the doctor's face and snarled, canines fully exposed, causing the man to lose control of his bladder before she snorted in what seemed satisfaction, getting saliva and mucus on the doctor's face. Without a backward glance she turned and padded over to Hinata and sat next to her while Hinata sat on the bed. The Kyubi's tails began waving gently as she and Hinata both stared at the terrified doctor. Izashi almost burst into laughter but held it as he took the doctor by the arm and escorted him out of the room. As the door closed with a final sounding click, Naruto squirmed in his bed and moaned quietly. Hiyashi, Izumi and Niji rushed over and hovered around him as he squirmed again, almost as if he were trying to find a comfortable position. Hinata reached over and rubbed his forehead lightly and his eyes blinked as he looked up at her, then his mother and father as they embraced, and the smirking face of his cousin Niji. "How do you feel about Naruto-kun?" Izumi asked as her eyes crinkled in obvious happiness. Naruto blinked before he reached up and touched his chest tentatively. "Tired. My chest hurts," he said with a slightly bewildered look on his face. His thoughts were not coherent as he looked at the assembled people in front of him, all except the Hokage who stood by the door to the room. But the boy whose life was saved was not the focus of his attention. His attention was trained on the fox demon that sat in the corner closest to Hinata and would not move from that spot. "What the hell?" he thought to himself. The Kyuubi no Kitsune is one of the deadliest, most malicious of intelligences to ever exist, yet it listens to Hinata like it is a family dog. He stroked his beard and thought as he continued to watch it before looking at Naruto. "There is something here I am missing. I must look deeper into this to find out what the missing pieces are to this puzzle." Quietly, Sarutobi opened the door then backed out into the hall. After making sure the door closing alerted no one, he turned and strode with a purpose out of the Hyuga hospital. Izashi practically threw the doctor into the break room. The few staff members that were there eating or relaxing were startled as the doctor stumbled but then recovered his balance. Izashi looked at the assembled personnel, then frowned. "Were any of you involved in the operation on Lord Hyuga's son?" A few of the faces stared back blankly, but one woman's hand raised and Izashi smiled. "The rest of you can leave." The staff looked at each other and at the doctor who shook his head negatively ever so slightly, but enough for Izashi to catch it. "While I understand your loyalty to this man, he is being investigated for the attempted murder of the honorable son. Anyone who stands with him will suffer his fate." A few faces went white with the knowledge, but quite a few looked deeply ashamed before the same woman from early on stood and bowed to Hizashi. "I was not aware of the child's identity as Lord Hizashi, as I am sure most of the staff as well were not aware. You have our full cooperation in this matter." The rest of the staff that were in the break room stood almost as one and bowed to Hizashi before quietly leaving the room. Hizashi nodded his thanks to each person, then turned to the woman who spoke up. "You are?" The woman nodded to the doctor as she spoke. "I am Dr. Ori's associated nurse. Whenever he is to go into surgery, I am there to assist him." Hizashi nodded once as he watched the doctor, but addressed the nurse. "Tell me. Did the doctor do anything peculiar during the operation?" The nurse blinked in surprise, then her brow wrinkled as she thought very hard back to the earlier events. "Nothing I can think of. Although I had thought that he had perhaps closed up the honorable son's incision sooner than I thought. I didn't really think anything of it. The doctor usually performs very quickly, but this did seem quicker than usual." Izashi's jaw set as his Byakugan detected a new level of nervousness running through the doctor. "Dr. Ori. Did you try to hurt the honorable son?" The doctor shook his head, but the telltale of falsehood was there. "Did you intentionally try to hurt the honorable son?" The man shook his head vehemently and Hizashi saw that he was being truthful. And then he understood. "Let me conjecture then. The child comes in and you recognize him for who he is. So you remove the blade and go in and heal most of the injury. But only most of it." The doctor's face remained the same, but his heart began to beat faster and he began to sweat. But being a doctor and one of the most skilled in this hospital, you know that if certain parts of the heart are left unrepaired, he would die slowly and it would appear that it was because of his wounds or lack of skill on your part. Am I right so far? The doctor's heart was hammering in his chest now and he had backed up until he was near a window. Hizashi smirked as he shook his head. "Your own body gives away your guilt. And there is no escape for you through that window." The doctor's eyes jerked to the window, but standing in the frame was now one of the Ghost Corporation men staring down hard at the doctor. The doctor's knees buckled and he collapsed to the floor and began sobbing. "Please. I had no choice." Hizashi grinned before he turned to the nurse. "You are free to return to your duties in the hospital. Thank you for your testimony." The nurse nodded then looked sadly at the doctor before quietly leaving the room. Hizashi turned his head back and stared coldly at the doctor. "Take him. We will discover what truly transpired here." The Ghost Corporation nin bound the doctor in wire, then picked him up over his shoulder and disappeared in a puff of white smoke as Hizashi disappeared in a similar manner. And silence returned to the break room. Hinata was curled up against Naruto's side and no matter who asked she would not budge an inch. It was like she was glued to his side. Even Izumi's eyebrow of doom, the one she gave that let you know you were one step from being paddled, didn't deter her. Hiyashi watched the simple act of rebellion with a smirk before he squeezed his wife's arms. "Let them be Izumi-chan. Their room is still damaged, and since Naruto-kun has to stay here for observation, I do not want to separate them. Leaning down, he whispered in his wife's ear. She almost had to watch us bury her Koichi. I expect her to be very clingy for the next few days. Izumi nodded with a sigh as she squeezed Hiyashi's hand on her shoulder. I know. I am just worried about the two of them. They should be home so we can watch them. Hiyashi nodded, but he smiled wider. I think my brother has that well in hand, and I don't think anyone will want to mess with her. He said as he nodded to the corner where the Kyuubi's eyes glittered back at them. Izumi frowned as she watched the big fox, then looked at her husband. Husband? How is this possible? I mean, the fox is reputed to be an unstoppable killing machine, only living to inflict pain and destruction. How is it sitting there without attempting to slay us, or how is it possible that Hinata or even Naruto can command it? Is it something to do with Minato-sama's seal? Is it even intact? How is it possible that it is outside of Naruto-kun's body? She whispered this as softly as she could, but the earlier occurrence at the house now compounded this one, left her a bit dazed and confused. Where was the evil? Where was the sinister intent? At the very least, where was the bloodlust? This creature sitting passively next to Hinata could have been a house cat from the way it was acting. Hiyashi, thinking something similar, disengaged from Izumi and walked over and lifted Naruto's shirt, but the seal was still where it was supposed to be, glowing slightly, as well as Naruto's embarrassment, which was glowing brighter. Daddy? He almost shrieked. I don't have any underpants on. Hiyashi almost burst into a fit of laughter, but covered it up quickly as he lowered Naruto's shirt again. Niji, however, fell on the floor, holding his stomach and laughing like there was no tomorrow. Izumi looked down at her nephew and scowled. But in truth, she only did it for Naruto's benefit. She thought it was funny as well as she wished she had her camera. Hiyashi's face seemed lost in thought as the humor left him. He seriously considered going to Minato's estate and looking for the notes he left on the seal. There were too many mysteries and unanswered questions. Well, my children, we have two options. 1. Izumi and I tried to get the hospital staff to move a bed in here for us, which Izumi nodded emphatically over. Or we go back to the house and return for the two of you to come in the morning. They all looked around the room because it was rather small. But the children's imploring eyes made up his mind for him. Alright, let me drop off your cousin Niji and make sure your room at home is being repaired, and I will return. As Hiyashi left the room with a still chuckling Niji, Izumi walked over and sat on the edge of the bed and smiled at her son. I am glad you are feeling better, Naruto-kun, and soon the pain will be gone altogether. But I have a question, if you can answer it. Naruto nodded slightly as he settled more into the bed with a yawn, hugging Hinata close to him. Sure, Mother Izumi, what can I answer for you? Izumi leaned over and pointed to the corner that the Kyuubi sat in and tried not to sound snappish. What is that? Naruto picked his head up slightly and looked over there, then chuckled until his chest hurt and he had to place a hand over it for a moment. That is Mama. She has been with me since I could remember and has always protected me when I called her. He frowned for a moment as he considered something, then asked a simple question that made Izumi's eyes twitch. Mother Izumi-chan. Maybe you can tell me. Why does Mama look like Kyuubi no Kitsune? I have not really asked anyone else because everyone seems really tight-lipped about it. Naruto's frown deepened as he thought for a moment. I have read the books about it, but she does not act like the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Izumi wasn't sure how to answer his question and was herself lost for answers. Naruto's face clouded up as he looked at his adoptive mother again, and she was sure he was about to cry. What troubles you so, Naruto-kun? Naruto sniffled but tried to lean closer to Izumi. If she is the Kyuubi, then that means she caused all that destruction, she killed all of those people. Why? And why does she protect me now? Izumi tried to smile but faltered a little before she reached out and rubbed his head. I cannot answer these questions, Naruto-kun, for I do not know the answers myself, but I promise we will find the answers. Don't worry. Naruto nodded and chewed on his bottom lip for a few seconds before she asked another question. Do you think she is Kyuubi? Naruto shook his head and then painfully shrugged. I don't know. I hope she isn't. But I don't know. Izumi nodded as she considered Naruto and her sleepy daughter. I will consult with your father and possibly the Hokage. I do not know how much I can talk about now. At his confused look she smiled and shook her head. Pay it no mind for the time being, Naruto-kun. We will give you the answers you seek. Izumi thought for a moment and asked another question before Naruto could. Has she ever done anything bad? Or come out? I mean come to you without you calling? Naruto thought hard about it, then shook his head. No. She only comes when I have called her in the past. I must have called her in my sleep for her to be here now. Izumi shook her head and then Hinata mumbled half asleep. No. I called. She came. Help, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled down at her before giving her a kiss on her forehead, but Izumi looked at her strangely. Hinata, how were you able to call? Mama. Hinata's eyes opened and she looked at her mother. She seemed to think about it for a second, then shrugged. Felt like it. I just knew. Hinata shrugged slightly before snuggling against Naruto again. Maybe she likes me. So she came. Izumi blinked and even Naruto sat up a little and looked at Hinata. Hina-chan, why are you talking like that? Her voice, while the same, was broken, like her education was badly neglected. Hinata looked from her mother to Naruto. Like what? I always talk. Like this. Sarutobi had only started going through the records in the Hokage's archive when he was disturbed by an Anbu officer in an owl's mask. Sarutobi looked up then smirked. Hello owl. Do not mind me, I am trying to find some answers that are eluding me right now. Owl, one of the regular guardians of the archive, nodded as he came closer. Anything I can help you find, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi shook his head as he flipped through another record book. Not really. I am skimming right now, but I am feeling it may not even be here. Thank you owl, I will call if I am in need of assistance. The Anbu bowed politely, then disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving the Hokage to his thoughts again. I may have to go into the forbidden records. There is nothing here about Kyuubi except what I already know. The Hokage of the Leaf Village closed the book with a loud thump before looking wryly at the vault at the end of the hall. With a sigh he began walking towards it. Owl. I will need your assistance after all. In another part of the city, closer to Anbu headquarters, a man dressed in the uniform of a servant walked into a private study and bowed to the figure sitting upon lavish cushions in the middle of said room. The man was dressed in expensive silks and had an overabundance of gold around his neck and hands. After taking a long toke from a hookah he opened his eyes and blew the smoke towards the ceiling. What is the Quran? The servant straightened and addressed the man in front of him. Po-sama, forgive my intrusion, but the servant failed to acquire your merchandise as requested. Po frowned before he took another hit from the hookah. I see. It's regrettable. Withhold her payment until she completes the assignment. The servant shook his head which caused Po to frown again. There is more. Haran nodded to his master, then bowed again. The agent was killed on the premises, it seems she was killed by the girl's protector. Po nodded thoughtfully for a moment before he sighed. Then we must eliminate her protector first. Reaching down he produced a small bag that jingled and tossed it to the feet of the servant. Find me someone more competent. Outside of Kumo this time. There is no point in pointing the finger at ourselves, is there? Haran nodded as he picked up the pouch, then closed the door as he stepped out. No sir. Not at all. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.